Discover the untold story of a wolf's destiny, where strength meets love in the most unexpected ways. Join Melody on her thrilling journey to find her place among the pack, where every challenge is a step closer to her true self. Unleash the power within and embrace the bond that transcends time in a tale of loyalty, courage, and the unbreakable spirit of the wild. Chapter 1. Melody. Push harder, my coach shouts as I push myself away from the cold, wet grass beneath me. He places a heavy leather boot on my back and presses down, making it even harder to complete my push-up. Push, he orders loudly before blowing a whistle. You've done 298. I push against the force of his boot and bring myself away from the ground. The sweat drips from my nose onto the green grass under me. That's 299. Push, Melody. Push. My arms are shaking from my weight and my feet ache, but I can't give up now. I only have one more to do. I lower myself to the ground, slowly trying to making sure not to go too low. The coach's boot is heavy and tries to force me to collapse. I fight back, taking a final deep breath before pushing through my hands up against the boot. I make it and finally allow myself to collapse into a ball of wheezes and sweat. I close my eyes and lie flat on my back, trying to ignore the annoying voice of Coach. 300 push-ups. Well done, Melody. That's your new record. Anyways, next time you better get to 400 without any problems, he says right up close to my face. Your next session is, of course, tomorrow. So see you then. With a final evil smirk, he wanders off, leaving me in my pile of sweat and exhaustion. Hey, I hear the familiar voice of my brother Mikey, who happens to be my older twin by 6.34 minutes. You all right, El? Yes, I'm great, I say sarcastically. He laughs and extends his hand to me. I take it willingly and allow myself to be pulled to my feet. You're getting better, he says, crossing his arms in front of his chest, showing his muscularity. Mikey had been training since the moment he could walk. He is to be alpha in 2 days. The ceremony is taking the pack into a total buzz of excitement and nerves. Gosh, you should see my mom. Mom giving you grief about your mate today, I say with a short laugh. He playfully punches my shoulder in reply. Yes, of course she did. What a surprise. He says, putting an arm around my shoulder as we start walking. She gives me the speech of how amazing it was for Dad to finally meet her and be at his very strongest. Thank God I met Victoria a month ago, or I would have had to get earbuds. Now I'm becoming alpha too. Can I really do this? Of course you can, Mike, I say, slapping his chest. You're ready for this. Thanks, sis, he laughs and looks up with a sigh. I frown and turn to where his gaze is frozen. On the front steps of the academy, which is my home, is my father with a very strange look on his face. Melody, Mikey. You're finally home, my father says in a formal tone. He doesn't look annoyed close up, but what could be wrong? He gestures inside and quickly Mikey and I obey him. Once inside, we are led straight to our large private kitchen in our private part of the academy. I see Joe and Tanner sitting at the table stuffing themselves with a bowl of Mom's famous pumpkin soup. They look up at Mikey and I with a smile before continuing to eat. Ah, Mikey, Melody, Mom says, turning from the large pot on the stove. She toddles over to us and gives us both a hug. My mom is amazing. She has recently become a pack nurse. She always used to tell us how she was happy being a stay-at-home mom, but as soon as Tanner turned 10, she wanted more. Even though she is Luna, along with Luna duties, she decided to take on a part-time job at the infirmary. My dad, on the other hand, is a full-on alpha, constantly training wolves or in his office completing paperwork. Sometimes he can be out or in his office for the whole day. Although he is busy, he always makes time for us, especially Mom. I swear sometimes they are like teenagers when they make out in the kitchen when I come down to eat breakfast. Sit down, a bowl of pumpkin soup each, Mom says, happily pushing me softly towards the dining table. Yes, please, Mom, I reply, taking a seat at our family table that holds 6 people. Perfect size, right? Duh, Mikey says, pulling a double-chinned face while sitting at the end of the table next to Joe and myself. As soon as Mom places the warm bowl of soup in front of me, all of my hard work today makes my stomach tumble in extreme hunger. I'd forgot to eat today. I grab my spoon and shovel the hot amazingness into my mouth. It warms my throat and I sigh in content. While eating, I watch my father sit at the head of the table, smiling gently. He turns to my mom and traced for her hand. She takes it, and he drags her to her seat. Right, listen up guys, my father says. All 5 of us are instantly listening. As you have probably heard, the Alpha King's son is coming to visit our pack. It's nothing serious, he is just coming to see how our pack is doing, and how we, as the Alpha family, are running it. I glance nervously at my siblings, who I notice wear similar expressions. We've always heard so much about the royal wolves, but they never usually leave their pack, or don't tell people when they do. Okay, does this mean no pranks? Joe complains, throwing his spoon into his bowl and leaning back in his chair. Joe. You don't need to prank anyone anymore, I sigh. It really annoys me. Don't get me wrong, I'm really close to Joe, but he is constantly pranking, and it usually always ends up with me in trouble. Yes, I do, he argues, but I don't reply. We both shut up with one stern look from my father. I do not want to see him angry. He may be super amazing, but if he gets annoyed, he really gets annoyed. As I was saying, the Alpha Prince shall be down for one night only. So it's my pleasure to announce that we will be holding a big grand ball in his honor. I've warned the pack and everyone is preparing, Father explains. Wait, I say, shaking my head, what? I turn to Mikey, who is grinning. Time to ask some girls to the ball. He winks at me, making me let out a groan. Dumbass. Better not let Victoria hear you, I say under my breath, but can't help but chuckle at his expression. When is this? Tanner speaks up quietly. I only just realize he hasn't said a word this entire conversation. Well, Mom speaks up now in a day's time. So Melody, dress up super love, because there will be lots of new people there to meet, and just maybe you'll meet your ma. Mom, I squeak, standing up abruptly. That's not fair. Oh great, please don't tell me this is another setup for me to find my mate. I'm not going to find him. I turn away from the table, and ignoring all their shouts, I rush away and upstairs to the roof. The roof is my escape. Nobody except my brothers know about this hiding place, so I'm safe for a while. Until my parents send out a search party. You may think I'm overreacting, but I came to terms with me not finding my mate when I was 16 years old. I slowly take a seat on my small, lonely wooden bench. Darkness has found its way into the sky now, and the stars have come out to play. I look up at the twinkling lights in the blackened sky. Stars are such an illusion. They look teeny tiny, but in reality they are giant balls of burning gas. I suppose parts of life can be an illusion as well. Like true love, for an example. Someone expects to find it, so their mind creates the illusion for them. But it turns out he has been cheating for years, and she is in love with another guy. Life hurts. Hurts. With so much expected on me and training every day, I never got a proper teen life. I never got a high school boyfriend or even a date. My life is a burning ball of gas deep in space, and I can't seem to reach out and get it back. Knock knock, a familiar soothing voice says from the secret cubby hole. I turn with a smile to my best friend, James. Hey James, I say quietly, which gives him the unspoken inviting to join me. I fiddle with my fingers as he comes down and sits next to me. I look up with a soft smile and lay my feet across his lap. You okay? He asks, leaning his arm along the whole back of the bench. I don't know, I shrug. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. You'll have to check back later, I say, looking back up at the stars twinkling. I heard about the grand ball, he says, punching my arm. Has the mother started? Mother has started. Well, she insinuated about meeting new people, my mate, by some miracle. I laugh, shoving him back. Well, we are obviously going to have to get you a super smoking hot dress, he says, giving me his evil smirk. You got a girl yet? I ask, looking straight at him. I know the answer to who he wants to take, but has he asked her? He turns down to his lap. I think she is going with Brody. James, I say, slapping his chest, she is you, mate, for God's sake. I may or may not have not told her that we are mates, he says, standing up, making me almost collapse onto my ass. No wonder you've been jumpy whenever you see her. I scold myself for not noticing sooner. Well, you better tell her, or I will, because this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, James. I don't even think I will have one, but you have one, so take her, and never ever let her go. When did you become Dumbledore? He groans, slumping back down on the bench that creaks from the sudden weight. About 3 minutes ago, I laugh, standing in front of him. Now give me a hug. He chuckles and squeezes me in a bear hug that I call the James Too Tight hug. James is super tall and super muscular, so compared to him, I'm like a bloody mushroom. Well, you better get back. I swear you're going to give your parents a heart attack if you keep disappearing, James says, pushing me towards the cubby hole. I don't want to, I complain but oblige, even if I am against going home and getting yet another talk from my parents. The daughter of the mystic wolf, so your life is in danger because you could be the next one talk. Which I get every day. I am not the mystic wolf. I am normal, and I like it that way. It's not like my mom talks about being the mystic wolf at all or shows me. I just get it's dangerous, and you could be next in line. Well, no thank you. I finally get to the alpha wing and find my parents sitting on the couch awaiting. Oh great. Chapter 2. I step further into the living room and my parents stand up looking directly at me. My father looks me up and down before sighing in relief. Thank God you're not hurt, he says, throwing his arms in the air. You realize you could have been hurt. You've trained me since I was 5 years old. I think I can handle myself, I say, shrugging, then removing my shoes and placing them by the front door. Melody, my mom says, walking up to, but I hold out my hand to stop her. I love you both a lot. But I don't want this talk with you every time I walk through the door 5 minutes past curfew. I'm not 10 anymore. I'm 18 years old, I say, throwing my arms in frustration. I feel the heat rising up my throats and I fear for what I would say. My parents don't deserve my anger. As they try to continue, I throw my shoes back on. Melody, please, stay here, Mom says, trying to reach out for me. Father comes at me too, but I stand up straight, holding my arms up in the air. I can't. I promised James the first to help him out with Jesse. I'll be back by midnight, but please don't wait up and don't worry, I say, giving them a small smile before opening the front door and walking out. I walk down the corridor and pull my jacket tighter to my body. I greet people as I pass and try not to think of the fact that they will tell my parents where I am. Everyone in the pack is so loyal to my parents, they love them. I'm glad I don't have the weight of the pack on my shoulders because it's just too much. I finally make it to Ollie's apartment and knock on the door frantically. I glance at my phone screen and see it's just gone 10 p.m. It's late, but I have to talk to somebody. James is busy and I don't want to bother Mikey right now. I know he has a maid of his own to take care of. I jump as Ollie throws his door open. He looks at me through half-closed eyes. He is wearing a pair of PJ trousers and his hair is disheveled. I woke him up, great. Nice going, Dumbo. Babe, he croaks as he opens his door wider, allowing me to pass him into his apartment. His eyes follow me as I walk into his small, cozy apartment. Hey, Ollie, sorry to bother you, but I had to get out, I say, rubbing my face with my hands. Hey, it's okay, Melody, Ollie says, closing the door and bringing me into his embrace. His arms are strong and I have gotten so used to being in them, so why does it feel confining? What's up, babe? Just stuff. I'm fine, just ... wanted to see you, I say, trying to smile up at him. He gives me a smirk and plants a kiss on my forehead. You can stay as long as you want, babe, he says, rubbing my back soothingly, but tonight it feels weird, like it burns my back. I shake my head and ignore it. Maybe it's because I'm angry. I need a run, my wolf hasn't been out for a while. Training has taken up a lot of my time recently. Not our mate, my wolf says angrily. She has always been silent when I'm with Ollie because she is angry that I'm not waiting for my mate. Need run. No, I say, getting out of his arms and heading to the door. I have somewhere else I need to go. Sorry for bothering you. Melody, wait, he says, grabbing my hand, don't go. You can spend the night, we can finally take the next step. I know you've wanted to wait, but I really want you. I flinch away from his hand and finally find myself getting scared. I've never thought of sex before. I was told to wait for my mate. But I don't want my mate, or do I? Why does it feel like today is going by super fast? I can't keep up with the drama and anger. Why am I so confused tonight? Look, I'm sorry for bothering you. I apologize and feel bad for waking him up, then running out. I mean, he is my boyfriend. It's a big day tomorrow and I have to get ready. Fine, he says, walking me to the door and slamming it after me. I let out a long sigh. Ollie has always been the dramatic type. It's only 10:30 p.m. and I don't want to go home until I absolutely have to. Tomorrow is going to be big. My mom's is going to make James take me shopping for a dress. Then my father is going to give me the "I can't believe she is so grown up" speech. I let out a laugh as I walk down the corridors. I may get annoyed at my parents, but they are the best out there. My parents are my inspiration. Lodi, come home, please? It's a big day tomorrow, plus I have news. Mikey's voice pops into my head. I stop in my tracks in the middle of the dark corridor. He sounds like he needs me, but do I want to go home yet? I still have time before midnight. The curious wolf in me comes out, and I instantly want to know his news. I let out a ear-piercing scream when a hand grips my shoulder. A hand covers my mouth soon after. I turn my head and see that it's only James. I smack his hands away from my face and push him slightly. James, I growl in a low voice, "What the hell are you playing at?" James, who is too busy laughing his butt off, grips my shoulder once again, trying to keep himself from falling. "Gosh, you should have seen your face," he laughs, holding his stomach. "I haven't seen you this scared since you peed your pants in front of the whole school in kindergarten." "Oh, shut up, James," I whisper shout. I'm half annoyed, but I'm finding his laughing funny too. Mixed moods here. Mikey told me to find you, he says, once finally farming down, plus I want to tell you to be up early. We're going. Don't say it, I mutter to myself, closing my eyes to await the dreaded word. Shopping, he laughs in my face, shaking my shoulders at the same time. You hate shopping, James, and I hate shopping, so why, I say, banging my head against his shoulder in annoyance. Because, he says, grabbing my shoulder and moving me to arm's length so he can look me in the eye, you need a dress and I'm your best friend. Fine, but if I'm being forced to get a dress, you have to get a tux, I say, poking him with my finger. He gasps dramatically with a bow tie. You are such a horrible woman, he says, punching me playfully. Deal. We do our famous spit shake, which consists of spit, shake, high five, high 10, and a fist bump. Now I think I have a brother in need back at home, I say, pointing to the direction of my home. James gives me a big smile in return. Hey, you should invite Jesse along. People can change their mind about ball dates, you know. I give him one last hug and a tiny yap on his blushing face before heading back up to my home. The corridors are deserted and dark. I only meet a few male wolves who are on duty. I finally get to the final corridor, but come to a stop when I see our front door open. Mikey stands there with a smile on his face, and Victoria is hugging him before waving goodbye and disappearing down another corridor. Mikey, I shout as he turns to go back into the apartment. His head whips around and he sighs in relief. Melody, where have you been? He says worriedly. As soon as I'm near he quickly rushes me inside. I was at Ollie's. What's going on? I whisper, standing in front of him. I give a quick sweep around the room and sigh as there is no sign of my parents. Well, firstly, I'm glad you're okay, he says quietly, standing close so we can hear each other. Secondly, Victoria and I have decided to complete the mating process tomorrow night. We've marked, but now all that's left is the actual mating. He adds a wink at his last remark, making me want to roll my eyes. He sounds so excited, and I can see how happy he is, so instead of being a downer or complaining, I pull him in for a hug. Congrats, big bro, I say happily, you deserve her. Thanks, Melody, he says, hugging me tightly. Suddenly he pulls away and looks upstairs. Oh, crab balls. Mom is up, right? Don't tell Mom or Dad about Victoria and I yet. Okay, I won't promise, I say, rushing to say everything now. Quick, get upstairs. We both hurriedly make our way up the stairs, trying to be quiet as we run. I watch as Mikey darts into his room safely, and I'm about to open my door when my name is called. Melody, my mom calls from a few feet behind me. I freeze and slowly spin around. Mom, I greet, pretending that I wasn't just running for my life. You okay, sweetie, she says, pulling me in for what is my fifth hugs in the last 2 hours. Yes, I'm good, just exhausted after training and going out, I say, hugging her back. She smells like roses and fresh bread. Well, okay, get some rest now. I'm sure James had plans for you tomorrow, she says, pulling away with her motherly smile, then kisses my cheek before wandering off back to bed. I lean against the door and stare into the darkness of the corridor. In under 24 hours, I shall be dressed up and dancing around the grand ballroom. What if I do find my mate? I've tried so hard to put the pressure of finding a mate behind me. I mean, my mom is the mystical wolf, and everyone expected me to be, but I'm not. I am a normal, average wolf. Suddenly, a voice popped up in my head. We want our mate, my wolf says stubbornly. I do want to find my mate. I'm scared of the outcome like most, but instead of wondering if they're dead or already mated, I'm scared that I will let them down or reject them out of fear. My phone starts ringing in my back pocket, so I quickly bring it out and answer it straight away. It's 𝐊𝐲𝐬. Hello, I answer, sliding down onto my floor against my bed. My body itches for a shower to clean everything away. Hey, I'm sorry for tonight, he says, though the phone. It's fine, I say, standing up and sitting on the edge of my bed instead. I wanted to ask you if you want to go to the ball tomorrow with me, he says, and I hear a voice say something in the background making 𝐊𝐲𝐬 sigh. Maybe, I don't know, I'm sorry, 𝐊𝐲𝐬. My parents probably want me with them representing the pack. I'll text you, I say, rubbing my temples, trying to decide. Okay, good night, Melody. I hear the slight annoyance in his voice, but I don't say anything about it. Good night, 𝐊𝐲𝐬, I say before hanging up. I don't know what's wrong with me lately. I know we haven't been in the best place lately, but I didn't realize we would be distant towards each other. You need a shower, Melody. I think, standing up and heading into the bathroom. Chapter 3. I woke up to the shining light leaking through the open parts of my curtains. I grip the duvet that is wrapped around my body and throw it away. With too much effort on my part, it falls to the floor. The brisk morning wind flows through my open window, hitting my bare skin. My tank top and shorts show no protection from the cold wind. Rubbing my eyes desperately, I sit up straight and blink. I instantly grab my phone and check for messages. 2 messages from James. 1 message from 𝐊𝐲𝐬. I open them with sloppy fingers. My whole body is still half asleep. Gosh, I really hate waking up this early. I mean, it's 6 a.m. on a Saturday morning. I place my phone back onto my bedside table without replying to the messages. I stretch out my tiresome limbs and swing my legs out of bed. I pad my way straight to the bathroom for a much-needed shower. I let the water run cold over myself. The freezing water bites at my skin, awaking every nerve and bone in my body. I lean into the water and turn the switch to hot. The warm water bursts from the shower head, allowing each goosebumps on my arm to retreat. I put my head under the water and close my eyes. I quickly wash my hair, then turn off the shower just in time to hear my mom's voice at my bedroom door. I left my bathroom door open, so it was fairly easy to hear. Funny. It's almost 7 a.m. James is here, she shouts in urgency. I sigh and grab a towel from the radiator. Safely wrapping it around myself, I answer my mom. It's okay, Mom. He can come in, I shout back, grabbing another towel for my wet hair. I hear the bathroom door open, then close, and James' scent hits me seconds after. I make my way out of the bathroom and find a grinning James laying on the bed. My bedroom is a medium size with a bed, desk, and a sofa that turns into a bed. Then I have 3 doors, 1 for my bathroom, 1 for my walk-in wardrobe, and 1 for my bedroom door. Hey Lodi, he says, sitting up from his previous position. Shopping time. I let out a long, annoyed groan as I make my way into my walk-in closet to get dressed. James, I laugh, feeling my chest tightening from the amount of laughter. I watch as he dances with someone dressed as Minnie Mouse in the middle of the mall. He finally finished and gives Minnie a big high five, then runs over to me. That was so much fun, he laughs, patting my back, preventing me from choking on my own saliva. You are such an idiot, James, I say, slapping his over the head. Oh gosh, I think you have literally killed me. He just laughs, picks up the bags, then starts heading back to the car. I follow him, still holding my ice cream cone. We ended up spending most of our time in the ice cream shop. I got salted caramel and James got mint chocolate chip. I must admit, the mall's salted caramel ice cream is to die for. Well, that was a good shop, even if it took you like 4 hours to pick out a bloody dress, James says, throwing our bags into the boot of his car. Hey, I say, punching him playfully, I need the dress to be perfect. I'm not like all those other girls. Yes, but did you have to take forever to pick one? You didn't even try on half of them. Just picked them up, looked for 20 minutes, and put them back, he groans, opening my door. Well, I am sorry, Your Majesty, I joke, poking my tongue out at him. I quickly get in before he shuts the door and gets in the driver's side. Well, at least that's over, he says, starting the engine. Oh, I talked to Jessie. I whip my head around to look at his sheepish, blushing face and smirk. And, well, she knows we are mates now, and she said she'd go to the ball with me, he says, jumping up and down as much as he could without hitting his head. That's awesome, James. How come you aren't together mating, I say, shaking his arm as he just starts turning beetroot red. She told me she wants to take today to tell people and decide what she wants to do about us, he says, driving down the long road leading to the academy. Fair enough, then I say. We drive in a comfortable silence with the soft beat of the radio in the background for the rest of our journey. When we finally arrive at the academy, I see the wolves training hard and mothers taking care of their children in the play park. My father stands talking to some of the top guards near the entrance doors. I unbuckle myself and get out of the car. I grab my bags from the trunk at the same time as James. I look back at him after noticing he had stopped. He was smiling down at his phone. I grin and let out a cough to get his attention. He looks up at me with a mischievous and extremely happy smirk on his face. I have to go. Jessie wants me to meet up with her, he says, giving me a hug. Then, after untangling ourselves from each other's bags, he rushes off. I turn around and head into the academy. My father gives me a small wave while I walk, in which I return. I head straight for my bedroom as soon as I get through the large double doors. I make it safely to my room without bumping into anyone. I drop the load of bags on the floor at the end of my bed, then effortlessly fall onto my bed. The comfort makes me sigh in relief. I've been on my feet all day, so it's nice to get off them. I sit up and rest on my elbows. I look at my digital clock by my bed. It's 12:35 p.m. already. The ball doesn't start until 6, so all in all I have 5.5 hours to get ready. I need food. I think as my stomach lets out a long wail of hunger. I giggle, then get up and head straight to my favorite destination, the kitchen. As soon as I enter the kitchen, the scent of my mom's famous homemade cinnamon buns intrude my nose. I sit down on the island, drooling over the fresh batch placed right in front of me. I place my hand on one just to be slapped on the hand. Melody, Mom says, appearing out of nowhere, they are for later when your father gets back. Please, Mom, I beg, feeling the need for the cinnamon buns grow as they sit in front of me, daring and delicious. Fine, she huffs, putting one on a plate, just the one. Thanks, Ma, I say, happily, giving her a kiss on the cheek, then race upstairs to my room once again. Time to prepare for the ball. My mirror must be a fake. There is no way the person standing in front of me is actually me. It looks like me, but different and strange. I feel like I'm trying to be someone I'm not, but this person is beautiful and gorgeous. She is someone guys would go for or even date. Her brown hair is curled into magnificent waves down over her shoulders. A shining silver diadem is placed carefully on my head. Her silver eyes stand out against the thick black mascara and eyeliner, her lips and a natural pale pink, making them look plump and kissable. My dress is stunning. It's a two-piece. The top half is a pink and white blend and finished above her breasts. From there and over the shoulders, it is see-through with sequins placed methodically on it. The bottom half is the same pick blend as the top half, and it falls behind me slightly as I walk. The strap around my waist matched the sequins from the top half. My shoes are silver high heels that make her tall and majestic. That's me. I think, standing proudly in front of the tall, large mirror. I give myself a nod before turning around and leaving the guest bedroom. I meet James down the hallway. He is dressed up in a nest black tuxedo with his hair gelled back into a perfect placement. Well, look who is looking gorgeous for once, James says, grabbing my hand and spinning me around. Says the guys who thinks any t-shirt and jeans counts as formal, I say, slapping his chest playfully before we start heading towards the ball hall on the other side of the academy. It's usually used for dance classes, but it's meant for formal balls or celebrations. My 18th birthday was held in the very same hall. Where is Jessie, I say, swinging my arms slightly as I watch James walking with his arms behind his back. I told her I'd meet up with her outside the ballroom door, he says, giving me a beaming smile. I can't wait to see her. I let out a giggle and link arms with my best friend. We walk in complete sweet silence, and the long corridors are quiet and lonesome. We arrive at the ballroom doors in a matter of minutes. I see Jessie standing by the door waving frantically at James. Her cherry red hair is pulled tightly up into a large bun filled with purple flowers. Her emerald green eyes shone as she watched James approach. Her dress is a deep violet purple that flows down to her ankles, showing her black high heel shoes. I notice her eyes drift to my arm that is linked with James. I let go of James and give him a smile. He looks down at me with an even bigger smirk. "I'll see you later," I say, and he nods before walking ahead of me slightly. "Hey," she says, hugging James as soon as he reaches her. I give her a smile, then walk straight past them into the ballroom. It takes my breath away. The ballroom looks more elegant and amazing than it ever has before. There is a table to the side filled with the most fantastic-looking drinks. The ballroom floor is polished and sparkling as people dance to the music. The orchestra is playing the side of the room. They have created a small audience around themselves. On the roof, there is hanging white clothes that remind me of snow and icicles. There are white lights on the tall ceiling making it look like stars. I smile and walk further into the crowded room. I spot my parents in an instant. They are together talking to a big group of whom I think are other Alpha and Lunas. My eyes scan the room further and I find Mikey in the middle of the ballroom slow dancing with Victoria. He notices me and gives me a cheeky wink before spinning his mate around once more. Melody, I hear my little brother Joe shout from behind me. I turn and watch him run up to me with Tanner close behind. They are both wearing normal clothes, making me suspicious. "Hey boys," I say, giving them both a hug. Joe is smiling like an idiot and Tanner is blushing. I raise an eyebrow at him, but he looks away. "We snuck down to see what it's like," Joe whispers in my eyes excitedly. I let out a chuckle and look around the room. Tracy was asleep, Tanner adds. We snuck past her. "Oh right," I say, shaking my head. "Well, guess who is coming to get you instead?" I let out a laugh as the boys sleeping turn around. "Hey Mom," they say in unison, and they sound like two puppies who've had their favorite bone taken off them. "Come on, you two rascals. Back up to Tracy," Mom says, picking up Joe and holding on to Tanner's hand. "Melody, go tell your father I'm putting them back to bed, then enjoy yourself." I watch with a smile as my mom leads my baby brothers off to bed, where Tracy will most likely get told off for sleeping. Chapter 4. I slowly make my way around the ballroom wall towards where my father stands laughing with some other men and their mates. "Father," I shout as I get close enough. He turns his head towards me and smiles graciously. When I'm close enough, he pulls me into the circle of men and introduces me. "Gentlemen, this is my daughter Melody. Her twin brother Mikey shall be taking over as Alpha next week." I smile and shake hands with all the strong Alphas. The atmosphere in this circle is strong and quite intense. Good thing I'm of Alpha blood, otherwise I think I would have panicked. "Father," I say, finally getting to talk to him alone for a minute. Mom has just gone to take the boys back. "It's okay," the familiar feminine voice makes me jump from behind me. "I'm back. Tracy has got them." "Well, thank you, Melody," Father laughs, taking my mom's arm. "Now wait here. The royals are about to come in." I can't help the nervous shiver that creeps up my spine at his words. I shake it off and reply with a nod. Suddenly my father's head guard, Paul, stands at the top of the stairs to the grand entrance to the ballroom. The stairs are like from Cinderella. 2 doors either side with a set of steps in front of each on a high balcony. Then, on a middle balcony, the stairs meet. From there straight down is another larger flight of stairs. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce your highnesses Alpha King Russell and Luna Queen Kate," he says loudly before stepping out of the way. The whole crowd bursts into a fit of loud applause as the trumpets play loudly and the grand doors both sides fly open, revealing the Wolf King and Queen. I'm surprised by how extraordinary they actually look. On the left, the king has his crown resting proudly on his head of gray hair. On the right, the queen has her tiara placed on her flowing dark black locks. I watch utterly mesmerized as they walk down the 2 staircases and meet in the middle. They greet each other with a smile before linking arms and turns to face us. Everyone bursts into rounds of applause as they bow, then move to the left. Everybody turns to the right side top door. I look around confused. Did I miss something? Paul comes back out from hiding and shouts, "Ladies and gentlemen, may I now introduce your highnesses and future Alpha King, Sir Jayden Beaumont." The grand doors open, revealing a man of god-like quality. His shoes are formal and his trousers match the black of his shoes. He's wearing a white t-shirt, which allows me to faintly see his amazing drool-worthy abs and chest. His jaw and cheeks bones are sharp and well-defined. His mouth is pink and moist, ready to kiss. His face is bare of any beard or mustache. His hair is jet black like the darkness of night. It's short on the sides, then long and waved on the top. It falls over his eyes and he flicks it away flawlessly. Finally, I look at his eyes, electric ocean blue that sends sparks running up my spine and my wolf howling in amazement. Mate, she howls in utter joy. My heart stops. My blood runs cold and I look away from his intense eyes. My head is spinning with the new information. I have a mate. I actually have a mate, and he is standing across the room from me. I'm not alone anymore. But wait, he is the future Alpha King. Oh, cream puffs. I watch as he walks down the staircase towards the middle where his parents stand. I watch how he walks with pride and power, with his arms down by his side. Suddenly, he stops halfway down the red carpet stairs and sniffs the air. My wolf is skipping in glee, as everyone hears his next word that makes my heart drop. Mate, he says, staring right into the crowd. His eyes are scanning, so I quickly duck behind someone so he doesn't see me. His voice sends pleasuring shivers up my spine. My wolf is going absolutely mental in my head, making it hard to concentrate on anything other than him. Everyone is whispering and applauding. I take the opportunity and race towards the exit, trying to avoid the eyes of my mate. I successfully make it. Well, I thought I did until I hear his sexy voice once more shout, "Stop her."
I turn to see him staring at me while rushing down the large red carpet steps. Everyone turns to stare at me and I see a few people heading towards me. They must be members of the Royal Crescent Pack.
I hitch my dress up and run towards the exit as fast as I could in heels. I fling the doors of the academy open and rush out of the academy. I hear his footsteps getting closer and closer every second, his scent alone if making my wolf try to turn me around and leap into his arms. I shake my head and allow my shoes to fly off as I run. I arrive at the steep drop that we always called Devil's Hill because of the scariness of the slope. For once I thank the moon goddess for allowing me to have this advantage of this slope. It'll help me gain some speed. All of a sudden the heavens open up above and pour the cold rain down. The thunder rings through the trees and the lightning momentarily stops me in my tracks. In the single second I stopped, wet arms wrap around my waist and tackle me to the ground. The electricity spreading through my skin is amazing, almost making me moan in pleasure. Suddenly, Devil's Hill, which was originally an advantage, has now changed as together, my new mate and I tumble and roll down the muddy hill. My dress was absorbing all the squelchy mud, making my body heat decrease on every roll. After what seems like hours, we find ourselves at the bottom. I come to a hard, sudden stop and lay flat on my back with my eyes closed. The rain was beating down, hitting my face and going into my open mouth. I breathe deeply as my whole body aches from the tumbling. Mate, his voice is above me now, inches away from my face. I can feel his warm breath fanning my neck and I hold back a moan. His hands find my waist and I squeal at the electric tingles spread through my whole body at his touch. Mate, he repeats, nestling his head completely into my neck. I feel my wolf jumping up and down in my head in complete excitement and awe for our mate. No, I don't have a mate. I don't. I realized that years ago when I had to sit and watch others at 16 finding their mates, settling down and showing it off to everyone. Open your eyes, his sexy voice sends pleasuring shivers down my spine. My eyes unwillingly flutter open to see his beautiful face inches from mine now. My eyes are on his lips, which makes him growl lustfully at me. My eyes slowly move up towards his own and I gulp down my nerves. I meet his eyes and gasp at their beauty. They are bright electric blue, unlike my own silver gray ones. My mouth utters a word that I never thought would escape my mouth. Mate, I whisper, my eyes capturing his like a photograph that will always be in my mind. He smirks down at me and I watch how the rain drips from his nose and lands on my cheek. His hands grip tighter against my waist, making me break out of my spell. I push him away, making my shelter form. The rain disappears. The cold water pelts down against my bare skin as I hear him growl, and I stand up. "Why did you do that?" he says angrily, walking back towards me. He tries taking me back into his arms, but I slap them away. He growls deeply at me. He's getting annoyed because I'm not acting his way I should when finding my mate. I stand up straight, trying to control my nervous heart and uncontrollable wolf. He watches me closely as we stand apart in the rain. Thunder bursts from the sky, making me flinch. I've always been scared of thunder and lightning, ever since I was little. My body was shivering now and my teeth are chattering loudly. My dress is covered in mud and soaked with rain. I'd lost my shoes whilst running, but they weren't my top thought at the moment. Jayden takes a step towards me and I see the confusion and hurt in his eyes as I step away. My gaze falls to the ground. "Love, what's wrong?" he says, stepping closer once more, but this time I don't move. My whole body is frozen with this new feeling. The feeling of having my mate so close. The feeling that I want to run into his arms and never leave them. The feeling of wanting to have his lips on mine. I can't do this right now," I say, shaking my head while avoiding his gaze. It would be difficult to tell him this if I was looking into his eyes. Do what he asks, and suddenly his hand is on my chin. He slowly lifts it to meet my eyes. "Be your mate," I say, trying to look away, but his grip was strong and firm on my chin. I can't deny the electricity flowing through me at his simple touch. "Why not, love?" he asks, dipping his head into my neck. It distracts me from my own thoughts, and for a moment I think of giving into my thoughts. "Because a moan rips out of my mouth, cutting me as Jayden places a kiss on my sweet spot on my neck where I should bear his mark. I feel the prick of his canines and my heart stops completely. He is going to mark me, oh cream puffs. I place my hands on his chest, and while trying to ignore the fact of how absolutely amazing they feel, I push him away. I put my hand over my neck and look at him with my eyes wide. His face holds bewilderment and anger. He once again steps closer to me and lets out a small growl. "Why'd you push me away this time?" he says, annoyed. I gape at him and try to get my brain working again. "You were trying to mark me," I say, trying and failing to not sound surprised. "Well, yes," he says, smirking and stroking my cheek gently. "That's what you're meant to do when you first meet your mate." "Not when they've just told you they can't do this," I scream as the rain starts pouring down heavier. My body is shaking with shivers now. "You are my mate," he says, gripping my waist tightly. "You are mine and nobody else's. My soul belongs to you as yours belongs to me. You are going to be by my side forever, because if you aren't, I will kill anyone to get you there." I gulp down my nerves at the complete seriousness in his voice. But he cuts me off. I let out a huff of annoyance. "No buts. You are moving into the castle immediately. You are my mate and future Luna Queen, so you have to be protected," he says, holding my hand. He starts walking back up Devil's Hill and dragging me along. We start slipping and sliding back down after every step up the steep slope. Suddenly I slip completely flat and groan in pain. "Love, you okay?" Jayden says, quickly picking me up and holding me bridal style. I lean into his warming touch as my eyes start to close. Need to get warm. Chapter 5.
I wake up feeling a hand on my forehead. I let out a grunt and slap it away as sleep still clouds over me.
She's awake. I hear my mom's familiar soothing voice. I shake my head and feel like sleeping for longer, but then another voice speaks up, making butterflies erupt in my stomach. "Finally," he says, making my wolf yearn for his touch, for the warmth. He brings my body and the relaxation. "How far away is he?" He sounded distant. I open my eyes to the white ceiling of the academy. I notice the chandelier and instantly know I'm in the main common room. I blink quickly, trying to wake myself up. I slowly sit up and hold my head whilst I do. I shake my head and look around, allowing my eyes to readjust from my sleep. Sitting on the edge of the sofa where I am sat is my mom, and my father stands close by. On the sofa opposite is James, Mickey, and Victoria. Jesse sits on the single chair next to James, holding his hand tightly. I smile at my best friend. They are just so cute. A cough echoes around the room and everybody turns to the person standing in the entrance arch. I gulp at the sight of Jayden standing there, topless with disheveled wet hair. His scent is so strong, making my wolf pure in delight. I glance at his dangerously low-hanging joggers and growl mentally. Nobody but me should see him like this. Stop it. I mentally scold myself. I don't have a mate. I feel a chill under my legs, so I look down and realize I'm wearing a t-shirt I've never even seen before. May I point out I'm only in a t-shirt and underwear. It's his top, Mikey says with annoyance, lacing his voice as he nods to Jayden, who is staring at me with an emotionless expression. What happened, I ask as I sit half naked in front of my family and friends. I pull at the bottom of the t-shirt nervously while waiting for an answer. You ran out on the ball, my mom says, grilling my hand. Jayden followed you. We don't know what happened, but he brought you back here. You were soaking wet, cold, and passed out. Oh, I whisper, rubbing my temples to try and rid myself of the headache forming in my head. Jesse and I put you under the hot shower, Victoria says, giving me a smile. Then we tried changing you, but your mate wouldn't let you wear anything other than his clothes. The joggers didn't fit you so. How are you feeling? James asks, looking at me with worry evident in his face. Physically or mentally, I reply, standing up and looking around the room. Jayden is still standing in the same place, but now his eyes are fixed on James angrily. I watch him and notice his fists clench and his jaw tightening as he watched James watching me.
I let out a long sigh that grabs his attention straight away. I swear he got whiplash from how hard his head turned.
I give him a short smile and he comes straight over to me. His arms fasten around my waist like a seatbelt as he sits down next to me before actually pulling me onto his lap. I squeak in surprise before frowning at him. I try to pull myself away and out of his lap, but he growls in my ear. Don't, he seethes as his grip tightens around my waist. I feel his hot breath in my ear and I have to suppress a shiver. I look up at my parents, who give me a reassuring smile. I shake my head slightly and look down at my lap. Melody, I hear my youngest brother Tanner walk into the room. I look up and smile at him. Why is he doing that to you? I follow where Tanner is pointing to where Jayden has his arms wrapped around me. I turn my face up to his and see that his eyes are on me. Because he is her mate, Tanner. Now finish your homework or I'm turning the Wi-Fi off, my mom says with a short laugh as Tanner races up the stairs. He is her mate. He is my mate. Oh, sweet Ninja Turtles, he is actually, truly, utterly my real mate. He is the alpha prince. I can feel myself starting to hyperventilate as all these thoughts raced through my head, getting blurrier and blurrier every second.
I clutch my chest as it burns for oxygen that I cannot get.
Melody, his sweet voice makes my body try to calm down, but it just reminds me that he is my mate. I'm going to have to move in with him. That means I'll be leaving my whole life behind. I'll be leaving my parents, my brothers, and all my friends.
What if I never get to see them again? What if Jayden locks me up in the castle like the beast did to Belle?
What about my heat? I hadn't even thought about that. In a few weeks' time I will go into heat and will have to mate with Jayden to stay alive.
The moon goddesses created heat to make sure mates give themselves to each other like they should for them to be happy and live a wonderful life together. Love. Breathe. His arms are rubbing my back now instead of around my waist. His face is right in front of mine and I can see the worry in his shimmering blue pools.
I focus on his eyes and try my best to breathe, in and out. I breathe again, but this time deeper, but never once looking away from his eyes. Soon I regain my breathing and feel my heart rate return to normal. I look around and realize I'm in my bedroom with only Jayden for company. I'm sitting on my bed with Jayden close by.
I lean back into my bed and let out a long sigh. I glance at the clock to see it's only just gone midnight. It feels like I've been here for months already. Melody. Jayden speaks up softly. I look at him and his face is in a frown as he watches me. Are you all right?
He is still shirtless and my eyes keep begging to take in those amazing abs, but I stick to his eyes once more. I don't know, I reply honestly, playing with my bed sheets. I watch as he crawls up the bed to lay beside me. He places a hand on my hip and I hold my breath. He slowly turns me onto my side to face him. Do you accept me? He asks suddenly, looking at my mouth for a second before returning to my eyes. My heart stops. Do I accept him?
I suppose in reality I would die without him, but I could reject him, but that could kill both of us if not just one of us.
I can't kill him. The mate bond has already started entwining us together. I can feel it deep within me. I feel the power he holds and the power I will hold starting to grow in the pit of my stomach. Do you accept me? I ask him as my reply. His hand reaches out and grabs my fidgeting one. He brings it to his lips and places a chaste kiss on my knuckle. Yes, he says, then placed another kiss on my knuckle. You are my mate, Melody, and one day, my Luna, I am yours just as much as you are mine. I allow myself to give him a smile in return, but I don't open my mouth to talk. If I do, I will muck everything up. A knock on the door saves me from having to answer. I hear a growl from Jayden before he shouts for them to come in. He takes a seat next to me on the bed and tries to put an arm around my waist, but I quickly slap it away. I watch the door open to reveal not just my parents but the king and queen. The first quickly start to get up to bow as I was taught, but Jayden pulls me back. I frown at him, but all he does is stare straight ahead at our parents standing in front of us. I look at my mom and all of a sudden I just want to run into her arms and hugs her and cry. This day has drained my mental and emotional state so much. Jayden, the king says, smiling at his son, then turning towards me, Melody.
We've come to see ... well, to see what you two plan for the future, my father says, clapping his hands awkwardly. My mum grabs his hand and gives him a reassuring smile, one she has perfected over the years.
Wait? Plan for our future? Excuse me, I only met my mate like 5 minutes ago and now suddenly I'm supposed to know our whole future. Well, that's not happening. As you know, son, the king says, still giving us a happy smile, we will be leaving in the morning for the castle. You must decide what you two are going to do.
She's coming to the castle.
My mouth hits the floor as the words fly out of his mouth so naturally. I gape up at him, but his face doesn't hold any emotion except determination. Excuse me, I say, standing up fast so he can't pull me down again. I look at my parents, who look shocked, but they are smiling. Why are they smiling? My mate has just told me I'm moving to the castle in the morning, and they are smiling. How did I get myself into this mess? You hear me, Melody, Jayden says, getting annoyed. I really need to watch his temper. You are moving to the castle. Let me rephrase myself. No, I'm not, I say, folding my arms over my chest. Jayden's eyes follow my movement and he growls lustfully. I realize I am accidentally pushing my breasts out, but I just growl back at him. He is not forcing me into this.
He stands up abruptly and raced past our parents, who all look uncomfortable and awkward at the point. He stands in front of me and I can feel my heart starting to race from his close proximity. Yes, you are, he says, grabbing my shoulders roughly. You are my mate, Melody, whether you like it or not. I realize you don't want to rush into anything, so I will wait for you as long as you want. But my condition is you move to the castle, and it is not a request.
I look up at him in shock as his words ring through me like a siren. My head pounds at this whole situation. He will wait for me. I don't have to mate with him straight away. I can take my time. I have to leave home. I have to leave all my friends and family behind. I hope he lets me visit often, or lets them visit. I'm going to be Luna, and not just any Luna either, the Luna Queen. But can I really do this? It's so much work and pressure to put on myself. In the future, if I go through with this, I will have royal duties, and that will include providing an heir for Jayden. It makes me sound like a baby bank.
I'm not accepting that. I will not have a baby because the royals want an heir. I will have a baby when I think the time is right. That is one thing right now that I know for sure. I look up into Jayden's darkening ocean pools and let out a long sigh. His eyes become softer and softer as he stares into my own.
Fine, I say, knowing that this will now change everything. Chapter 6.
Today is the day.
The day I've dreaded the whole sleepless night. I can't stop thinking about it. It's racing around my head like a motorcycle. Jayden moves from the sofa across the room. His handsome sleeping figure looks so peaceful in sleep, and it makes my heart beat faster. After I regretfully accepted to take off to the castle with him this morning, my parents tried to argue for me to stay, but Jayden was having none of it. After a few more hours of arguing, slamming doors, tears and sighing, they all left for bed. Except Jayden, who refused to be in a separate room from Melody. So he ended up of the sofa bed, after an argument over him sleeping in the bed. I know we are leaving in a few hours and I have to say goodbye to everyone and pack too, but I can't. It would make this into reality.
Reality is complicated and sometimes completely and utterly wrong. But dreams are what I want. My dream was to study and become a pack doctor eventually.
I was about to start going to classes and having some experience with the lead pack doctor in the academy, and I couldn't wait. But reality soon came knocking at my door with a pretty big package. That package was Jayden and his power, wealth, and even a freaking castle. I have always been a dreamer, but a realistic dreamer. After finally putting my mate behind me along with the reality that deep down I knew every day that I must have one. I shake my thoughts out of my head and focus on seeing everyone before I leave. I lean over and grab my phone from my bedside table. I glance at my unread messages and curse loudly. Jayden voices out of bed, growling around the room. His dark, slightly sleepy eyes wander around the room until they land on me. "You all right?" he asks, walking over and sitting on the edge of my bed. I watch his every move and my thoughts become inappropriate as I stare at his bare chest. Yes, I'm okay, I say, taking a deep breath, but I forgot some really serious things. Firstly, yesterday my brother was meant to be crowned alpha, but the royals showed up and it had to be postponed. I haven't even asked how he feels about that. He is my brother. I'm sorry, Jayden says, putting a hand on my arm comfortingly. Why don't you go see him right now? I try not to focus on the tingles coursing up my arm as I decide to nod in reply because I don't trust my voice. Was there anything else, he asks, looking directly into my eyes now. His ocean pools glow with the morning sun. Should I tell him the second reason? The second reason is 𝐊𝐢𝐬. I look down at the 3 messages he sent me. I put my face into my hands and let out a long, frustrated sigh. I feel Jayden move closer as he takes me completely into his arms. I revel in them until reality crashes into me again. He is making me move away from everyone I love. I push him off his knee and he lets out a loud, annoyed growl, but I just growl back. I need to go out, I say, standing up at last. I rush straight to my walk-in wardrobe, avoiding Jayden's reaching arms. I shut the door on him successfully, then let out a sigh. I quickly refocus in meeting up with Mikey and 𝐊𝐢𝐬. That's what I have to do in my first hour out of the few I have. I grab some clean undergarments before throwing on some black jeans, a comfy gray sweater, and some simple white Converse. After cursing and storming around my closet trying to find my brush and figuring out what to do with my hair, I decided to put it in a milkmaid bun. I finally walk out of the closet, go an empty bedroom. A note laying on the bed caught my eye, and I guess it is from Jayden. I pick it up and smile at the messy handwriting in front of me. It's just like I would have imagined his handwriting to be like. Gone to a meeting with your father and my own. Meet with your brother and do whatever you need to. I'll make sure we won't leave until 1 this afternoon. Jay. I can't help the smile that finds my face. At least he cares, I suppose. I could have landed with a mate who is careless. I put the note down onto my bedside table, then leave the room to find my brother. Considering his bedroom is across the hall, I found him pretty quickly. After knocking on the door, he answers with a smile. Good morning, he says, cheerfully, leaning against the door with a big grin on his face. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Victoria pop up from behind him. Hey, Melody, she greets, snuggling into Mikey's side. I internally grimace as my own mate flashes into my head. Hey, you two, I smirk, poking them both in the stomach. So is this your first official day as Alpha and Luna? The brightness in their face told me that they were happy. They glanced at each other before shaking their heads. No, tomorrow, Mikey answers. We fully mated last night, so father gave us the day off to spend time with each other. I gape at both of their glowing faces before screaming in excitement and pulling them both in for a big sandwiched bear hug. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. Congratulations, guys, I reply, pulling away and looking at them. Now I understand why they are so over the moon happy. My phone buzzes in my pocket, making me break out of our happy little conversation. I grab my phone and sigh. It's from 𝐊𝐢𝐬 again. I lock my phone and push it into my back pocket along and try to put everything else that I don't want to deal with today in there as well. I have to dash, I say, hugging them once more before making my way down the corridor. Congratulations again. Thanks, they chorus just as I tune the corner. The corridors seem reasonably busy today. I get caught with incoming hugs and farewells by basically every pack member I meet on the journey to the lobby. I make it there just in time because 𝐊𝐢𝐬 looks like he is about to storm off. 𝐊𝐢𝐬, I say as he starts moving towards the academy doors. He turns to me and greets me with a warm smile. 𝐊𝐢𝐬 and I have been together for a while now, and suddenly cold water splashes me in the face. I'm breaking up with him to mate with my alpha mate. Leaving him alone, and I probably won't see him in a long time. Let's just hope we can leave on a high instead of him making it dramatic. Hey, he says, giving me a gentle hug. I squeeze him before pulling away. Shall we sit, he asks, pointing to the nearby sofa. I smile at the sofa he heads to. It's a black sofa that's been there for as long as I can remember. It started to get ripped and broken, but I won't let my parents get rid of it. This sofa is actually where I had my first kiss. It was a very awkward experience, I have to say. It was with my middle school boyfriend, Darren. We were sitting waiting for his parents to come and pick him up, when suddenly he leans forward and pecks me on the lips. I don't know why or how, but instead of smiling or kissing him again, I sneezed. I don't mean the small casual sneeze, I mean the snot on the walls sneeze. I think he ran out crying after that. I was scared of sneezing in front of people for over a year after that. Back to reality Melody. I mentally thank my brain for ridding the thoughts of that memory. I follow 𝐊𝐲𝐬 to the sofa and take a seat next to him. I turn slightly to face him and wait for him to speak politely. As I wait for him to prepare, I notice a familiar scent floating around the air. I grimace as my wolf reminds me of who it is by leaping up and down. I look at him in my peripheral vision. He is talking to my father on the other side of the lobby. Any second now he will smell me, if he hasn't already. I don't want him to see me with 𝐊𝐲𝐬 because it'll bring up questions that I don't want to answer right now. I quickly turn back to 𝐊𝐲𝐬 and try to keep Jayden out of my view. My wolf is already trying to make me run over to him and kiss his amazing lips. Damn it. So 𝐊𝐲𝐬 says, and I give him an encouraging smile, "You found your mate." To put it lightly, yes, I nod, biting my lip in anxiety. I suffered from anxiety a lot as a kid, actually. But never mind about that. He's Jayden Beaumont, yes. Yeah, he is. I nod again, feeling my heart race as his presence is becoming more well known to my wolf. I can sense him moving out of view and it's making my spine freeze. This is a lot to take in, Melody, 𝐊𝐲𝐬 says, running his hands down his face. I grip his wrists and bring them to my lap. I take his hands into mine and give him a grin. I know, 𝐊𝐲𝐬, trust me, I know. But I suppose we both knew deep down one of us would find out mates one day. That's why we never mated or even talked about going there, I say, rubbing his hands with my thumbs. Yeah, I know, but being honest, I thought it was me who would find their mate first, not you. You were always talking about never finding your mate and living your life happily without one, 𝐊𝐲𝐬 says, obviously frustrated. Yeah, I know, 𝐊𝐲𝐬, I'm sorry, I truly believe to be mateless. Look, I'm moving to the castle today. I know it's difficult to understand this right now. But 𝐊𝐲𝐬, you're an amazing guy. You'll find someone else. Heck, you may happen to find your mate tomorrow. The world is full of surprises, even if you're not quite ready for them. 𝐊𝐲𝐬 gives me a $100 grin and brings his hands and mine up to kiss my knuckles. Thank you. Melody Wilhelm, I will never forget this time we spent together, he says, and I give him a peck on the cheek. I will never forget the time you tried to make me a bubble bath and fell in. I laugh and his face falls. I swear the bathroom was flooded for like 2 weeks after that. Hey, he says, punching me playfully, your father wanted my head for that. I was only trying to be nice. I laugh even more at the puppy eyes he tried to make. He soon joins in and I feel sad. I'm going to miss 𝐊𝐲𝐬. Even if 𝐊𝐲𝐬 was always dramatic and lately has been trying to take the next step, he has always been there for me. He is the greatest best friend I could ever have. Friends, I ask, leaning in and capturing him in a tight hug. Best friends, Melody, he replays, chuckling in my ear. I let out a giggle before a cough makes me pull away. I look up into angry, darkening ocean pools and freeze. What's going on here then? Chapter 7. His eyes are full of anger, but the scary part of they aren't looking at me. They are glaring at a very frightened-looking 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬. 𝐊𝐲𝐬's hand squeezes mine and I try not to wince at the pain he is causing them. I let go of his hands immediately as Jayden's hardened eyes linger at them before returning to 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬. I stand up abruptly and his eyes snap to mine. I stare into his eyes, trying to not show any fear. He growls lowly and wraps his arms tightly around my waist. I let out a long sigh but don't make a move to get out of his hold in fear of him attacking 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬, who has decided to stand up and glare at Jayden. Even though Jayden is a good head taller than 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬 and much more bulkier, 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬 didn't seem to care, but that all changed when Jayden snarled. His snarl made the walls around us shake and I physically had to grip his t-shirt tightly to stop myself from falling. The ferocity and alpha in his snarl made everyone in the room stop what they're doing and bow while showing their necks in submission. Even me. He glances down at me and his hand comes up to lift my chin so his eyes are in line with my own. You don't have to do that anymore, love, he says, softly stroking my cheek. You're my equal now. I shake my head and look away from his intense eyes. 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬 gives me a scared look before a short smile took his face, then he hurriedly walks away. Everyone turns away with one glare from Jayden, who is now holding me so tightly it's stopping me from breathing properly. Jayden, I rasp out, trying to push him away, keyword trying. His arms just encircled around me even tighter and he growls darkly. You're suffocating me. He instantly loosens his grip so I can step back slightly, but his super muscular arms don't give up on their hold. Melody, my mom's calming voice, fills my ears and I instantly relax. I look to my left as she waltzes over to us. Jayden doesn't move, but his eyes are now on me. I can feel them burning into my head. I don't look up and instead watch my mom's silent footsteps get closer and closer. When she finally reaches us, it feels like I'm 6 years older. "Sweetie," she greets me before turning her eyes up to Jayden Alpha. My mom bows her head respectfully at Jayden, who bows back. He stays silent but doesn't stare at me anymore, which is thankfully less nerve-wracking. "Would you two care for some brunch? We're serving it in the dining room in 5 minutes. So chop chop, fill up your stomachs before you leave," my mom says cheerfully before bouncing off. I let out a laugh at her happy bouncing walk. She looks so weird. Melody, his voice is husky and deep, making my heart beat faster. "What is he doing to me? Are you hungry?" I nod and forcefully remove myself from his arms. He gives me a short, annoyed growl, but I just roll my eyes. "I'm going to have food and say goodbye to the people I love," I grit out before flicking my hair behind me as I stalk away from him. I get to the dining room and instantly take a deep breath and smile. My mom always told my brother, and I never leave with a frown. It's a smile that makes it mark. I never understood it until a few years ago. I think it's because me younger self didn't realize what it was, as it didn't rhyme. I make my way to the already crowded dining room table, which was covered in food. From Cheetos to pizza. From lemonade to champagne. I skip the queue for the food as my stomach feels like throwing out food instead of taking it in. Instead, I grab a beer from the end of the table. I open it easily with the beer opener left on the table. I take a small sip and sigh. Even though it would take about triple the amount humans take to get a werewolf drunk, it's nice to get the buzz. Even a little buzz can help your mood, but sometimes it can make it worse. I take another sip, but this one turned into a large gulp instead. Before I could take another gulp, a hand snatches it harshly from my hand. I turn angrily to the person who effortlessly has taken my beer to find my father giving me a stern look. I instantly lower my head and lean against the wall. "What are you doing, El?" my father says, placing the beer the other side of himself so I couldn't reach it. "Having a beer," I say, shrugging my shoulders and looking around the room. Everyone is having a great time. There's a group of mom's friends gossiping and having some champagne in one corner. In another, there is a group of young teen boys all talking, some on their phones. There are mates splattered everywhere. It felt like someone had put all the mates from the pack in here. Some were holding hands, which was fine, but others were snogging. "I know you're 18, but I don't like this. You've only drunk beer twice in your life, and that was never in the middle of the day, while in the company of royals and the older members of the pack," my father states, sounding disappointed. I needed something to help, I say in a whisper, not knowing if I want him to hear me or not. Against me was his werewolf hearing. Help with what he says, picking up a glass of what looked like scotch from the table. "Help with today, okay." I say, frustrated. My so-called soul mate, who I only met yesterday, is making me leave my home and all the people that I love. He hasn't seemed to care how I'm feeling about this, but I suppose that's just alphas, isn't it? They think they own everybody. Well, guess what? He doesn't own me. I didn't want this. I don't have a mate, remember. It's too much in one day. I am shouting now and trying not to cry. I can feel the water in my eyes. My father looks at me in sympathy, but then his eyes glance behind me. His whole body stiffens and his eyes become wide. Feeling curious, I turn around and see everyone looking at the dining room door. A small gasp left my lips as his big muscular figure blocks the doorway. His eyes show hurt and sorrow. My wolf yearns to comfort him, but I can't let myself feel bad for him. Not when he is making me change my whole life. He walks over to me and I notice how everyone, including my father, exits the room, leaving me alone with Jayden. I avoid his eyes and look at the floor instead. I watch his feet coming closer until finally his toes are against my own. He places a thumb under my chin and lifts it up. "You don't have a mate," he says questioningly. I finally give in and look into his deep blue ocean pools. I open my mouth to say something, but the words are caught in my throat. The lump is making my eyes water and my emotion to become overwhelmingly sad. "How do you explain this?" then he asks, intertwining our fingers together. The electric sparks shoot up my arm, making a shiver roll down my back. The smirk that finds his face is so glamorous that I smile. I quickly get a hold of myself and shake my head in annoyance. I pull my hand from his and step away. Well, I try, but he grabs my hand once more and pulls me back. Why won't you accept me? I'm your mate. I'm standing right in front of you, awaiting those precious words to slip from your gracious lips, he says, the hurt in his eyes making it unbearable to look at those ocean depths. I don't have a mate, I whisper, only half believing it myself. The mate bond between us is strong, stronger than anyone warned me about. I can already feel it wrapping itself around the both of us and slowly pulling us together. He's given in, but I haven't yet. My heart has acknowledged him as my mate and accepted him, the same as my wolf. On the other hand, there is my brain that has acknowledged that we will both most likely die if I don't mate with him, and that my heat will be coming. But half of my brain still is convinced that I have no mate, that I, the daughter of what people call the greatest alpha couple in centuries, am destined to be alone. Obviously, the moon goddess has a different path she wants me to take. What if I don't want this path? What if I think this is going too quickly? Jayden's warm hand on my cheek made me awaken from my thoughts. I can't even remember what I last said to him. You have a mate, Melody, he says, gently stepping closer, if that was even possible considering he's practically stepping on my toes. Melody, my little brother Joe, pops up happily from behind me. His mischievous eyes dance from me to Jayden, then back to me. I instantly take control of the matter and take a few steps away from Jayden's warmth. Hey little buddy, I say, ruffling his hair and flinging an arm around his shoulder in a headlock. 𝐊𝐢𝐬, get off me, he whinges, but I hear his laughter. I let go and he gives me a playful punch on the arm. He pulls me down and whispers, Melody, why is the Alpha Prince staring at us? A deep red blush fills my cheeks as I glance up at Jayden, who is in fact staring at us with a grin. Come on, Jojo, let's go get some food, I say, rushing towards the table to grab some food. I feel his presence near me as I get in the line for food. His scent is strong, making my thoughts jumble and my mind wander. So much, in fact, that I accidentally try to pick up a very hot plate instead of a paper plate. I scream in agony as I yank my hand away from the plate urgently. I shake my burning hand in an attempt to cool it, but it just throbs. Jayden is by my side in a blink of an eye, fussing over me. His hands are everywhere on my hand, arm, waist, shoulder. I am about to finally snap at him when my mom comes toddling along. She holds out her hand, so I place mine in hers. Come on, you nimnini, she chuckles before turning to Jayden. Alpha, your parents were searching for you. They are waiting for you on the training fields. Jayden looks down at me indecisively. His eyes flicker to my hand, then back to my eyes. Go, I say, trying to control my quivering voice, I'll be fine. Even though I can see that he doesn't want to go, he finally gives me a curt nod and rushed out of the room stiffly. My wolf begs to stay with him, but my mom's pulls me into the kitchen. She places my hand under the cold water flowing from the tap. I let out a hiss of pain, but soon it vanished and my hand became numb. Thanks to Werewolf healing, it should be healed in a few minutes, maybe an hour. I could hear her lecturing me about safety and concentrating on what I'm doing. I should listen to her. Yet all I could think about was those electric ocean pools. Chapter 8. Time goes by quickly for rest of my time left here. It teases me. The clock strikes 1:45 and my heart drops. The wind blows against my long hair as I sit on the bench on the back porch. I watch the people running around, laughing and training. I smile as memories of James and I training flash across my eyes, my favorite being the day I finally beat him in a fight. He whined about it for weeks, so I kept teasing him. Melody, my parents appear from the back door with dad smiles on their faces. I let myself smile as they sit down either side of me. The sun is high as the sky now, but the gray clouds are moving in. It's storm season here, so that means clouds and rain most days. This is my favorite season, the wind bartering against my windows and the thunder cracking in the distance. Going for a run in the pouring rain, 𝐀𝐥𝐻𝐿 soak through my fur and awaken my senses. You okay, sweetie? My father speaks up, disrupting the silence in the air. I think so, I say with a sigh. Everything is changing so fast. I know, sweetheart, my mom says, giving me a hug. I felt the same way when I met your father. I was confused. I know you've told me, I say, trying not to roll my eyes. Burr, you didn't have any parents or people. You came here to go to school, so you were living with father anyways. I'm moving away. Also, you knew you had a mate, Mom. I have never believed I do. My brain is hurting. It's all too much. My parents look at me in sympathy and I hate it. I hate being the center of attention, of being sympathized. It'll be fine, Melody, my father says, smiling down at me. From what I've seen, Jayden is a great fella. He seems to care about you and he's trying really hard for you. But your life is going to be different now. Jayden is going to be different. Is going to be Alpha King as soon as you are mated, and you shall be Luna Queen. Oh crap. Luna Queen. The first to have forgotten about that. Alpha. Luna, a guard appears on the porch by the door. I instantly get to my feet and my parents follow suite. The king and queen request your presence along with Miss Melody. They are in the main lobby. I look at my mom, who gives me a smile and puts an arm around my shoulder. We head into the academy and follow the guard to the main lobby. I try to take my time and look around the place where I have lived my entire life, but my mom's grip around my shoulder was too tight. We arrive into the lobby in no time at all, and my stomach sinks. The king and queen stand by the opened main door talking while some guards carry their luggage into their few SUVs that are parked outside. I let myself discreetly sniff the air, and to my amazement I do not smell Jayden anywhere. He must have other duties to attend to before we leave. I hate the fact that my mood dampens because he isn't here. The king turns around and gives us a heartwarming smile. The queen looks around and her warm, inviting eyes instantly find mine. My father shakes the king's hand and I allow my ears to tune out as they start chatting until the queen comes out of nowhere. After jumping out of my skin, I smile at the gentle woman standing in front of me. Luna Queen Kate Beaumont is a stunning woman who doesn't look her age at all, with golden yellow hair that is pulled up tightly in a tall bun on which rests her crown. Her figure is small, yet she is the same size as me, if not maybe slightly taller. Melody, she greets me with a warm motherly hug. It's nice to finally meet you properly. Considering last time I was watching my son chase you out of the ballroom. A deep crimson blush finds my face as we pull out of a hug. The queen laughs at my face and rubs my arm in comfort. It's fine, don't be embarrassed. When I met my dear old Russell, I was scared out of my mind, so much so that I locked myself in a bathroom for 2 hours. She lets out a hearty laugh that did not stop him from finding me. He ended up breaking the door down. I can't help but allow a giggle to escape my lips as I glance at the king, who is happily chatting with my father. I'm sorry about the running away bit, I saw awkwardly. I grasp my lip between my lip nervously as I watch the queen's expression carefully for any signs of anger. Oh, don't worry about it, dear. You seem like a wonderful young lady, and I am happy to admit that I think you are the perfect mate for my son, she says, giving me yet another warm motherly hug. Thank you, Luna, I say, bowing my head respectfully. I should say that I accept Jayden, but my mind is in a battle at the moment, and I don't know which side is winning yet. Oh, please, you are to be my daughter. Call me Kate, she says, giving me a heartwarming smile. Russell, dear, come meet our new family member. I notice the king politely dismiss himself from my father and walk over to us with a smile. His aurora makes me instantly bow my head. Oh, no need to bow for me, you are one of us now, the king says, patting my shoulder gently before putting it around his wife. Can I say it's a pleasure to welcome you in the royal castle. I know many are excited to finally meet Jayden's mate and their future Luna Queen. Thank you, Alpha. It is an honor to be accepted, I say, smiling up at them. My wolf starts moving around my head, signaling that Jayden is close by. My eyes instantly start searching for him on their own while I shake my head and mentally scold myself. Oh, please, just call me Russell. We are family now, I smile and wonder how they have accepted me so quickly. I have only known them for like 10 minutes, and they are already talking about me becoming Luna Queen. Melody, my mom's familiar voice, floats around me, making my mood instantly decrease as it hits me again. I'm leaving. I bow to Russell and Kate before turning around. The tears fill my yes instantly as I see my parents, 3 brothers, Victoria, James, and Jesse. They all give me big smiles and I run to them straight away. They all engulf me into a large group hug. I love you guys so much, I sob into my mom's shoulder. We all love you, Melody, and we're going to miss you so much, my father speaks up as we all pull away from each other. Melody, I hear the king speak up, interrupting the family moment. The cars are all packed. We must leave, I'm afraid. My wife and I are expected at the castle, and we cannot be late. I nod and suck in my tears as I turn back to my family. I hug each one of them and tell them I love them, and I'll miss them. They all start crying, even James and my father. His scent fills my nose and my whole body relaxes instantly, even if part of me wants to punch him for coming into my life and changing everything. Melody, his voice is a soft sigh from behind me, but his close proximity makes my whole body heat up. I turn around slowly and his arms find their way around my waist. I suck in a breath at the alien feeling. I'm sorry, he leans in to whisper in my ear. I didn't mean for this to happen, but you have to understand that I wouldn't be able to cope without you by my side, and I can't leave my kingdom without an heir. I nod slowly at him and smile. My wolf howls in happiness at the sparks flowing from his arms into my waist. On the other hand, there is me, who is still very annoyed. Alpha Jayden, one of the royal guards, interrupts us. The king and queen have set off. They have given orders that you must leave immediately. Thank you, Jacob. Jayden dismisses the guard, then turns to look down at me with sad eyes. I'm sorry, love, but we must set off. I'll let you say your final goodbye. I'll wait in the car. He places a ghostly kiss on my forehead before walking away. I turn back around to find it is only my parents left. Everyone else was gone. They couldn't cope with saying goodbye. They'll wave from the top window, my mom says, crying and giving me a smile. As Dr. Seuss said, I say don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened. The car journey seemed to take forever. I was sitting in the front passenger seat while Jayden is driving. His posture is stiff. His eyes every so often would look at me. I stayed completely still with my eyes focused on the road ahead. Although I watched Jayden in my peripheral vision, I literally couldn't keep my eyes off him, and every time I did look at him, questions would pop into my mind. What will our life be like if I accept him? Has he ever been in a relationship before? Who is he really? I move my feet up into the seat and wrap my arms around my knees. I lay my head on my knees and watch the trees flying past us as we speed down the long winding road. Love, don't be angry with me. I can't stand it. Jayden breaks the silence. All his voice does is make me want to climb onto his lap and kiss him. Stupid mate pull. His hand removes itself from the steering wheel and finds my knee. The sparks immediately ignite as he gives me knee a soft, reassuring squeeze. Please say something. Amor mio, he pleads, but my mind focuses on the fact that big wolves have now surrounded the car and are running alongside us. What's happening? I ask curiously, putting my legs down and sitting up. I hear Jayden let out a long sigh before answering me. It's Border Patrol making sure we're safe until we get further into the royal grounds, he explains while he refocuses on the road. His hand retreats from my knee and I can't help but feel cold without his touch. I think they also just want to get a glimpse of their future Luna Queen. He gives me a stupid smirk and he grabs my hand in his. My hand fits in his perfectly and I smile. Even if I don't want to like it, I do. They are most likely just happy to have their king and queen back, I say before muttering, and their annoying-ass prince. He growls deeply at me and his hand squeezes mine, hard. Don't test me, love, he says through gritted teeth. My wolf does not react well to disrespect. What happened to we are equals? I sneer in annoyance. If he thinks for even a minute that he can control me, then he has another thing coming. I am stubborn and sarcastic, so he better put on his big boy pant or we are going to have problems. He sighs and lets go of my hand. His eyes focus on the road, but I can tell that they are hardened and angry. The big bad alpha prince isn't used to being fought with, is he? I say with a wicked laugh. My wolf is growling. She is begging for me to stop, but my brain is in control of everything, and right now it is extremely annoyed at Jayden. His snarl echoes around the car, making me freeze in my seat. His foot stomps on the brake, so thank the moon goddess that I had a seatbelt on. Well, until Jayden reaches over and ripping my seatbelt off, then pulling me onto his lap. His claws are sharp against my waist, making me squirm, but I don't move in fear of making him angrier. His eyes are almost pitch black, now signaling his wolf and his anger. You don't get it, amor mio, he says with a growl in his voice before shaking his head. With a few deep breaths of my scent, his eyes go back to his amazing electric blue eyes. His face lights up with a mischievous smirk. I am an alpha. Tu sei il mio compagno, or in English, you are my mate, Melody. Yes, you are my mate, and yes, you are my equal, but this is new territory to me too. I've never been an equal with another before, so as much as you are scared, so am I okay? He says softly, caressing my cheek. Okay, I'm sorry, I say, trying to shake off how sexy he was speaking in Italian. I wonder why he is talking in Italian. I look over him in our close proximity. His cheekbones are sharp and well cut. Then there is his eyes are intense but glowing in ocean blue. I bite my lip nervously, making his hungry eyes dart to my lips. I let my eyes wander down to his delicious-looking lips. He growls lowly. "Can I kiss you?" he whispers, leaning in closer. My nerves hit the roof and my heartbeat races as his lips are centimeters away from me. In the heat of the moment I nod and he slowly places his hands on either side of my face. His lips come in contact with mine gently, and the electricity ignites, making butterflies erupt in my stomach. This is going to be harder than I thought. Chapter 9. His mouth is so warm, the caress of his lips softer than I could have ever imagined. He tasted tentatively with his tongue, and I allow his tongue to slip into my mouth. His hand finds the back of my neck and pulls me in closer. His lips start to get hungrier, making my senses snap. I place my hands on his chest and push him away. His breathing is heavy alike my own. An ecstatic grin found Jayden's face, making me let out a short laugh. He looks like a kid who just got a big lollipop. A knock on the window makes me jump out of my skin and bang my head on the roof of the car. I let out a pained groan and roll off Jayden's lap onto my own seat. Jayden growls at the man standing outside his car window, then instead of seeing what the man wants, he turns to me. "You okay?" he says, grabbing my hand in a comforting manner, but my mind is still spinning from our kiss. I am also having a mental battle with myself for allowing him to kiss me. Yes, I think so," I say, rubbing the top of my head before pointing at the man. "You should see what he wants, you know." Jayden gives me an annoyed glance, then rolls down the window. I look out the front car window and see wolves scattered everywhere watching over us. "Alpha, you are needed at the palace," the man says, bowing his head. Jayden nods, then the man disappears. He lets out a sigh and presses down on the gas. "Sorry, amor mío, we can get back to that later," he says with a flirty wink, making me blush. I turn away from him and try to calm my ravaging heartbeat. "Can I ask you something?" I say, trying to steer the conversation away from what happened moments ago. "Of course," he says, glancing at me before refocusing on the road. I look at his cute frown of concentration and giggle. "Well, I was wondering, why do you speak in Italian?" I say, leaning my head back against the car seat. "Amor mio, I am from Italian heritage. My whole family is Italian-born except my mother, who is American. My Italian accent comes through off and on. Also, we speak Italian in the pack most of the time," he explains. It all makes sense now. We make a final turn out of the forestry and I gasp loudly, making Jayden laugh. He reaches over and grabs my hand, then after placing a kiss on my knuckles, he says, "Melody Wilhelm, welcome to your new home, Castello di Luna Crescente, Crescent Moon Castle," Jayden announced proudly while I stare at the castle in front of me. The castle is surrounded by forest for us wolves. Yet one side of the castle, at the back, there is a large cliff drop. The back gardens falls just on the edge, and it is a beautiful view, he explains as we drive through the large castle gates. My mouth hangs open in awe at my new home. The castle looks old but so beautiful and magnificent. It's tall and the light brick work is amazing. The bright green trees surround the castle, making it stand out brightly. The towers rise above the main part of the castle and touch the clouds. The whole castle looks as though it was taken from a fairy tale. The mountains circle the castle, giving it protection and even more beauty. It's amazing. I breathe out, my eyes not leaving the castle once. "Good, I'm glad," Jayden replays happily. "I can't wait to show you the inside." His excited tone reminded me much of a little boy, making me giggle. I stare at the castle in complete memorization. We come to a stop outside the large entrance doors. A guard opens my door and bows his head as I hop out of the big black SUV. Jayden uses his wolf speed to rush to my side and growl at the male guard. His arm snakes around my waist and he leads me towards the large grand doors. Stupid protective possessive mate. Until he fully mates me, then I guess I'm going to have to put up with him being possessive. The grand doors swung open just as we were about to walk into it. My mouth once again falls open at the beauty of the inside decor. It looks ancient, yet with a modern twist to it. There is a magnificent stairway straight opposite the door and rooms branching off in every direction. I notice on the left side there is a grand double doors, miniature versions of the front main doors. "Jayden, Melody, you're here," I hear Kate's soothing voice. I turn my head around to see her small figure walking over to Jayden and I push myself out of Jayden's arms and blush as his mom walks over to me. She gives me a knowing smile as I blush beetroot red. Jayden gives me an annoyed scowl, but instead of grabbing me again, he storms off to talk to a group of guards on the opposite side of the room. I roll my eyes and turn back to Kate, who is now standing in front of me. Wow, that little woman moves fast. "Do you like the Castello di Luna Crescente?" she says, smiling. She must have seen my face fall at her Italian. "Hey, one day I'll teach you some Italian. I mean, you're going to be a queen soon and we all use Italian." I put on a fake smile to hide the nerves and fear swirling inside me. I start feeling dizzy and my heartbeat fastens. Oh no. "Where is the bathroom, please?" I ask Kate, trying to keep my voice steady. "Up the stairs, then third door to your left," Kate replies before giving me a smile, then wandering off and out of the room. I race up the stairs with only one thing on my mind. I'm having a panic attack. I slam open the bathroom door, then lock it once I get in. I sit down on the closed toilet seat, then my chest starts hurting, my heart starts pounding, and it gets difficult to breathe properly. I try to control it, and I try to breathe, but my mind runs wild with thoughts of my future. What am I going to do? I have to speak Italian. What if I don't get it? Will it ruin the pack? Will the pack hate me for it? What about Jayden? Would he reject me if I don't learn it? Would the king and queen disapprove? How will I cope with all this new information? A knock on the door makes me jump, then my head spins and my vision starts getting blurry. Mio amor, Jayden's voice floats into my ears, making my wolf instantly calmer. My breathing gets heavier and my chest constricts so much I wince in pain. Jayden must have heard me because he bursts through the door and speeds to my side. His eyes wander over me, then he rubs my back gently and pulls me closer. Deep breathes. "It's all right," in and out. I look up into his ocean blue eyes and breathe in his masculine pine scent. I immediately start calming down. My breathing evens out, my heart rate slows down, and my head stops spinning. His arm slowly finds its way around my waist and he hugs me softly. I hug him back, enjoying being able to breathe properly again. "What happened, Melody?" he whispers in my ear. I snuggle into his chest and breathe in his intoxicatingly amazing smell. "I had a panic attack," I say into his chest, making it come out muffled and incomplete. "I realize that, love," he says, pulling me away from his chest to look down at my face. "But why?" "Because everything is changing so quickly. My head can't keep up," I say, feeling it build up in my chest once again the second I walk into this gigantic castle. "You leave me and your mom starts telling me about learning Italian for when I'm queen. Do you realize how frightening that is? The other day I was just a member of the Alpha family and now I'm going to be the Luna Queen." My eyes are burning with I shed tears, but I will not let them fall. I am not weak, but really I am right now. Jayden looks me in the eye and I can see the regret and concern clear in his beautiful eyes. I love his eyes. "I'm so sorry, love. I know this is a lot to handle and I promise I won't leave your side again until you wish for me to leave. I understand this is all happening so fast, but I can't bear to be apart from you," he says, putting his head in my neck. I lean against his chest and enjoy this moment of us, without my thoughts of having no mate interrupting. "Jayden," I say against his warm, muscular chest. He hums in reply, "What are the sleeping arrangements?" I blush when he looks at my face with a stupid smirk on his own. I try to punch him in the chest, but he grabs my hand and kisses my knuckles. The tingles and electricity flowing from his touch is incredibly and increasing the mate pull. I realize that we will most likely end up mating, but my brain keeps going back to when I thought I had a mate and everybody else had one except me. That was a dark time for me, filled with tears and panic attacks worse than what I just went through. My wolf and I went into depression. I would secretly go months without eating and lock myself in my bedroom for days. "Well, I guess you probably don't want to stay in the same bed as me," he says, taking my hand and gently pulling me out of the bathroom. He walks me down a long corridor to a spiral staircase, but when I look, the staircase went up as far as I can see. This castle is awesome and beautiful, and somehow it's my home too. I pant in exhaustion as I exit the spiral stairs that I now hate. We just climbed 4 stories of stairs and I really was not prepared for it. I bend over, panting heavily, trying to regain my breathing. I glance at Jayden, who is completely fine. He is just staring at me, grinning. I grumble some inappropriate words as I stand up, regaining my normal breathing pattern. He growls at me. "Those words should never come out of such a beautiful mouth," he says, running his thumb over my bottom lip. Ignoring the pull to kiss him, I push him away from me. "I can say what I like. I say now, show me my room, please." My face stays straight, but inside is a fight between my brain, my heart, and my wolf. Also the mate pull, which is getting stronger and harder to ignore. Of course, he says with a mock bow before taking both my hands and walking in front of me. I laugh as he tries not to trip. His face is frowning in concentration, so I pull him to a stop. He looks at me with an embarrassed smile. I reach up and run my finger over his frowning forehead. He reaches over and cups my face in his large hands. I move my hands to grip his wrists as my eyes focus on his. Melody, his voice is a whisper as he leans in closer. My beta is calling me. It comes out in an angry growl. Obviously, that isn't what he planned to happen. He drops his hands from my face and I blush. Why? Do you have to go? I say, trying to not let the sadness appear in my voice. He grabs my hand and places a gentle kiss on my knuckles. He needs me to do some paperwork. He smirks at me and I have to sort out your Luna files and paperwork. I smile, but my stomach drops. I still don't know how I feel about this. Okay, I whisper, looking at my feet. Where should I wait until ... you get back? I don't know where anything is or even where my room is. Jayden walks back the way we came, a few steps. His eyes are glazed over, signaling that he is talking to someone on MindLink. I watch him carefully as he stands still. His muscles are bulging through his thin white t-shirt, and the one thing I can't get out of my mind is his lips. The lips I kissed not even an hour ago, and now all I want to do is kiss him again. Suddenly, I feel like my body is working without me behind the steering wheel. I find myself in front of him in a second flat. My hand reaches up and touches his cheek, which instantly makes his eyes turn back to their electric blue. He looks down at me, and before he can say anything, I go on my tiptoe and press my lips to his . Chapter 10. At first, he doesn't respond, so I move to pull away, feeling rejected. Then suddenly his hands grip my waist and pull me back. I instinctively wrap my arms around his neck as he kisses me back with so much power I feel like he is going to knock me backwards. His hands are moving under my top now, and I can feel how excited he is getting. My nerves skyrocket, making me push his away quickly. That was getting out of hand. Get a hold of yourself, Melody. He beams and holds me at arm's length. I must admit, mio amor, you're an excellent kisser, he says with a wink. I punch his arm, half in anger, half in playfulness. I need some time to myself, to think about what's going on and how to control this. So when do you have to go? I ask, moving myself to the other side of the corridor to lean on the wall. The wall is cold, cooling down my heated body. Now, he sighs, your personal bodyguards, Tate and Derek, will be here any second now though, so just wait here and they shall be here the second I'm gone. He starts walking down the corridor in a fast walk. When he gets to the top of the stairs, he turns to me with a pained expression. Don't do anything stupid or reckless, he says. Finally, with our distance, my thoughts start clearing. I roll my eyes and let out a huff. He disappears down the stairs, and not even 2 seconds later, 2 bulky men appear. I jump in surprise. Werewolf speed always amazes me. Luna, the chorus, and bow at me. I scowl darkly at them, even though my wolf is bouncing with happiness at the respect she is getting for being Luna. Please refrain from calling me Luna. That is not my name. My name is Melody, so please use it, I say, reaching out to shake both of their hands. Well, I'm Tate, the tallest of the two, speaks up. He has bleach blonde hair and brown hazelnut eyes. He is muscular and looks like he could get as many girls as he liked. Although he is tall, he is not as tall as Jayden. I'm Derek, the other guy speaks up. He seems a lot more quieter than Tate. Unlike Tate, he has pitch black hair and purplish eyes. From what I can smell, he is mated. So I say, shifting my feet across the wooden floor, what shall we do now? We were instructed to keep an eye on you wherever you go, Derek says, making me growl mentally. Honestly, Jayden actually thinks I'm going to be followed everywhere 24/7. If I should believe Jayden to be my mate and give my heart and soul to him, I will not become the stereotypical mate. I am not weak, so I do not need to be followed everywhere. He can go put his head down the toilet if he thinks I'm going through with this. And if he thinks that I'm not going to be reckless, well, he should have thought about that before ripping me away from my family. Yes, I realized that I say, trying to not let the annoyance in my voice slip through, but what can we do? Instead of standing in this deserted corridor like weirdos. Well, we could go to the Alpha Prince's game room, Tate smirks, giving me a nudge with his shoulder because I know the Luna, who is the only other person beside the Alpha who is allowed in there, wants to play FIFA. He tries to wink at me. I laugh at his face. This boy cannot wink to save his life. It's coming out as normal blinking and making him look very unattractive. That sounds like fun. I say let's do it. How the heck are you so good? Tate groans in annoyance as I get past his goalie and score yet another goal. Well, living with three brothers opens one's eyes to Xbox games. I laugh, leaning back against the sofa and passing the controller back to Derek, who has come out of his shell in the past hour. I haven't heard from Jayden since he left, but Derek told me he was busier than he thought he would be. Yet while we are apart, I finally get to think clearly, and I've come to my senses. I did not want to come here, but I reluctantly agreed. Then, as soon as we arrive, he leaves me alone most of the afternoon and evening. Yet he's checking up on me every 5 minutes. I'm already losing my mind and patience. I have, however, enjoyed being with Tate and Derek. I found out, in an hour, that Derek has 2 older sisters and has a mate who works as one of the top pack doctors. He has also invited me to have dinner with them once I'm settled. Then there is Tate, who is the typical male wolf, wants his mate badly but won't admit it because he is too cool. He told me he broke up with his long-term girlfriend about a month ago because she found her mate. This made him finally decide to wait for his mate. Guys, I say, breaking free of my trance, they both him in reply but concentrate on the game. Has Jayden ever been with someone? They both freeze instantly. This makes my heart speed up. My nerves skyrocket and I mentally curse this stupid mate bond. FIFA is boring now, Tate exclaims, turning the Xbox off. How about we raid the Alpha's kitchen? As much as I love that idea, I say with a long sigh, am I really doing this to myself? Be honest with me about Jayden, please. He hasn't been with anyone in a serious way, but he is not a virgin, Derek says lightly. Now let's raid the kitchen. I slowly nod and stand up. So Jayden didn't wait, even though he is all for mates, whereas I was anti-mate, yet I still saved myself for the one I would fall for. I can't control the sadness that washes over me like a wave. My wolf is crying because her mate did not save himself for her, which is what you're supposed to do. I nod to the guys, then follow them to Jayden's private kitchen. It's only for me and him. I found out that on the 4th floor at the very side of the castle is mine and Jayden's side. What do you guys want? I ask, looking in the giant fridge. The kitchen is all dark wood and marble. It has an island in the middle and 2 full fridges. I don't mind as long as it's awesome, Tate says, fist bumping the air. I laugh and grab the ingredients for the only things I know how to make, pancakes. After I grab the ingredients from the fridge, I get a bowl and mix them together. Tate and Derek sit quietly watching me. Jayden will be back soon, Derek breaks the silence. I look at him and nod slowly. I thought I'd have more time to think without him messing with my mind. I glance at the clock hanging from the wall. It's just gone 10 p.m. I don't reply to Derek, not knowing what to say. The atmosphere quickly becomes silent and tense. Does the whole pack know about me? I ask, flipping the second pancake onto a plate. I turn back and pour more mixture into the pan. I can feel Derek and Tate's eyes on me, but I keep my back to them. Well, yes, basically the whole pack know that Jayden has found his mate. But apart from the wolves on the territory line and some people in the castle, nobody knows your identity, Tate says, leaning back in the island chair he is occupying. Oh, right. Okay, I say with a nod. I finish up with the pancakes quickly and give them to the boys. They eat them all in minutes. I let out a long, unattractive laugh at their piggish eating style. Aren't you having any? Derek asks, pushing his empty plate away from him. Tate burbs loudly and pushes the plate towards me. No, I shake my hand, grabbing the 2 plates and putting them in the sink. I'm not hungry. I think you should eat, Melody, Tate says, looking serious for the first time since I met him. You haven't eaten all day and Jayden will have our heads if he knew that. I'm fine, thanks for your concern though. Plus Jayden doesn't need to know, I shrug. Truth is, I didn't even realize that I haven't eaten all day. What doesn't Jayden need to know? I freeze in my spot as his scent fills me up and his questioning voice startles me. I turn around to see him standing threateningly in the doorway of the kitchen. His cold eyes are starting daggers at the 2 men who have been my company for the past few hours. Jayden doesn't need to know anything because it's rude to listen to a conversation you're not involved in, I say in annoyance while glaring at him. He glances at me for a second before turning back to the guys. You may leave. I roll my eyes and turn to the sink. I wash the plates slowly as I hear the heavy footprints of the guys running out of the room. Arms wrap around my waist, startling me. Jayden buries his face into my neck and sighs. His warm breath fans my sweet spot and I have to bite back a moan. What's wrong? He whispers sweetly. It's so strange how his personality changes from when he is alpha to when he is with me. I'm tired, I say. I turn around in his hold and look up at him. Can you just tell me where my room is so I can sleep? Of course, it's 3 doors down right at the end of the corridor. You're right opposite my room as well, in case you need me, he says, resting his forehead against mine instead of in the crook of my neck. Okay, thanks, I say, holding back a yawn. The exhaustion washes over me, making me crave a nice warm bed. Oh, also, I have good news, Jayden says excitedly. I filled out all your Luna Queen paperwork, and my parents are arranging the party to introduce you to everyone. I stare at him with my mouth hanging open. Is he serious? I only just got here. I was forced to come here as well, and now he wants me to meet the pack. And he's done my Luna Queen paperwork when we haven't even made it yet. Anger quickly replaces my shock. I shove his chest hard, making him stumble away from me. He growls in annoyance, so I growl back even louder. What the heck are you thinking? I scream. I only arrived here hours ago, and not by my own choosing either. You disappeared, leaving me in a strange place with people I had never met before. Then you come back and saying I'm meeting the pack, and you filled my Luna paperwork. You never asked me about this. You never asked if I was okay with this. No, you only care about yourself, Jayden. That's why you stole me away from my home, only to leave me alone to do work. I storm out of the kitchen and find my room in seconds using my wolf speed. I slam the door as loud as I can before locking it to make sure he can't get it. Not even a second after I twist the lock, Jayden is outside the door knocking. Love, I'm sorry, okay? Please let me in. Let's talk about this. I'm sorry, you don't have to do anything you don't want to. I promise, he says gently through the door. I lean against the wall and slide to the floor. A traitor tear falls down my cheek and onto the floor. I don't want to be here. Chapter 11. 4 hours later. I wake up in a cold sweat. My heart is racing and my head is pounding. I clutch my head as my mind swirls at the nightmare that I just witnessed. I can't even remember it now I have awakened, but all I know is it was scary, and the fresh tears of my face can prove that. Thunder bangs making me jump. I look out the window and see the rain bartering against the window. The darkness outside makes the lightning brighten up the room. I love storm season. I run my hands down my face and try to remember the dream, but it was irretrievable. My wolf cries out for the comfort of her mate in our alarmed state. I glance towards the door and can hear his heartbeat coming from the room across the hall. Should I go over there? Another crack of thunder bursts from outside. I instantly jump from my bed. I pad my way out of my bedroom and find myself at Jayden's door. Do I knock? My confusion spirals in my mind. I lift my hand to knock, then stop. What if he is asleep? I haven't even spoken to him since locking myself in my room last night. I finally decide to just sneak in. It'll save me from having to explain my lost nightmare. I turn the doorknob silently and push it open. I glance in and see Jayden fast asleep on his bed. He looks so peaceful. His hair is disheveled and his mouth is slightly open. My eyes can't help but notice that he is shirtless and the thin comforter has fallen to his waist. Ignoring my wolf's begs to join him, I make my way to the sofa in the corner of the room after shutting the door quietly. I love the 2 cushions to one side and lay my head on them. I don't have a blanket, so instead I curl into a ball. I close my eyes and breathe in Jayden's scent. Just as I feel myself surrendering to sleep, a very sleepy husky voice wakes me up. Melody, he asks in confusion as he sits up, then turns on the lamp next to his bed. I wince at the brightness. Another crack of lightning brightens the room, illuminating his gorgeous abs and face. I sigh and slowly sit up. What are you doing? He asks. 1 second he is on his bed and the next he is crouching in front of me. Is something wrong? I look into his sleepy ocean eyes, trying to figure out how I'm already harboring feelings for him. His hand reaches up and rests on my cheek. Melody, please answer, he begs with worry evident in his voice now. I got scared, I whisper, although I know it made no difference to whether he would hear me or not. What scared you, love? He asks, moving impossibly close. I grip his hand in mine, feeling the need for his comfort. I can't remember, I stutter, trying to figure out what frightened me so deeply. Then again, I've always been a person with many hidden fears. It's most likely to do with the fact that Jayden wants me to meet thousands of people as future Luna Queen. That frightens me a lot. "Come on, you can sleep in my bed," he says. "I'll take the sofa." I hesitantly nod. He pulls me up from my spot in the couch and pulls me over to the bed. I lay down, then he throws the comfort over my body. He leans down and places a chaste kiss on my forehead. I watch him walk to his closet and grab an extra blanket. Then he lays down on the sofa, which surprisingly was big enough for him. "Jayden," I whisper into the silent darkness. I hear his hum and reply, "Thank you." "Anything for you, my love." "Always," he says, and not long after I hear his labored breathing. I curl up into his blanket. His scent fills me up and somnus soon finds me. It's been 4 days since I crept into Jayden's room, and he hasn't allowed me to return to my own bed in case I have another nightmare, yet my nightmare still eludes me. Jayden and I have been growing closer, making it impossible to give him the silent treatment. My wolf begs every day to mate with him, but I'm still not sure. Every day I'm with Jayden, he asks when or if I'll ever be ready. So far I've done a good job of changing the subject, but Jayden's annoyance is growing each day. I lay on his bed in a pair of joggers and a hoodie I stole from Jayden. I don't have any clothes here yet, so I have to keep borrowing from female pack members. I try to avoid it by wearing Jayden's clothes, yet I know that he doesn't mind in the slightest. The rain outside is battering against the window, has been since the early hours of the morning. The room is still in darkness as it is still the early hours of the morning. Jayden sleeps peacefully on the sofa opposite the bed. His bare chest shines in the moonlight as the comforter is down below his waist. His face is peaceful and his mouth is slightly open as he breathes gently. I watch him silently, thinking about how he is my mate, and one day, if I am ever ready, he will be sleeping beside me as my king and my official marked mate. I close my eyes and take a deep breath. I allow somnus to try and find me, but instead hunger creeps up on me. I sigh in defeat, then throw the blanket off my heated body. I quietly tiptoe out of the room and down the hall to Jayden's private kitchen. I open the fridge and glance through it, allowing the ideas of different meals I could make. "Where is the bread?" I whisper to myself, wanting to fulfill the craving for a chicken sandwich. I rummage through the fridge. The light in the fridge is the only light provided in the dark kitchen. After failing to find any in Jayden's overloaded fridge, I make my way around the castle to the pack kitchen, where I knew there would be some bread for my sandwich. I feel the need for Jayden in my chest growing the further I get from him. My wolf is begging not to leave his side, but I ignore her. I just need a sandwich. As soon as I get to the kitchen, I turn the light on, then head straight to the fridge. The castle is relatively quiet, except for a few guards chatting nearby. I grab the bread, chicken, and lettuce from the giant fridge. Finally, I keep quiet as I butter the bread and start piling on the chicken. Before I can put the last piece of bread on top to complete my sandwich, a hand grabs my waist. By the itching feeling it creates, I know it isn't Jayden. Panic builds in my chest as the hand spins me around. Before I can hit the person, they grab my hands and pin them behind my back. I look up and see a man. He is tall and muscular, but his eyes have mischievous and dangerous glint to them. I try to speak, but he is speedy to interrupt me. Now, who have we here?" he taunts a new female in the pack. Well, maybe I should show you how I welcome new females." His hand slides up my top and cups my breast. My wolf is snarling angrily in my head, and all I want is Jayden. I open my mouth to scream, but instead the man puts a hand over my mouth. He has put my hands behind my back and pushed me against the counter so they are immobilized. I wince in pain as the sharp counter edge digs into my wrist. Now, we don't want to scream unless you're screaming my name," he says next to my ear, then he places a kiss on my neck. I squirm and the tears are falling from my face. My skin is burning at his touch, and the fear is strong on my stomach, making me want to throw up. His hand moves to cup my breast fully, and the tears are now gushing onto the ground. What do I do? His hand that covers my mouth moves away, so I decide to take the chance to say something. I start, but he stops me once again before I can explain. "No more talking," he says, leaning in closer to my lips. I can feel his breath on my face, and it sends a shiver of disgust down my spine. Oh no, he is getting closer. I don't want him near me. I don't want anyone touching me like this, but Jayden. Oh crap, does that mean I'm accepting Jayden? I whimper as his lips are almost on mine. My eyes have run out of tears and my body has resulted in body shaking sobbing. I try and turn my head away, but his hand grips my chin harshly, holding me in place as his lips are nearly on my lips. Just before they land on my own lips, a terrifying earth-shattering growl shook the entire castle. The guy in front of me whips around as a familiar comforting scent hits my nose. Jayden. I sigh in relief, and then to face him, he stands threateningly in the doorway. His eyes are black and his claws are extending. Even if deep down I know he won't hurt me, I can't help but feel scared. I'm a second he rushes to the guy and throws him across the room. I let out a scream as he hits the wall on the opposite wall. The guy falls to the floor unconscious. I'm guessing Jayden mind links some guards because the next minute 2 guards whiz in and take the guy away. I watch them then slowly turn to Jayden. His pitch black eyes are staring at me. They scan up and down my body, most likely to check if I'm injured. Then he grabs my wrist, which is sore from the sharp counter edge. In a second he picks me up bridal style. The next minute we are in his bedroom. He puts me down and starts pacing the room. The growls emitting from him are low and dangerous. I stand still, not knowing what to do. I let out a small sigh, feeling relieved that nothing too serious happened. I can still feel his touch on my skin, and it makes bile try to come up. I swallow it down and lift my hand to wipe my wet cheeks from crying. Jayden's head snaps towards me, and I can see in his eyes that he has lost control to his wolf. My heart beats faster and I look at him carefully. Suddenly he marches over to me and puts his head in my neck. I don't know what else to do, so I put my arms around his neck and just enjoy having his touch on me. I feel him press a kiss on my soft spot, making a moan rip out of my throat, and my legs turn to jelly. I feel him smirk against my neck. Even though he is out of control, I can't help but feel safe in his arms. I feel a sharp prick against my neck and my stomach instantly flips. He is trying to mark me. Crap. I try to push him off me, but his hands rip my hips tightly. His wolf is too strong. Jayden, before I can continue, his canines puncture deep into my skin. Black dots cloud my vision as I let out a blood-curdling scream. Chapter 12. After a few minutes, which feel like days, Jayden pulls his canines out and licks his newly made mark. He pulls away and looks at me in the eye. The edges of my eyes are still blacked out and the tears have once again started to tumble from my eyes. The blackness in his eyes melts away into his beautiful ocean pools. He looks at me in shock. Then I see regret build up in his eyes. Crap. Melody, I am so sorry, he says just as my legs finally collapse. He catches me instantly and lays me on the bed. I sob into his chest while he rubs my back soothingly. I couldn't control him, Jayden says, sounding surprised and sorrowful. I just saw that guy touching you and trying to kiss you and lost it. I don't reply to him because I don't trust myself right now. I feel like my emotions have turned into a swirling tornado in my mind. All I know is I want Jayden. Now that he has marked me as his, it will be almost impossible to reject our mating bond, although I have started to slowly accept him. After a few more hours of crying and Jayden apologizing, I finally stop my tears. The clock on the bedside table reads 6:58 a.m. I look up at Jayden, who is staring at the opposite wall in deep though. His arms are tightly wrapped around my waist while his fingers draw soothing circles on my hip. I move slightly in his hold, making his eyes move from the wall to me. Seeing that I am not crying, he instantly sits up and looks me in the eye. How are you feeling? He asks, still gripping me around the waist, but I don't mind. I just want to be near him for now, and not just because of the mark, but also because I want to get the other guy out of my mind. Only Jayden can provide the comfort and protection I am craving. I'm okay, I think I say sheepishly, leaning my forehead against the hot skin of his shoulder. My mind is spinning and my neck is still burning. Do you have to go? My heart drops as I ask, but my wolf is begging for him to stay by my side after being marked. She is so happy that it's giving me a headache. I smile as Jayden shakes his head. No, I've asked for the day off to stay with you. Since I marked you last night, the pack understands that I want to be with you, he explains, scratching the back of his neck. Part of me wishes to tell him that I forgive him for marking me and that it will all turn out all right. Yet the other part of me is angry at him for marking me without my consent. Instead, I stay quiet and stay leaning against him. He doesn't seem to mind, as I am now marked. Jayden and I now have a mind link, but we cannot tell each other's emotions until we mate. We can only communicate. Oh, by the way, your doctor wants a meeting with you and I later on today, Jayden speaks up, slicing through the silence. I frown and lean back to look up at his face. He gives me a soft smile and rubs my back gently, making me want to purr. My doctor, I question in confusion. Yes, the best doctor in the land. I've ordered for him to be your doctor because if anything happens to you, I want you in the best hands going, he says, pecking my lips softly. I mentally awe, then move away to look up at him. He looks at me intensely. He leans down and connects our lips together. Fireworks explode in my stomach as our lips move perfectly against each other. I move to kneel in between his legs and wrap my arms around his neck. His arms snake around my waist and he pulls me impossibly closer. He bites my lips asking for entrance, which I gladly allow. I eventually start feeling it of breath, and he must have noticed because he pulls away. He leans his forehead against mine as we try to regain our breathing. So what do you want to do today, he asks, and I smirk up at him. We ended up spending the whole day drifting in as out of sleep. Well, I slept in between crying and shouting. Jayden stayed by my side silently, rubbing my back and pulling me back into bed. He seemed distant and it only worsened as I got better. By the end of the day, he wouldn't even touch me. It is now the morning after. Jayden had disappeared from the room and by his scent he has been gone for a while. I let a sigh escape my mouth and echo around the room. I am still laying in Jayden's bed. Being marked had exhausted me. I rubbed my slightly bruised forearm gently. I woke up from a pain in my forearm and when I looked down it was bruised. Not just the mark, but the emotional roller coaster that joined it. I spent most of yesterday crying or screaming at Jayden for marking me. A burst of sudden white light broke the darkness in the room. The buzzing drifted into my ears, making them ring slightly at the high volume. I glance at my phone that lays on the floor by the bed. Wait, I thought Jayden had taken my phone. He explained that he didn't want anyone disturbing us or trying to convince me to leave. I quickly reach down and answer it. Hello, I say, sounding groggy. When did Jayden leave my phone here? I sit up and stretch my back, then hear a satisfying click. I sigh in relief. Hey sweetie, my mom's sweet voice echoes from the other end of the phone. I instantly stand up in my excitement. This is the first time I've spoken to my mom since leaving home. Mom, and shout in happiness and can't help but jump up and down. How are you? I'm okay, thanks sweetie, just missing my little girl. Her voice breaks slightly. My heart sinks as I hear it. I want my mom. I'm missing you too, Mom, I say, sitting down on the edge of the bed. Tears threaten to fall, and because of my emotional stare, they start to fall. How's Jayden treating you, she asks curiously, and I instantly want to tell her all about him marking me by force, then leaving me. I don't. It's all good. He is always with me and always helping me out, I say, then take a deep breath. He marked me yesterday. I hear my mom's voice hitch. The silence down the line is deafening and I feel my stomach flip with nerves. Congratulations, she says, regaining her happy tone. That's great news. Yeah, I say, bluntly, feeling the pain in my chest at the though. I wish it was great news. Are you happy there, sweetheart? Mom says, sounding concerned. I wish to tell the truth, and for once my wolf agrees. My wolf loves our mom and knows we can trust and confide in her. My wolf is feeling the same way I am. Hurt. As our mate forcefully marked us and then left us alone. Yes, of course, I say, trying to sound as positive as I can. The castle is huge and everybody is so lovely. Okay, as long as you're happy, then I'm happy, she says in her sweet motherly voice. I instantly just want a hug from her. I hear a short, loud knock on the door and the sadness creeps into my chest once more. I'll have to say goodbye, again. Who knows when I'll be able to talk to my mom again? Jayden may take my phone again. What if I never get to talk to them again? Melody, my mom's voice breaks me from my horrifying thoughts. Oh yes, Mom, I have to go, I say, but I'll call you again soon. Okay, I love you, sweetheart, she says, and more tears fall from my eyes. I love you, Mom. The line went dead. I take a deep breath, throw my phone back on the floor, and wipe the tears from my cheeks. I steadily got up off the bed and opened the door. Tate and Derek stood threatening and tall in the doorway. They look me up and down, them storm into the room. I frown but keep quiet because I don't trust my voice. Sorry, Lou, Melody, we saw you crying and thought someone was in here. Derek apologies and bows his head at me. It's okay, I reply, pulling at the hem of the t-shirt I am wearing that I stole from Jayden. It's the only thing that's comforting me today, considering Jayden isn't here. So why were you crying? Tate asks, sitting on the sofa. Then Derek falls onto the sofa next to him. If I tell you something, do you guys have to tell Jayden? I ask, sitting down on the bed and crossing my legs. I look at the boys as they exchange glances before looking back to me with curiosity written on their faces. That depends, Derek replies. If you tell us something that could harm you or let you leave the castle, then yes. Oh, I sigh. Well, I'll tell you anyway. It's not like I have anyone else to talk to. I was on the phone to my parents. They want me to go home. To visit, at least. Derek and Tate look at each other and frown. They slowly turn their attention back to me and shake their heads. That doesn't seem likely. Jayden had told everyone to make sure you don't leave the castle. He is only letting you out there if you're with him or fully mated with him, Tate says, leaning back casually. I groan and fall back onto the bed. Why did I have to be mated to the Alpha Prince? And a protective, possessive one too, just when I was finally getting used to not believing in my mate. Where is Jay? I ask, leaning back on my elbow so I can see them. Tate looks as though he is about to pass out from exhaustion, whereas Derek looks quite awake and calm. He is doing some work with his father, Derek says, but his eyes tell me he isn't quite telling the truth. He will be strung up all day, so you won't see him. Oh, all right, then, I say, standing up now. If you fellas don't mind, I'm going to shower, so get out. Please. They both squirm and leave the room, but not before they've given me a high five. They shut the door, but I can feel their presence on the other side. Oh wait, I'm marked now. I have now got a mind link with Jayden. I open the mind link and try to contact him. Jayden, I say, my voice soft with uncertainty. I can feel him on the other side. My wolf can sense his wolf too. Yes? Is something wrong? Are you okay? He replies instantly. I can hear the worry in his voice. I'm fine. Where are you? I ask. Considering I was only marked yesterday, I still need Jayden, and I'm starting to want him as well as need him. I'm out with my father. I'm busy. Only mind link me if you're hurt or in danger, he says, then disappears. I can't help the pain that hits me in the chest. I hate this. This is why I didn't want a mate and decided I didn't have one. I didn't want this pain. The pain of rejection. The pain of ignoring. The pain of loneliness. I let the tears fall down to their death on the floor while I walk towards bathroom for my much-needed shower. Chapter 13. Time is the master of all. It controls everything. How long we live. How long our food is in the oven. How long we are in love. Time can go by in a flash. Time can drag on forever. Time can corrupt one's very soul. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Ow. Tick-tock. I stare at the clock, feeling the familiar feeling of anger and annoyance bubbling in the pit of my stomach. I know what I have to do, but I know I'm going to get in big trouble for it. Jayden will be furious and hurt. It's been 3 days since I last saw Jayden. So far, he has been leaving before I wake up and coming home after I've fallen asleep. I'm deeply hurt. My wolf feels rejected, that he doesn't want to be with us, especially after marking us. He has blocked off his mind link completely now. He opens it regularly every so often to check on me. I've reached the limit now. I can't cope with my wolf's constant whining and my constant chest pain. This is exactly what problems come with a mate that I frankly didn't want. I pace the room with my mind reeling over my stupid idea, but I know it'll finally get Jayden's attention. This is crazy. You're going to kill yourself. I groan in annoyance. I have to do this because I can't get hold of him any other way. He has ordered Tate and Derek to stay with me at all times and not allow me to go near him while he is working. I know he isn't, because Tate slipped up the other day and told me he was avoiding me. How was I supposed to try and fix things if he won't let me see him? I'm finally starting to admit to myself of the feelings I harbor for him, but it's hard when all I'm starting to feel is anger towards him. I glance at the open window and step towards it slowly. The gusting breeze bangs the windows against the wall, making me jump. Yet another storm is rolling in, so I better do this before the rain starts. I do not want to get hypothermia. I listen carefully to the activity outside the bathroom door. I hear Tate and Derek's steady heartbeats from the other side of the door. I have to be quiet. I look out the window to see if it is clear, which luckily it is. I carefully climb up onto the window frame and perch. I look down and have to gulp down my fear. It's a 3-story drop from this window to the ground. If I'm lucky, I could land with only minor bruising, but if something goes wrong, I could possibly die. This is for Jayden and I. This is stupid. No, it's not. Just do it. I take a deep breath before letting my body fall off the window frame and into the hair. My heartbeat speeds up dramatically as I fall to the ground at a frightening speed. Within seconds, my feet touch the ground. I cry out in pain as my ankle cracks from the harsh contact. I use the tuck and roll move I was taught in training. I sit there for a second trying to control the raging pain in my ankle. I glance down and see the bruising already starting. I get up as quickly as I can. I race straight towards the forest. Just as I enter the darkened tree line, I hear Derek's familiar voice shout my name, Melody. I ignore him but mentally smile. I keep running deeper into the woods. I can sense Jayden in my mind but keep him blocked out. They must have told him. I get deep into the forest. I'm close to the border now, so if I go further, the patrol will find me. That is not what I want. I quickly, without thinking, shift into my wolf. I stop and listen carefully. I hear the howls of wolves, most likely signaling that I have disappeared. I pant heavily. I freeze as an unknown sound bounces off the trees around me. It's the sound of a bear. My ears are up and I lift my head as high as I can and look around. My eyes scan my surroundings slowly as another sound reaches my ears, a wild boar. Then, another and another. I let myself growl lowly and crouch down, readying myself. Instead of something coming from where the sounds are, I hear Jayden's orders from close by. I start running towards the right instead, ignoring the random sounds I just heard. I must keep up with the plan. The pain in my ankle is becoming almost bearable. Suddenly, the ground shakes beneath my feet as a loud, frightening growl bounces off the trees. Jayden. He's angry. I can sense it. He is completely raging. My wolf is yapping happily, and the thought of finally seeing her mate. 10. I sense his wolf getting closer, making my heart thump in my chest. 9. Will he be really angry? Will he hurt me? What if he decides to punish me? 8. What if I can't fix this now? 7. Have I messed this whole thing up? 6. Will he reject me for disobeying him? 5. His footsteps are getting closer and I can hear his angry growls. 4. My ears prick up as I hear the twigs snapping under my feet. The pain in my ankle is forgotten as my worry about Jayden takes over. 3. He is slowly breaking down the wall in my mind. 2. I'm starting to feel weak and I'm giving in. 1. His wolf comes into view and I see the anger and hurt in his pitch-black eyes. I want the blue ocean pools back now. 0. He gets ahead of me and jumps in front of me. I force myself to halt, being I still crashed into him. Unlike me, he kept his foot in and stood tall in front of me. I wince as I feel my ankle starting to throb at the sudden pressure of halting. His face morphs into one of worry, but it passes and the anger continues. He breaks through the wall I put up in my head, and the growl that comes through is frightening, making my head spin. Shift now, Melody, he snarls angrily through our mind link. I bow my head but don't shift. He steps forward threateningly. A man appears out of nowhere and chucks some short and a t-shirt at Jayden, who catches them in his jaw easily. I watch as the man nods at me before racing off once again. He shifts in front of me. I turn my head away, feeling the usual shyness overcome me. He pulls on the shorts and throws the t-shirt at me. I look at the shirt, then up at him. He crosses his arms, making his muscles bulge, but makes no attempt to move. I quickly shift and pull on the shirt. I stand up straight and looks at him. His eyes are still black, but they look even angrier now, if that's even possible. Without talking, he grabs me, then picks me up, one of his hands behind my knees and the other strongly wrapped against my back. I sit in his arms silently, avoiding his gaze and those of strangers. I'm guessing that he told most that I escaped, so the heat rises up my neck. Jayden is using his alpha wolf speed, so everything becomes blurred. I know where he is going, though. His bedroom. The Alpha Prince's quarters. alpha prince. Those two words still make my head spin because I'm mated to him. I look up to see his sharp chin, which is covered in stubble. I want to reach up and touch him, just to feel the comfort and sparks that come with his touch, to know we are mates. It keeps me sane. My brain is still trying to persuade me I don't have a mate, and it makes my mind a whirlwind. I'm sick of it. I think I am ready to accept him. What harm can that do? I'll finally have a mate, someone who will love me, someone who will protect me. Sooner than I realize, we are in his bedroom, and he throws me rather roughly onto his bed. He stands at the foot of the bed, breathing extremely heavily. His eyes are switching between black and the blue I love so much. I slowly get off my back and turn so I kneel in front of him. His eyes follow my every movement. Jayden, I start, but he cuts my off by roughly pushing forward and putting his lips against mine. I could tell he wanted dominance, so I gave it to him. The kiss was rough and deep. His tongue easily slips into my mouth and my hands find their way into his hair. His arms snake around my waist and he hoists me up slightly. He pulls away and I breathe deeply, trying to control myself. He rests his head against mine then. After a few peaceful seconds, he sighs loudly. "You ran," he states painfully. His arms leave my waist and he steps away from me. He takes all positivity with him because all I feel is nervous and scared. Jayden's eyes go darker as he glares at me. I shut my mouth instantly and look down at my lap. "You ran from me," he states again, but this time with anger. "You ran from your own mate. Why, Melody, why? Have I not done enough for you?" I try to speak, but I feel as though there is a plug on my throat, stopping the words from escaping. I hear him step closer and my head tilts up to him. "Speak," he demands. "I ran," I say. The shock on his face is evident as he steps away from me, but not for the reasons you believe. He regains his composure and looks me straight in the eye. "Why did you run then, Melody?" Because I run out of words, because it finally hits me. Even though my plan worked, it was a stupid plan. Because what he shouts this time, I flinch back in surprise. Suddenly, I feel something in my stomach. It's burning, and I know it's anger. He has finally gotten me angry. "Because you left me," I shout, standing up off the bed, "because you were a coward who ran away the moment things got serious. You marked me without consent, may I add, then left." He isn't trying to hide his shock now. It's clear in his face. He looks at me before stepping forward. "Melody, No, Jayden. Don't make any excuses. I don't want excuses. I don't want you to leave me. I want you with me," the anger cooks, and I look up at his concentrating face. I cut him off again. "Jayden, I forgave you for marking me days ago, but you have avoided me. I've slept in your bed, not mine, because I thought that would mean something to you, but it didn't. So I ran to get your attention. Because Jayden, I accept you as my mate," I say. Jayden's face morphs from anger to surprise to absolute glee. His lips tug up into a grin and he comes over to me. In seconds he places his lips on mine again, but this time the kiss is soft and slow. He pushes me back slowly, making me fall onto the bed with him on top. He keeps the kiss going, but I can feel myself getting breathless. I pull away slowly. He places kisses down my neck before surprising me with an open-mouth kiss on my mark. A moan rips out of my throat and I feel my stomach flip at the sensation racing through my body. "Melody," he says. I can hear the smirk in his voice. "My queen." Chapter 14. Bliss. Absolute bliss. That's what I'm feeling. In the arms of my over-the-moon mate after finally accepting him. The wave of ecstatic happiness rolls of Jayden as he curls me deep into him. He is staring down at me while playing with a strand of my hair. I wonder what's going through his head at this very moment. I know that in my head I have thoughts of our future. I can't help them following through my brain. I know he's happy, but does he have any doubts? I know this is the outcome he has wanted. I am glad I have given him that, but I'm still not 100% with everything. I'm not ready for everything. Is still a lot to handle. Luna Queen, mating, pups, a whole pack. A mate to care for and care for me. Jayden, I break the relaxing silence that had wrapped around us, as if we were in a bubble. I wriggle my body so I lay on my side against him. He moves his head slightly, so he is looking into my eyes. His hand comes back up to stroke another strand of hair away from my face. He hums in reply as he moves his hand to intertwine mine in his. I know I've accepted you. His smile grows impossibly bigger, but I'm not completely comfortable with the whole Queen Luna thing. I don't think I'm ready for all that yet. Or mating. I hold my breath as I wait for his reply, but instead of getting upset or angry, he grins at me and pecks my lips softly. I enjoy the electric jolt that bursts from his lips. I understand completely, love, he says, caressing my cheek before placing a kiss on the soft kiss. It's a lot to take on, but don't worry about it too much. My mom will teach you everything. I smile and lift my head up to brush my lips against his. He squeezes my waist and moves us so we are sitting up. Can we go for a run? I ask, thinking of the fresh air and the impossible clear sky outside. The storm season has finally decided to take its break from tormenting us. Love, you've already been on a run, he says, raising his eyebrow up at me. I look up and sheepishly smile at him, remembering I had run away not even an hour ago. I really want to go out, plus this time you can come along, I say, standing up and making my way to the door. My hand grips the cold doorknob, but before I can open it, Jayden is in front of me. How do I know you won't run again? He asks, his face pulled into a serious frown, one I often see him wear whilst dealing with business in the pack. I promise, I say, holding up my pinky finger. Since this morning my mood has skyrocketed dramatically. I feel like singing and dancing around the room. I feel the adrenaline pumping through my veins. He grins and wraps his larger pinky around mine. Fine, but stay with me, he adds, giving me a serious look. I nod frantically and leap out the door, pulling him along. It doesn't take us long to get outside, even after saying hello to a few pack members. The breeze has turned cold and clouds have once again started to set over the sun. Damn. I look at Jayden with sad eyes as I glance back up at the darkening sky. He tilts his head up, then turns back to me. It's fine, love. We'll make it a quiet run. Okay, I say happily and quickly, without thinking, shift into my wolf, ripping all my clothes in the process. Jayden follows suit and barks at me. We both run towards the forest. Jayden, being an alpha, is faster, but I can tell he is slowing down so I can keep up. I breath deeply, trying to push myself harder. Running has always been my hobby and I always try to improve. Suddenly, Jayden stops right in front of me. I quickly try to stop but end up ducking, so I slide underneath him. He growls and jumps on top of me. Stay down, he mind links me. There's a breach at the border a mile ahead. I'm going to check it out. Stay here and don't move. Okay, I say, settling myself on my stomach as he hovers on top of me. Go, I'll be fine. He nods stiffly before racing off, and within seconds he is gone, out of sight. I let ours a long sigh as I lay there with my head resting on my paws. The woods is quiet, quieter than normal. I lift my head and scan the surrounding area. The wind has started to pick up, and some leaves fall off a nearby tree. This part of the woods is deserted. It's just me here as far as I know. Then I hear a twig snap a few meters ahead of me behind a bush. I stay low and listen again. Another twig snaps. I slowly crawl towards the bush, trying to be as silent as possible. I hear a small squeak and ready myself to pounce. I leap behind the bush to capture whatever was behind it, but to my surprise I only find an immense pain ricocheting up my back leg. I howl in pain and quickly, on instinct, try to lift my leg up, but I can't. It's stuck. I glance back at my back right leg to find it trapped in a bear trap. The spikes are digging deep into my blood-covered ankle. The scent of blood is hitting me hard, and it's becoming a challenge to stay in my wolf form. I know if I shift, the pain will worsen as my bones shift. I cry out in torture as I try to pry the trap of my foot with my front paw. I look at my ankle and stop. I stand, staring at the bloodied, broken skin of my ankle as the sharp spikes dig deep into my flesh. Tears are falling from my eyes, but I don't stop them. It hurts too much to concentrate on anything else. No. I growl at myself. I'm giving up too easy. I'm not thinking about ways out, I'm only thinking out ways in. I just need to figure out how to escape from the impaled spikes. Thinking logically. What is the worst that could happen? 1. I could faint from loss of blood and could end up dying. 2. I could rip my ankle out and suffer the consequences, which could include losing my entire ankle. 3. I could try to use my heightened strength to pry the teeth of the trap out of my ankle, but this risks more injuries. 4. Unlikely I could stay here and wait for a guard to pass or smell me, or for Jayden to come back. But the risk is that because I'm so close to the border that a rogue could find me instead. Jayden, help, I call out. I know it's a low chance of him getting here soon, but I had to have a backup in case I faint from blood loss. I'll try and use my wolf strength to get it off. Melody, Jayden shouts back worriedly, but I can't reply. The pain is shooting through my like a million knives. I quickly grip onto the two sides and let the power in my arms try to pull the teeth away, but it was no use. I tried again, and again, and again. I cry out in frustration and pain as I failed once again to release my foot from the agonizingly painful trap. I can feel my head spin and I'm starting to feel weak. The effect of this blood loss is kicking in. I start but don't get to finish because a gigantic black wolf jumps out from the bush in front of me. Jayden. His eyes are black as he stares at me in the eyes. A low, pained whine escapes my snout as he steps closer. I watch as Jayden's eyes slowly move from my eyes down to my trapped back leg. He snarls angrily and almost instantly shifts into his human form. He grabs a pair of trousers from his ankle and throws them on. He takes the t-shirt off his ankle but throws it near me. I watch carefully as he kneels down next to my back leg. Suddenly a few men show up around us and instantly bow at us. Melody, stay still, Jayden commands as he turns to look at me. We're going to get it off you, but it's going to hurt. Just get it over with, I say, nodding as I lay on the damp ground waiting for sleep. This entire charade has exhausted me. I feel my eyes dropping and my head starts to feel lighter. Someone grips my shoulders and shakes me awake. I reply with an angry growl. I look up to see a woman holding my head. Stay awake, Luna. You must stay awake, she says, making me huff. Obviously the one thing I want I can't get. I watch as another woman comes running over with a first aid bag and she kneels by my ankle. I watch in curiosity as she takes out a needle from the bag. I snarl and start to stand up. A sharp pain shoots up my leg, making me howl in pain. Jayden is quick to come up to my head and push me back down. Don't move, love. You'll only cause yourself more pain, he says, holding my head in his hands. It's just an injection to numb the area. Soon enough, just as Jayden said, the area around my ankle is completely numb, although there was still some pain, but I didn't want to sound weak. I lay silently with my head rested on the woman's lap as Jayden and a few other men, guided by whom I think is a nurse, surrounds my ankle. All of their hands are on the trap as they count down. This is gonna hurt. The nurse shouts now and I scream in agony as the teeth eject from my flesh. I grit my teeth together as the sibs escape my mouth. I feel my whole body weak drastically, and seconds later my body is shifting to my human form. Jayden rushes to my side, throws a t-shirt over my naked body and picks me up carefully. Then everything blurs as he runs. He is so fast. I have noticed that he is more powerful. It scares me but excites me at the same time. I look up with blurry, tear-filled eyes at his worried face. This man will be the father of my children. This man will be my mate. This man will be with me forever. This man will protect me and love me. This man is to be my king and the first 𝐊𝐢 to be his queen. I start to hear voices, then a building comes into sight, the infirmary. I lean my head against Jayden's chest and listen to his fast heartbeat. It's calming. I can feel his muscles through the thin material between his chest and me. I hear his voice shouting orders, but the words are jumbled and don't make sense. Soon he is laying me in a bed. I want to stay in his arms, but I'm too tired to keep hold of him. I want to sleep. As soon as his arms have left me, doctors and nurses surround me, blocking my view of Jayden. I cough out as my voice suddenly turns dry and hoarse. My eyes are closing as exhaustion finally starts to wrap its arms around me. He comes into sight just in time before my whole vision turns dark and I fall into unconsciousness. Chapter 15. First thing I notice when conscious finds me is that I can't move my legs at all. My eyes are still shut, but I'm too scared to open them. What if they had to amputate my leg? Melody, Jayden's soft voice floats into my ear and I instantly feel my muscles relaxing one by one. He is here, which means I'm safe. Jayden, I cry out, then feel his hand grip mine tightly. I squeeze his giant hand and start to cry. The tears couldn't be held in. Not any longer. It's okay, love. You're okay, Jayden comforts, and I feel his warm lips press against my knuckles. I want my mom, I cry, allowing the sobs to ricochet through my body. I want my mom. Please, Jayden. I want my mom. I sound like a 5-year-old kid who is scared of the dark and is calling her mom to save her. I want my mom right now because I'm scared and because I miss her. I miss my dad. I miss my brothers. I miss my home. Calm down, babe. Everything will be all right, he whispers comfortingly in my ear as I sob. His arms are securely around my waist now as he comforts me. A knock on the door breaks me from my thoughts. My eyes instantly snap open and the first thing I see is a blue blanket wrapped tightly around my body. I can't see my leg, but I can tell there must be a cast or something on it by the way the blue blanket bumps up. Thank goodness. One of my arms is wrapped into the blanket while the other lays at my side and my hand being held by Jayden's significantly larger one. I nod at Jayden as he calls to the person on the other side of the door. I grip his hand tighter as he stands up. I don't want him to leave me. Not now. The door opens and in comes a middle-aged man wearing deep blue scrubs and a white doctor's jacket. He also has a stethoscope wrapped around his neck and a clipboard in his hand. "Hello, Melody. How are you feeling this morning?" he asks, standing at the edge of my bed. I watch as he hangs the clipboard on the rail at the end of my bed. "I can't move my leg," I say, staring at him as he watches me carefully. I can feel Jayden's eyes moving from me to the doctor. "Yes," he nods, "your leg has been bandaged up and strapped down for more efficient healing. You've been asleep for almost half the day, so I reckon you're pretty much healed by now." I nod as he explains, then he throws the blue blanket off my lower leg, revealing the heavy-weighted cast. He examines it for a few silent seconds before speaking again. "Let's open it up, shall we?" 20 minutes later, I am open to what lives beneath the white cast, and to my surprise, it's not too bad. My ankle is slightly swelled and bruised. You can see where the teeth of the trap bite into my skin, but the wounds have turned into slight cuts. "How has it healed so fast?" I ask, still staring at my ankle, and I move my hand to touch it, but Jayden grabs it before I can. He growls at me, getting my attention, before shaking his head. "Well, Luna, you were given some of Alpha's royal blood. Given that royal Alpha blood is stronger than any normal werewolf, you healed much faster and the results will be much better." The doctor speaks up, and my eyes go straight from the doctor to Jayden. He smiles down at me and places a kiss on my forehead. His hand stays wrapped around mine as the doctor goes to work with cleaning up the wounds again, and then he wrapped some bandage around it. Next, he started telling me what to do. "Right, so you can go home today because I know you'll be taken care of." Doc glances at Jayden, "But I must warn for you to be careful. Even though your ankle is healing nicely, it is still damaged underneath the skin. Any twist or sudden pressure could cause more injuries. Now, I'm not saying bed rest, but if you do cause more harm to yourself, then that is what will happen." I sigh loudly and fall backwards onto the familiar sheets of Jayden's our bed. The silk sheets look around my body as I find a comfy position on top of the covers. I listen to the soft sound of running water from the shower. As soon as we got in, Jayden set me down on the bed, gave me a kiss, then disappeared into the adjoining bathroom. I feel my body cry in exhaustion as I move to crawl out of bed. I drag myself into the closet, and the smell of pure manliness hits me. I run my hand along the neatly folded tops on his shelves and the hoodies that hang up on the silver rails. Even though Jayden did originally take me to my room, as soon as I had got changed into some pajamas, Jayden decided it would be better if I stayed in his room. It's not like I don't sleep in his room every night anyway. When I'm alone, I get nightmares. I bite my lip and glance at the door to check if Jayden is coming. I quickly strip out of my clothes into one of Jayden's soft gray tops. I turn towards the door to head out back into the bedroom. I still, and my face heats up instantly. There in front of me is Jayden. He is smirking at me from the doorway, wearing only a towel around his waist. I blush deeper and divert my eyes. By habit, I start to bite my lip. "Stealing my top, are you?" he chuckles, walking over to me. Then, as soon as I'm in reach, his arms snake around my waist. Maybe, I say, trying not to stutter because of the sparks racing through my body at his naked touch. "Amen," he says, dipping his head into my neck. His hand finds the bottom of the shirt, and he tugs it slightly. "I like you in my clothes." I laugh and wrap my arms around his neck. "Well, I better wear them more often, hadn't I? Or maybe I'll go back to my room and change," I say, trying to move away. He growls and his grip tightens around me as he leans back to look at me. "No, you are in our room, love. Plus, there is no need to change, he says, kissing my lips quickly before pulling away. Well, do you know who does need to change? You. Get a move on. You've got me all wet now, I say, pushing him away softly. He laughs and pulls on the shirt again. He quickly leans over me and grabs another one. He throws it over my face, then I hear his heart-warming laugh. I pout as I remove the top from my head, which dishevels my hair, making it fall in my face. He chuckles and uses his finger to remove the hair from my face, then he cups my cheeks. His head dips down and he softly bites my pouted lip. I throw my arms around his waist and pull him closer to kiss him. He instantly kisses back and I hear him groan gently. The kiss is passionate with some hints of dominance from Jayden. His alpha power always surprises me, even though his scent gives off raw power. I pull away, needing to catch my breath. We stand in each other's embrace for a few more minutes before I finally break the silence. We need to get changed, I say, breathlessly glancing at the forgotten top on the floor. Thank goodness Jayden's towel is still securely around his waist. Okay, he says, pecking my lips once more before turning around and starts rummaging through his clothes. I quickly leave, completely forgetting the top on the floor and keeping the thick gray one I am wearing on. I quickly make my way to the bed and fall down on top of it. The soft fluffiness yearns for me to get in and my body wants to sleep. I crawl under the covers and snuggle into the pillow. Sleep slowly starts washing over me until the bed dips beside me. I open my eyes slightly and peck at Jayden, who gives me a smile as he gets under the covers. He lays down and puts his arms around my waist, then pulls me closer. My parents want to talk to us tomorrow, he says, kissing my forehead. I let out a long sigh. Okay, but for now, can we sleep, I say, laying my head on his unnaturally strong chest. Of course, love, get some rest, he says. I groan silently as my bladder groans in protest of my sleep. I roll over onto my stomach, but it just adds pressure to my bladder. I finally decide to give in. I open my eyes and have to wait for them to adjust to the darkness of the night. Good thing I have wolf vision. I glance up at Jayden's sleeping face. His mouth is slightly open and his features are so relaxed. I remove myself from his arms and make my way to the bathroom. I quickly complete my business and wash my hands. Suddenly I let out a pained scream and fall to the floor. The pain is unbearable. Tears have instantly started falling down my cheeks as I sob in the darkness. Need Jayden. I scream again as the pain worsens in my lower abdomen. I curse under my breath, just as the lights in the bathroom flicker on. Shit. Melody Jayden's voice fills the bathroom and soon I feel his touch on my hot skin. It instantly starts relieving the pain. Then it hits me. I'm in heat. That's why I want Jayden. Melody, shit, you're burning up, he says, picking me up. He runs to the bed and throws me down. When I look at him, his eyes are black and filled with lust. Heat, I mumble, just as another scream rips from my throat. He grips my hand and suddenly he is hovering over me. Sheesh, baby. It's okay, you're going to be okay, he says, then his hands find the front of my top and he rips it off. And no PLS, I say, I don't want us to mate like this. Not because we have to, or because it would stop my heat. I can do this. I survived those years thinking I didn't have a mate. I can survive a few nights of agony. I would never force you, he says breathlessly. I can tell this is hard for him too. I lift my head up and bring my lips to his. Instantly the pain dies down slightly. He kisses me back deeply and rather rough. I can feel part of his wolf in the kiss. His tongue dives into my mouth and wins the dominance battle. His hands are gripping my waist tightly as he holds himself above me. He lowers slightly and I feel his naked chest against my own bare stomach. I realize that I am only in my bra and knickers, and he is only wearing a pair of joggers. I pull away, trying to regain the oxygen in my lungs. Jayden climbs off me and lays on his side against my side. I don't move from my position on my back, scared that movement will bring back the agony. One of Jayden's arms moves to pillow my head, and one of his hands rubs my abdomen in a gentle caress. You'll be okay, Melody. Chapter 16. Rain batters against the window opposite the bed. It wakes me up from my light slumber. I groan in pain as I stretch myself out. I can still feel the heat in the pit of my stomach, but so far it's died down. It's nowhere near as painful as it was last night. When I was 16, I did get the period and heat talk with my parents. which was the most awkward few hours of my life. They also decided to add some mating advice to it too. Mikey, of course, just laughed and smirked the entire time. I on their hand sat still blushing crimson red. I snuggled closer into the pillow, trying to let sleep find me again, but an arm around my waist had another idea. Jayden's arm pulls me over so I'm lying on my back. I pout up at him, but to my dismay he just smiles. Slowly he leans down and places a gentle kiss on the side of my lips. Then he moves to kiss my lips, but this time the kiss is passionate and deep instead of gentle. I wrap my arms around his neck and pull him impossibly closer. He maneuvers his body so he hovers above me. My legs find themselves wrapping around his waist and pulling him tighter against me. I could feel his lust just as he can probably sense mine. We need to stop soon, or I don't think we will be able to. Stop, I whisper against his lips, moving my hand onto his chest. He pulls away slowly as if he didn't want to. I knew he didn't, but I wasn't ready yet. Good morning, he says with a soft smile, and he lays on his side next to me. His hand is softly caressing my lower abdomen and the other hand props his head up. Morning, Jay, I say, staring at his solid chest. I place my hand on it and feel his fast heartbeat beneath my hand. We were meant to speak to my parents this morning, but I've postponed it to this afternoon instead, Jayden says, looking at the clock on the wall. They said about 12 and that they are having a picnic sort of, so we'll meet them in the indoor gardens. Okay, sound fine, but will they smell me, I say, and I can feel myself blushing as soon as the words leave my mouth. He chuckles and places a kiss on my forehead before fully sitting up and pulling me with him. Maybe, but don't worry, my parents know what it's like, so they won't judge you, he says comfortingly. I nod and turn away. Suddenly, I realize that I haven't talked to my brother since he started being alpha. I grab my phone and start typing a text message. What you doing, Jay asks, kissing my shoulder, then my neck. He turns me around to face him and smiles down at me. Just texting Mikey. He became alpha the day after we left and I haven't spoken to him since. Considering what he asks places yet another kiss on my neck. He seriously can't keep himself off me this morning. It must be the heat. Considering everything that is happening here, I'm always busy, I say, just as a buzz echoes from my phone. I quickly look at my phone to see a message from Mikey. Oh my gosh, I whisper, looking at the message and rereading twice. I can't believe it. I've been gone 10 days and they are already engaged. Mikey didn't even tell me. We used to tell each other everything, but I suppose circumstances change. Victoria wants me at her hen party. Oh my gosh, that would be wicked fun. Only one problem. I don't think Jayden is going to let me go home and out of his sight anytime soon. What is it? Jay asks from the closet doorway. I hadn't even noticed that he had gotten out of bed. I look at him, then back to the phone. I have to go home, it slips out, those 5 little words. Only one short sentence, but the snarl that echoes around the room after them is not as short-lived. What he says threateningly, his hands are gripping onto the doorframe so tightly that it's starting to crack beneath the force. Calm down, I say, forcing my voice not to break or stutter as my heart races at the sight of how utterly terrifying he looks. His wolf has partly come out, his claws are sharp and digging into the wall. His fangs have slipped out of his mouth. His eyes are growing darker. I should have waited until after my heat was over. I forgot about it, to be honest. I was told that males become unbearably possessive when their female is in heat. They would literally kill if any other male tried to take the female away from him. That's exactly what I just tried to do. From his perspective, I'm guessing it sounded like I said that I would leave him and go home. Calm down. Melody, I have told you this before and I will tell you again. You are mine. You will stay with me because if you leave, I will kill to get you back. Our souls are connected. I'm not forcing you into anything you don't want to do because I care about you. More than I expected for our first week together, he says, standing in front of me all of a sudden. I'm sorry if you think I'm overreacting, Melody, but you are in heat and still unmated, and it's driving my wolf crazy. He sighs loudly and rests his head in my lap. I run my hand through his hair softly and place a kiss on his head. Jay, I say, caressing his almost hidden cheek. I meant I have to go home soon to visit my brother. He texted me saying he is getting married. I'm invited to the hen party. I'm sure you can come along, but not to the hen, obviously. I laugh softly as he slowly lifts his head to meet my eyes. I place my fingers under his chin and lean forward to capture his lips in my own. I don't know what's happened to make me 𝐿𝐲_loving? Is that the right word? After accepting him and coming into heat, everything is just starting to finally settle. I do have a mate. Jayden is my mate. I pull my lips away before we start anything because I have a brother to text and a picnic to prepare for. I'm sorry, I'm just scared, okay, Jayden says, getting up as I do and following me into the closet. I've never been this out of control. You literally drive me crazy. He chuckles and throws me a cheeky smirk, but I know we'll make it through this following both our wishes, well, more yours because mine would include you now, Jayden, I say, throwing a sock at him. He lets out a laugh and puts his hands up in mock surrender. Right. Out. I'm getting changed. Okay, I'll be out here if you need me, he shouts once he is out of sight. I grab a pair of ripped black skinny jeans and throw on one of Jay's oversized top that falls off my shoulder. I finish the outfit with some simple black Converse. My waves of hair are naturally flowing over my shoulder, so I decide to leave it how it is. I grab my phone from where I threw it before changing and text Mikey back. After hitting send, I glance in the mirror to my left and check out my outfit. It looks normal and casual. Do I look all right? I'm about to eat with the alpha king and queen that also happen to be my mate's parents. I let out a laugh while shaking my head and text a quick reply. I push my phone into my back pocket. I walk out of the closet and instantly notice Jayden playing a game on his phone while laying on the bed. Ready, I ask, standing at the end of the bed. I bend down and lean my arms against his knees that fall off the bed. Ready for what he asks, propping himself up on his elbows. To meet your parents, obviously, I say. Melody, he laughs, that's in like over 3 hours. You complete Dumbo. I told you we're going to chill because you're still in heat. I groan and fall on top of him. He lets out a pained huff, but he quickly shifts me so I'm lying comfortably on top of him. When will the pain come back, I ask, fiddling with his white shirt before falling off him to lie by his side. It will come and go. In the nights it will be at its worst, but don't worry, it's only 2 more nights, he says comfortingly, rubbing my back, but it doesn't quite rid my fear. As a kid, I was told that the pain of heat can eventually lead to a female dying from the excruciatingly painful experience. Okay, you won't leave me, will you? I ask in a whisper, as I look up at his deep blue eyes that blaze down on me. I promise I will never leave you, he says, unless it's to punch someone who is looking at you for too long. Jay, I groan with a laugh and hid my face in his chest. I feel his chest rumble as he laughs with me and his heart is beating powerful and steadily. Who is coming to the picnic, I ask. Before he answers, I sneak a glance outside to the still pouring rain. Well, it will be my beta Asher and his mate of 3 years, Willow. They are expecting their first baby, but she is only about 9 weeks along. Jayden says, looking up at the ceiling, then it's my parents and us. My Delta Mason and Gamma Blaine won't be able to join us today considering you're in heat and they are unmated. Oh, okay, that's fine, I say with a nod. My mom gave me some spray that masks your scent, which she said could help decrease your heat scent, he says, getting up. He goes into the bathroom and comes out with a perfume bottle in his hand. He chucks it to me and I catch it with ease. I get off the bed and spray the bottle's liquid all over me to cover my scent. How is it, I say as I finish. I put my arms out and spin around for show. He takes a sniff and scrunched his nose. I can smell it, but that's because I'm your mate. It's definitely died down though, for now anyways, he replies. Okay, good, I nod, then glance over at him to notice that he is staring at me with a small smile on his face. I turn to fully face him and tilt my head to the side. He just grins at me even more and folds his arms over his chest. You drive me crazy, he says with a slight shake of his head. You don't realize how badly I want us to fully mate, to start our life together. Me too, but I just need more time, I say, walking to him and slipping my arms around his waist. I know, and I'll wait forever, every full moon. Werewolf joke there, he chuckles, my little moonlight. What did you just call me, I say, raising an eyebrow up at him. My little moonlight. Stop acting like such a lichen. You're a werewolf, you Dumbo, I laugh. Sorry, he says, filling his head into my neck and breathing deeply. I sigh in content in his comforting arms. Kiss me, I command, looking up. He immediately lifts his head up and smirks like a child at Christmas. He leans down and presses his lips to mine. Chapter 17. The clouds have risen once more and the sky has decided to play hide and seek. The clouds open up and allow the rain to fall down on Jayden and I. We were having a nice walk to his parents' indoor gardens, but the rain decided it wanted us to hurry up. I pull the thin coat over my head as my attempt to keep my hair from getting dry, but the rain will always find its way in. The garden doors are finally in reach and Jayden and I burst into them as quickly as we can. We both let out a few deep breaths of relief at the instant warmth of which the gardens behold. I look around at the greenery of the gardens and smile. Flowers of all sorts are splattered around, living amongst bushes and trees. I finally realize that the 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐬𝐭 and his pregnant mate are sitting on a picnic bench in the middle of the gardens. Hey, Jayden waves over at his smiling parents. He takes my hand and walks us both over to where his parents are sitting. My stomach is fluttering with nerves as I watch his parents standing up to greet us. My eyes glance over at the beta 𝐊𝐢𝐳, whom is smiling at Jayden and I with his arm tightly wrapped around a beautiful woman. I guess that is 𝐊𝐢𝐳. Mom Jay greets, hugging the short, thin woman that looks exactly like him. He takes after his mom then. I watch as he turns around and gives his father a man hug. Then he turns to me and wraps his arm around my waist. He shuffles me forward slightly and I smile at his parents. Even though I've met them briefly before, it is still nerve-wracking. Hey, I greet just before I'm pulled in for a hug by Kate. I instantly return the warm hug and enjoy the familiar feeling of a mom hug. I miss my mom. How are you, Melody? King Russell asks as I pull away from Kate's hug. What am I? Am I happy? I glance at Jayden, who is grinning down at me. I'm happy when I'm with Jayden, but I feel like something is missing. Family, more importantly my family. Fine, I reply with a smile as I push away the negative thoughts cramming my head. Come sit down, you must be starving, Kate says, putting a shoulder around me and leading me over to the picnic table where 𝐊𝐲𝐳 and 𝐊𝐢𝐳 have stayed seated. Hey Melody, nice to finally meet you, 𝐊𝐲𝐳 speaks up finally. He stands up and walks over to give me a hug. As he hugs me, I hear the slight quiet growl escape Jayden's mouth, making me giggle. Yes, it's good to meet you, I reply, glancing from him to Jayden, who has sat down opposite 𝐊𝐲𝐳. I know it's been a long time coming, but you've been busy with training, and Jayden, then I've been off duty since you got back to help sort out 𝐊𝐲𝐳. The baby was a surprise, one we are glad for, but it's also one we weren't ready for. 𝐊𝐲𝐳 says, leading me to the picnic table where everyone is already seated. I leave 𝐊𝐲𝐳 and take a seat next to Jayden. He greets me with a quick kiss on the forehead before proceeding to chat with 𝐊𝐲𝐳. I look over at 𝐊𝐲𝐳 and notice she is smiling at me. Hey Melody, I'm 𝐊𝐲𝐳, she speaks up with the same happy smile as she leans over and shakes my hand. It's nice to see you at last. Jayden's done a good job at keeping you to himself as much as possible, hasn't he? I let out a laugh and turn to a now pouting Jayden. I lean up and peck his cheek before turning back to 𝐊𝐲𝐳. I know. It's good to finally meet my fellow beta female. We should definitely go out sometime without the boys. I promise there will be no alcohol, I laugh, gesturing towards her small bump. Sounds great. No alcohol but plenty of boys. Just as she finishes her sentence, Jayden and 𝐊𝐲𝐳 growl possessively. So Melody, Kate speaks up just as I grab a sandwich from the middle and place it on my plate. How is your heat? Mom, Jayden yells in embarrassment, but Kate only laughs at her son. What? It is an innocent question. Everyone at this table has either been through it or witnessed it. She speaks truthfully, but I can't help the blush that creeps up my neck as all gazes fall on me to answer the question. It's manageable, I nod, biting into my sandwich. 𝐊𝐲𝐳, Russell, and 𝐊𝐲𝐳 all nod and carry on eating, but Kate didn't seem to want to drop the subject so easily. I don't like you putting you and Jayden in such pain just because you don't want to fully mate yet, she says, shaking her head in disappointment. It is pointless because in the end you will both mate anyways, so why wait and sit in pain? I look down at my food as her words swirl around in my head. Am I being stupid? Why am I postponing the inevitable? She is right, we will mate one day, so why am I letting me, and also Jayden, go through all this pain because I want to wait? You can't say that Kate Russell scolds his wife. It's their bond, so it's Jayden and Melody's choice. Yes, I know that Kate shouts, giving me an annoyed look before turning back to Russell, but it is not both of their choice, is it? Jayden obviously wants to mat with her. He doesn't want her to wait and continue with the pain of heat. But no, it's just her choice. She is choosing pain over love. My heart is thumping out of my chest now and my ears have tuned out of the constant shouting. Kate's words fly through my head at top speed and I can feel a panic attack creeping its way into my chest. I don't really notice when I had stood up, but I find myself racing out of the glass doors and into the pouring rain. It felt numbing on my face. I could hear a faint voice calling out to me, but my feet were working on autopilot. Kate's voice in my head has turned to words and it's screaming now, screaming about how horrible and stupid I am. I breathe deeply and find myself realizing that I am in the woods. The rain is still pouring and it's starting to bite at my skin now, but my head is too occupied to think about getting warm. I lean against the tree and try to clear my thoughts to focus on my breathing. It starts getting slower and finally my chest stops squeezing, allowing me to once again breathe normally. My head still pounds with the negative thoughts and the way my mate's mom was shouting at me and about me. I open my eyes for the first time in 10 minutes and look around to try and figure out where I am. There are trees all around me. I wish I knew what part of the forest I am in. Well, I was in the gardens, which are situated in the northern area of the castle grounds. I must be in the northern or east forest then. It's dark underneath the thick layer of black rain cloud. It reminds me of when I was little, when I was scared of the dark. I used to cry and cry until Mikey crawled from his bed on the opposite side of the room into mine and cuddled me. Eventually, when I was 16, I became too scared to sleep because of the nightmares that haunted me every night. I went days at a time with no sleep until eventually my parents took me to the infirmary. The doctor injected me with some sort of sedative and I slept for 2 days on and off in the infirmary. My parents suspected that my dreams were linked to the mystic wolf. But it wasn't. I was just suffering of severe depression because I had declared I had no mate. It's weird, something in me thought that meant my mate is dead, so I feel into a depressed state. After 2 years, I finally got a hold of myself and the nightmares faded into blackness. Then Jayden walked into my life and they started again, but this time they were different. They were about me because isolated for not having a mate. Now they are about losing my mate, who I am suddenly falling for. A cold shiver scraps up my back as the cold rain finally sleeps through my clothes and touches my bare skin underneath. I let myself slide down the tree until I am sitting on the soaked glacial forest floor. It doesn't make a difference, though I'm soaking wet anyways. How am I going to face anyone now? I'm being such a selfish bitch. I didn't think about the pain my heat is causing Jayden, or the entire pack for that matter. If I die, then Jayden dies and the royal line and pack is left with no heir. I bite down on my lip, hard to try and focus on my pain instead of the thoughts in my mind. My wolf isn't helping. She is anxious and upset, so she has disappeared into the back of my mind. As I hear a familiar voice swearing, the person was a black blur in the distance, but their voice was as clear as day. 1 minute the shadow is in the distance, then the next thing I know is that they are directly in front of me. It's Jayden. Melody. Oh my gosh, Melody. "It's okay, love," he says hurriedly. He picks me up gently as though I'm a china doll about to break. I feel my eyes starting to roll back, but I force myself to stay awake. It's peaceful. My ears are no longer allowing any noise, and so I just watch and feel the cold rain biting at my skin. Jayden is pelting at full speed, so all I can see is a green blur of the forest until finally he stops. We are outside the infirmary. People have stopped and started staring now. Everyone is holding umbrellas and it's amazing there are so many colors everywhere. I rest my tired head on Jayden's chest as he runs in the infirmary doors. In an instant we are greeted by nurses who hurriedly lay me on a trolley. I only watch in silence as they cover me in blankets and foil sheets, then I'm wheeled down some corridors. My whole body feels numb, but I can feel the constant shivers ricocheting through my body. I cough violently as my chest starts compressing my lungs. I can feel the rain dripping off the end of my nose and falling to its doom on the thin mattress of the trolley. I come to a sudden stop and I feel nothing as the doctor and nurses shuffle me onto a hospital bed. The doctor is talking, but I can't hear him. I've tuned out by now. He starts cutting up my clothes and Jayden growls angrily. In seconds he has me changed into the t-shirt he was wearing 10 seconds ago. The doctors then put blankets over all my body and my head. Right, the doctor starts as he examines me over. Her body temperature is at 28 C. Her breathing is too shallow. Can you put an oxygen mask on her, please? Before I know it, a mask is put over my head and covers my nose and mouth. I try and take deep breaths, but find it difficult. Jayden and I listen to a woman in light blue scrubs talking to my mate Luna has got moderate hypothermia. She will be fine, but for a few days she will be constantly tired and feel cold. Also, we aren't sure, but her heat might not come as she is too cold. Okay, great, thank you, he replies with a nod. He walks over to me and takes a seat next to me. We'll pull through this, Melody. Don't listen to my mother. This is us. You and me, not her. Chapter 18. Consciousness finds me the next morning in Jayden's bed, unlike when I fell asleep in. The first thing I notice is Jayden fast asleep on the chair next to me with his head on the edge of my bed. I look around the room and smile at the sunshine outside. I lean over and place a kiss on Jayden's head. He instantly wakes up. He looks at me with a sleep grin before letting out a loud yawn and a stretch. Morning, princess, he says, kissing my cheek, then moves to kiss my lips. I smile into the kiss and wrap my arms around his neck. Morning, I reply with a grin after pulling away from his luscious lips. So baby, he says, climbing into the bed next to me. How are you feeling? I'm all right, just feel a bit off, I guess, I reply, looking down to where I lay. Are you sure? Don't pretend to be all right for me, tell me the truth. I promise I am fine, Jay, and I promise that I will tell you if I don't feel all right, I say, cupping his cheek in my hand. We were supposed to tell you at the picnic, then all this happened, but tonight your parents and brothers are coming to the castle for the night. No way, I scream, standing up way too quickly. My head instantly spins and I grip the edge of the bed to steady myself. Whoa, Jayden says, grabbing me. Doc says that you will get tired and dizzy spells. I'm okay, I nod, letting a smile find my face. So what shall we do today? Well, we could go out if you like, he suggests, even though you should stay in, but if I'm honest, I think we need to get out of the castle. My mom is trying to find you, by the way, to apologize. I rub my temples at the thought about Kate and what happened yesterday. I don't think I want to talk to her yet. What could we do? I heard Willow talking about something that's happening today, I say, folding my arms in front of me. Jayden raises his eyebrows and looks at my chest. I snap my fingers in front of him, which makes him look back at my face. I roll my eyes but can't help the smile that finds my face. Yes, there is a big sort of party thing. We do it every few months. Basically, all the guys play a big basketball match while the females sit on the side having picnics and stuff. He explains with a shrug. I haven't been for a while, actually. Let's go then, I say, jumping up, but stop when Jayden gives me a stern look. You realize this will be the day you will be introduced to the entire pack, then, don't you, Jay says, gripping my waist slightly tighter. I never thought about that, but I suppose that wouldn't be such a bad thing. It's not an entire day all about me, so the main focus won't be on me. It sounds like a good idea. That's fine by me, I smirk and place a kiss on his chin. The biggest, brightest smile lights up his face as soon as I say that. He leans down and pecks my lips softly before heading into the closet. I sigh and rub my hand down my face. I can't believe this is actually happening. I'm going to have to face Kate and the truth behind her words. I just hope the whole pack aren't on the same page as her. I shake my head to rid myself of those thoughts and walk straight into the bathroom. I really need a long hot shower. 𝐊𝐢𝐬 𝐑𝐿 asks, wrapping his arms around my waist from behind me. I smile and lean back against his solid chest. I look out of the window and hold onto the frame. I cherish the feeling of fresh air and Jayden's arms around me. I'm fine, I say with a short nod. Jayden moves his arms to my waist and spins me around so I am facing him. Shall we get going? He smirks, holding his hands out in front of me to take. I smile and put my hands in his large ones. I can't help but love the way his fit worth mine. Cheesy, right? Jayden leads me down the many flights of stairs before taking me outside. The sun beams down on us, making me regret wearing a thick knitted jumper. The sky is a gorgeous blue, which is a change from the constant gray clouds we've had this winter. It's lovely today, I say as Jay and I walk towards the basketball court holding hands. It is indeed the perfect day for a game and a picnic. Just a warning, everyone is going to be here, including my parents, he says, looking down at me. How many people? Many people. We're the royal pack, so we are the largest around with just over 10,000 inhabitants around. But most live in other territories for schools and uni, he explains, and I gasp. 10,000 wolves? He expects me to lead 10,000 wolves. That's not even mentioning other packs we have to help with. Holy crackers, I whisper to myself. I know Jay heard, but I didn't mean for him too. Hey, he says, stopping us and moving to stand in front of me. It's okay, Lodi, I promise to never leave your side. We will rule he best we can, and that's all we can do. I smile and peck his cheek. He nods in approval before carrying on walking. His words play no part in calming my nerves, though. After a while of walking, I hear the party before I see it. People are talking everywhere, and I can hear the shouts of the guys on the court. Hey, Willow pops up out of nowhere and pulls me into a hug. She turns to give Jay a quick hug too. Hello, I reply with a smile. How's the picnic looking? Great, but I could really use an extra pair of hands on the buffet table, she says, her tone full of the unspoken question of help. Sure, I'll help, I say, making her shout in happiness. I look to find Jayden to see him talking to another male in a pair of basketball shorts. Thank you. Everyone has left me to do it, to watch the boys, she says, obviously annoyed. Hey Jay, I call to my distracted mate. He turns and gives me a smile. I'm going to help Willow with the food. Jay frowns and walks to me, so he stands directly in front of me. His hands fins the side of my face in a gentle hold. You sure you'll be okay? You realize my mom is here, he questions. His thumb runs along my cheek softly and I sigh mentally. I'll be fine. Anyway, you're only on RN court, so I know where to find you, I reply with a slight shrug. Go have fun with the other guys. Okay, he smiles and pecks my lips, but come find me if there are any problems, all right? All right, I nod. I give him a quick hug before turning and walking away with Willow. I can't help but glance behind me and watch as he disappears into the crowd around the court. Are you usually on food duty? Then I ask Willow as we walk towards a series of tables in a line, covered in all sorts of food. Yeah, party food is my specialty. I love to make little snacks and finger foods, but I hate making actual meals, she finished saying just as we arrive at the tables of food. What do you want me to do? I ask with a smile. Could you put all of the drinks from in the bag under there into the jugs, please? Then put all the red cups on the table too, she points to my right, then continues to move food around. I grab some jugs off the table and line them up in a line before getting all the large bottles of fizzy drinks out of the bag. As I start filling up the jugs, I hear shouting and cheering from the crowds. I look in the direction of the court and make out the men all jumping to shoot a hoop. Hello, I hear a voice behind me making me jump. I turn around to see a little girl with pigtails standing behind me. Please, may I have some orange juice? Of course you can, I say happily, quickly filling up a little cup before handing it to the little girl. Don't spill it, will you? No, I promise I won't, she says with a toothy grin just before she rushes off towards a gathering crowd of women on picnic blankets. I stare at the crowd for a few seconds, but instead of heading over there, I return to pouring out the drinks. Hey, Jayden's warm voice floats around me and his arms find my waist. He rests his chin on my shoulder and I turn my head to kiss his nose. His face is slightly sweaty and I notice that he is shirtless. I frown. I don't want all these women staring at my mate's body. Only I can see my mate's body. I want to see it, all of it. I feel something rush down my spine and thought flood my mind of us mating. I want us to mate. I do want us to mate event, though I'm still scared. There is no point being scared. I know that this man in front of me will always be there for me and will always love me. I missed you, Jay says. His warm embrace making me sigh in content. Kisses my shoulder softly as we sway slightly in the soft breeze. I turn around and wrap my arms around his neck. His bright eyes stare down at me lovingly, making my heart burst. I go on my tiptoes and place my lips on his. He immediately kisses back at first. It was slowly, but it soon turned into a battle of dominance. He wins, obviously. His arms tighten around my waist and back then he pulls my flush into him. My hands move to his cheeks as we kiss. As we kiss, I forget about everything. About Kate. About the basketball game. About the drinks. Everything except how I want this man forever. I pull away slowly, not really wanting to, but needing the oxygen. Jay rests his head against my own and breathes deeply. Jay, I whisper, biting my lip nervously. He hums his response as he keeps his forehead on mine. I'm ready, I whisper softly. Instantly his ferocious blue eyes snap to mine and I feel his grip tighten against my waist. What he says in a surprised whisper. His eyes are searching mine, but they won't find anything but honesty in them. I don't want to wait anymore, Jay. I have you and I want you before I lose you, I say, reaching up and placing a quick kiss on his lips. I promise you'll never lose me. Are you sure you're ready? Yes, I say, and he smiles so brightly that the sun is probably getting jealous. Let's not do it on the picnic food, though he laughs and his humor tickles my stomach, so I let out my own laugh. Shut up, Jay, or I'll change my mind, I hit his shoulder playfully. He gasps, then smirks. He leans back and bows his head to 𝐊𝐸. Whatever you say, my queen. You're such a goofball, I giggle, wrapping my arms around his neck tightly again. I'm your goofball. Soon I'll be your goofball forever, he says, picking me up by my waist and spinning me around. I squeal happily, and when he stops, I tilt my head down and press my lips gently against his. Chapter 19. Jayden. Melody of feminine voices pulls us from our make-out session. I frown at the woman now standing a few feet in front of us. Jay growls through our mind link and puts me on the ground, although he keeps his arms around my waist as he moves to stand beside me. If you're too uncomfortable with this, tell me. Okay, Jay links me, and I just answer him duppy with a quick nod of my head. Mom, Jayden greets her with a sort of sad smile on his face. That facial expression changed my mind on Kate. She's been horrible to me, but I'll put it behind me for Jay's happiness. Jayden, I wish to apologize to you for how I acted the other day, she says, avoiding my eye. Thank you, Mom, he replies with a nod. Then I notice him gesture to me with his head. I stare straight at Kate, who turns to me with a smile. Melody. I apologize for saying what I did to you, she says, giving me a slight nod. I shouldn't have interfered. Thank you, I reply with the best smile I could master. I have to forgive her. After all, she is the queen and my mom-in-law. Melody. Over here I hear Willow's smooth voice calling me from the court field. I nod in respect to Kate and walk straight over to Willow without looking at Jayden. I don't hear any footsteps behind me. I can't help but feel slightly annoyed at that. I shake my head and walk to Willow, who is by the tables of food. Hey, you okay? I ask as I reach her. She sighs loudly and shakes her head. No, someone has eaten all the bloody chips already. Would you go to the kitchens and get some more, please? She asks, rushing around trying to move plates and stuff. I grab her by the shoulders, making her stop. Willow, just breath for a minute, I order her with a smile. You're pregnant, for God's sake. You shouldn't be doing this, so go watch the game with the others and I'll sort this out. Okay. Okay, she breathes out in relief as she gives me a quick hug. Thanks, Melody, you're going to be an amazing queen. I watch her waddle off to the cheering crowd around the basketball games. I smile as I watch her, but I catch the glimpse of my mate's sexy self on the courts enjoying himself. I sigh before making my way to the castle kitchens. I get there pretty quickly because my mind is half asleep. I head straight to the chips cupboard and grab a few bags of assorted flavors. I place them on the kitchen island and lean my head on the cold surface. Out of nowhere, I hear a knock on the long wall of floor-to-ceiling windows. I spin around quickly and take a few steps to the windows. I look around, but see nothing. Suddenly, a couple of large rock hurtles into the window, smashing each one of the giant windows. The rock smashes into my shoulder so hard that I collapse onto the floor of smashed glass. My head was pounding and my ears started to buzz. I felt like everything around me was in slow motion and I couldn't breathe for a minute. Nobody is around, so it's just me here. That means no other casualties, thank goodness. I lay in the floor and breathe slowly as I look around. The windows have smashed and the glass is everywhere. I feel the sting of the cuts from the glass over my body. I feel the warm blood dripping from my face onto the floor. My shoulder is burning and tears have formed in my eyes from the pain. I steadily move my arms from over my head as place them on the floor. I ignore the glass cutting through my hands and knees as I stand up. My head is spinning and I feel my whole body sting as I start to walk. Blood is trickling down my arms, head, and my legs. My thick jumper is torn and so are my leggings, but my black combat boots are protecting my feet. I get outside and the cheering of the crowds hits my ears. I sigh in relief of the help I can get from there. But then I stop. The pain isn't that bad, and the only thing that is bad is the amount of blood on me. It makes me look like I was just murdered. I look over the field at the crowds around the court and the many people at the picnic blankets on the ground. I don't want to cause any hassle. I look to my right and see the infirmary in the near distance. I nod at the thought of going there and slowly make my way towards the large building. Baby, Where have you gone? Jayden asks through our mind link. I look at the infirmary and carry on walking as I reply. My foot is hurting, so I try not to sense through the link. I won't be long, I reply as I get closer to the infirmary steps. I quickly block my feeling and emotions from the mind link again. I take my time walking into the infirmary, but as soon as I enter, gasps erupt everywhere. Immediately, nurses are rushing up to me. Stop, I say loudly so everyone can hear me. No need to cause alarm, okay? I am fine, just got cut by glass. They all sigh in relief and one starts to lead me down the corridor, then into a room. I realize at that moment that I didn't tell anyone about the smashed windows. Hey, I say to the nurse as she sits me on the bed, could you send someone to the castle kitchens? The glass windows smashed. Oh, don't tell them I told you. Of course, Luna. Now lay back and the doctor will be right in. I nod and watch as she exits the room with a rather confused expression. Melody. This isn't funny. Where are you? Willow and I are worried. Jayden shouts through our mind link, making me jump. I fall backwards onto the hard bed. I'm fine, Jay. I'll be back to the courts in a bit, I say, sighing. But where are you now? Please tell me, baby. Just as I am about to reply, the doctor comes into the room with a smile. I quickly sober up and send an awkward wave to the doctor. Hello, Luna. I'm Dr. Lillian. What have you done to yourself? She asks, walking over to me. She looks over my arms and face first. Could you remove your jumper and leggings if that's possible? Luna, she says, and I nod. Some of these are still healing, but most of them are healed already. I quickly change and lay back down on the bed. Dr. Lillian examines me quietly and cautiously. I wince when she touches my shoulder and she apologized many times. Annoying, but I'll let her off as she is healing me. I hear Jayden in my mind, but I don't answer him yet. Right, there is a piece of glass in your ankle, so just keep still. I am going to numb the area with an injection, then remove it. I will then stitch it up, she explains. Minutes later, she has finished stitching up the wound on my foot. She places the used utensils back into the silver tray on the side. That's you all patched up, Luna. You are free to leave, but try not to open your stitches by overdoing exercise for a few days. Oh, and your shoulder is severely bruised, so that will take longer than normal to heal, she says, giving me a smile. Now, there are spare clothes over there, and if you don't mind me saying, you best go find Alpha Jayden. Thank you very much. Oh, and call me Melody, I say, hopping off the bed. She waves goodbye quickly before exiting the room. I'm on my way back now, I link Jayden, and suddenly anger and worry rushed through the link from his side. Melody, stay where you are. I'm coming to get you, just tell me where you are. There has been an attack, he is almost screaming now. Yeah, about that, I say, hurrying to change, and I practically sprint to the castle courts. Using werewolf speed, it only takes me a minute, even though my ankle starts burning now. I look around at the people still enjoying the game, but I see Asher standing at the steps of the castle, scanning the crowd. His eyes land on me and I see him shout something. Immediately after, Jayden storms out of the doors of the castle and runs straight towards me. As soon as I am arm's width away, he picks me up bridal style and races back into the castle. Before I can acknowledge anything, I land on Jayden's bed. I giggle slightly but stop as soon as I notice Jayden's expression. It's a mixture between angry and worry, which makes him look slightly odd. Melody, where the heck have you been for the past 2 hours? He asks quite calmly as he leans down so he level with me. His arms are either side of me and he keeps getting closer. That's the thing, I say nervously. I was sort of in the infirmary. Wait, what? Why? He growls, and instantly his arms go around me and he pulls me into his lap as he sits on the bed. Well, you know the smashed windows, I ask, and he gives me a confused nod. That happened while I was standing next to them. What? He shouts and tightens his grip on me. I was in there getting stuff for Willow, but then I hear a knock on the windows. I turn around. Several rocks smashed all of the windows, I explain with a shrug. He turns my face towards him with his thumb and gives me a small worried smile, but I can see the anger hiding in his eyes. Are you okay? I'm okay now. The rock hit my shoulder pretty hard. Jay pulls down my top over my shoulder, exposing the sickening bruise. He growls before pressing a light kiss on the spot. And the glass cut most of my clothes. They are all healed except where glass got into my ankle. But the doc stitched it up. Melody, he whispers, staring at my shoulder, you should have told me. I would have taken you to the infirmary. You didn't have to go alone. I laugh softly. You would have flipped if you had seen me covered in blood and cuts. Plus, I'm old enough to go the infirmary alone. I know, but I'm your mate. I'm here to protect you and taking care of you. Plus, I wouldn't have flipped. He smirks at me. You would have gone completely insane, I say, slapping his chest playfully. I laugh, just imagining his face if he saw me after the windows smashed. You're driving me insane. That 𝐊𝐿𝐺 kisses my lips. In an instant, my arms are around his neck and his are tightly around my waist. As he deepens the kiss, he moves us so I'm laying down while he hovers above me. His lips are warm and soft against mine, and the electricity flows between us. He pulls away sooner than I hoped, but he doesn't stop. He sends kisses down my jaw and to my injured shoulder. He places a single soft kiss on the bruise before hovering over me again. You're so beautiful. And you beautifully mine, he whispers and places a single soft kiss to my lips. I can't help but giggle at the complete cheesiness and love. Chapter 20. Jayden and I lay in bed for a couple more hours before he is finally called away to sort out the attack. I know they have to do interviews and searches the grounds. Plus, I should prepare for when my family arrives. I get up when he leaves and change into a pair of leggings and one of Jayden's white shirts. I breathe in his scent and smile. I can't believe what's happened today. Started off with me telling Jayden I was ready to fully mate to me ending up in the infirmary. With one final check in the mirror, I walk down the many stairs towards the packed kitchens. I peep my head around the doorway first and gasp internally. By looking at this room, you would never have realized that it was covered in glass, rocks, and blood. It's completely spotless. I walk in still gobsmacked when a woman comes up to me with a smile. Her hair is pink and up in a tight bun on her head. Afternoon, Luna. How may I help you? She says with a bow, and glad I was used to bowing, otherwise it would get very annoying. Although I do hate it. Oh, please call me Melody. I was just looking around. Sorry, I almost mumble from my state of shock. This pack does not mess around. The cooks and I are about to start dinner for your family, Melody. Willow, Courtney, and Lucy are in the upstairs living room, she says. I thank her and leave to find the others. Courtney is the Delta female and mates with the Delta Mason. Lucy is the Gamma female and she is mated to Blaine, the Gamma. I have only met them all once before. I completely forgot that my family were finally coming down to see me. It's been about 2 weeks since I have seen them. Yes, I talk to them almost every day, but that's not the same. I find myself upstairs pretty quickly and I hear the girls before I see them. I go to the living room space and see the 3 girls. They turn to me and smirk at me. Melody, hey, Courtney greets, standing up and pulling me over to the couch. I fall back onto the comfy cushioned couch in between Courtney and Willow. We were just talking about babies, Willow explains, putting her hand on her almost showing belly. I smile at her and nod for them to continue. I've never really thought about kids much, considering I grew up not believing that I had a mate. Now I'm thinking about it, I do want kids. Jayden would be a great father. I look over to see Lucy holding a young child who looks the spitting image of her, in boy form that is. The kid is fast asleep. Right, so Melody, just to catch you up, Lucy has a 3-year-old called Jenny and a 1-year-old called Nikki. Courtney hasn't wanted to start a family yet, and you already know I'm pregnant, Willow explains, pointing around the room as she does. Where is Jenny, if you don't mind me asking? I ask Lucy, who smiles and shakes her head quickly. Of course not. You are the Luna Queen, you know. You can ask us anything and we must answer, she says with a laugh. Oh. But please don't think of me as a Luna Queen. You guys are my friends and you're my Beta, Delta, and Gamma, so we are all together. Call me Melody, I say with a confident nod. Wow. I'm proud of myself for getting that out there because I've never been one for confrontation or public speaking. Yet, I suppose I'll have to get used to that once I'm mated and crowned. Crumbs. Where were we? Lucy's question pulls me from my thoughts and I quickly listen in. I asked what Blaine and Asher were like when you told them you were pregnant, Courtney says, looking between the 2 women. Willow looks to Lucy and smirks. Let's just say I've never seen Asher so happy than when I told him I was pregnant. He was jumping up and down and kissing my belly. It was weird but sort of cute too. Willow laughs. He cannot wait to be a daddy. Blaine was almost the same, but for me he is younger than me, so I was 19 and he was 17. He found it difficult to come to terms with it at first, but as soon as he saw Jenny's little face he fell. Then, for Nikki, he was much more excited. How about you, Melody? Have you thought about kids Lucy adds, and all the girls turn to me. Well, Jayden and I haven't taken that step yet. We haven't talked about it. But I suppose one day I'll have to have 𝐊𝐢𝐳, and my heart sinks. I don't even have a choice whether I have a baby or not. I'm going to have two to keep the bloodline going and the crown passed down. This queen stuff is way more than I expected. I have to go, I say. I can feel my chest tightening and I feel like my lungs are burning. My vision is blurring, so as I get up I stumble over something and fall to the floor. Melody, I hear the girls calling me, but nothing registers in my brain. My mind is swirling with duties that I have and how my life is going to revolve around the crown. Baby, I hear someone whisper in my ear. Sparks fly around my skin as his arms wrap around me. I feel him pick me up, but I close my eyes. Focus on breathing in and out, okay? Baby, please. Just breathe. Jayden's voice is calm and soothing. I instantly find myself calming down. I breathe in and out slowly a few times before I open my eyes. Jayden's face is the first thing in sight and I realize my head lying on his lap. I'm okay now, thanks Jay, I say, breathing deeply, and he grabs my hand. What happened, Melody, he asks, rubbing his thumb and smoothing circles along my hand. I sit up slowly and move so I sit next to him. We were just talking and I panicked about it. What were you talking about, love? Please tell me so I can help, he says, kissing my forehead. Babies. I panicked because I realize how much of our lives are going to be written out for us. I have no choice on whether I have a baby or not. I will be forced to give you an heir, I say, sadly, looking down at my hands. Jayden uses his thumb to lift my chin up to look at him. His blue eyes that are full of electricity are staring straight in me as he speaks. Melody, listen to me. Nobody is going to force us to do anything. I've told you before and I'll tell you again, this is us, you and me. Not them. We will have a baby when we are ready to, and if you don't want one I will never force you. I am not going to lie to you, Melody. It's not going to be easy being king and queen. We will have duties to perform, but nobody will hurt you or force you into anything, otherwise they'll have to deal with me, he says with a smirk. He flexes his muscles and I literally feel myself melt inside. I can't believe the girl who grew up believing she was mateless found the hottest, kindest, bravest. Okay, as long as you're by my side, Jayden. Also, I think I do want kids as long as they're yours, I laugh and Jayden pulls me closer. They better be mine, Melody. Jayden kisses my lips softly and I smile into the kiss. I wrap my arms around his neck and deepen the kiss, but before we get too heated he pulls away. Melody, there is something I have to tell you, but don't be upset, okay, he says, and I raise my eyebrow at him. My parents have shut down the borders after the attack on the future queen. He gestures to me, which means your family won't be able to come down. Oh right, I say, nodding and looking down at the floor. If I'm honest, I hadn't thought about much today. I'll ring them later and speak to them so it's not too bad. Hey, I have something to show you. Just follow me and don't say anything, he says and pulls me up. It's only then I realize that we are in his office. I follow him out the office door and we rush through the maze of corridors of the castle. I wave at all the people we pass and they all bow to us. I grab Jayden's hand as he starts to speed up and become too fast for me. He looks back and grins at me before whisking me up into his arms. His pace is faster than mine as we exit the castle and rush through the open grounds, then into the trees. I watch the green trees become a blue as Jayden runs through the forest. I shiver at the cold chill and find myself leaning into Jayden's warm chest. Jayden comes to a sudden halt and I almost fall out of his arms, but thanks to werewolf reactions, he caught me safely. He slowly puts me on my feet and I look up. He just smiles and points behind me. I give him a questioning look before spinning around to see nothing except a rope ladder hanging from a tree. I gasp and look up to see a giant, gorgeous treehouse above us in the tree line. The tree's branches and leaves are covering most of the house, but I can see the beautiful wooden design and a hammock on the balcony. I turn around and run into Jayden's arms. I hold him tightly and he wraps his arms around me too, accepting my silent thanks. Shall we go see it, he asks, placing a kiss on my nose before heading towards the ladder with my hand in his. Ladies first. Why, thank you, kind sir. Anyone would believe you are a prince, I say in a posh tone as I mount the wobbly ladder and start to climb. And anyone would believe you are a princess by the beauty you behold. Jayden comes back at me with a posh British accent. I laugh and shake my head. My mate is crazy. I finally make it to the top and have to push open a hatch door to get inside. I pull myself up and into my feet, but as soon as I see the treehouse up close, I almost fall back. I hear Jayden close the hatch door and pull up the ladder behind me, but I'm focused on this little treehouse. From here I can see inside the glass door. I can see a large double bed with beautiful wooden work all around it. The sheets are a gorgeous forest green. I can also see a wardrobe in the corner and a door to what must be a bathroom. The outside holds a single balcony that stretches around the entire square house. On my right is a large hammock that sways gently in the afternoon breeze. To my left is a small table with wooden chairs around it. I used to spend most of my days in here. Jayden explains, holding the door open. It's amazing. It's somewhere where I can be away from my duties and royalty in the pack. It's somewhere away from the internet so I can just be myself and relax. I thought it would be the perfect place for us to mate. It's the first place I wanted to take my mate whenever I met her, but when you arrived there were so many complications. I walk over to him and put my hand on his cheek. He gives me a sweet but sad smile. His face sweeps around the room before landing back on mine. Obviously we don't have to mate now, but I thought it was the perfect time to show you, he says, pulling me inside and shutting the door. We can stay the night if you want. It's so much fun in here in the mornings. No noise but natural noises. I watch him sit on the edge of the bed and sigh happily as his eyes wander the gorgeous room. I stand in front of him and just smile. Jayden always takes so much pride in things he does or has. The grin on his face that he gets when he is proud is one of the best jobs I've ever seen. I reach out and curl a piece of his hair around my finger and his eyes instantly beam over at me. He reaches his hand out and pulls me closer. Jayden, he hums in reply, I love it so much. It's amazing. I'm so sorry for all the ... complications, but no more of them. I plan to stay forever. I want you, Jayden. I want to marry you. I want to have babies with you. I want to be your queen. The first want to rule with you, by my side. I love you. His face morphs into one of complete surprise as I say my true feelings aloud. It only takes a few seconds before he throws me in the bed and lies above me. I love you, Melody, he says, kissing me. I can't wait to start my life with you. I pull his lips back into mine and the kiss soon gets heated. I put my legs around his waist, making us impossibly close, and I hear his growl of approval. His lips press hard against mine and I savor every moment. Our battle of dominance is easy over as he wins before he pulls away, but only to place an open-mouth kiss on my mark. A pleasurable moan rips out of me, and in that second I decide. I want to mate with him now. Right now I'm not in heat. I'm not being pressured by his family. It's just us. This is how I want it. Jayden, I whisper, and he pulls away then, with lustful eyes, looks at me. Sorry, I'll stop, he breathes out heavily, trying to calm himself. I pull his face closer by my hand on the back of his head. Don't stop, Jay, I whisper, and he looks at me with conflicted eyes. Don't do it for my sake, if anyone else's, Melody. We'll do it when you are ready, he says, stroking my cheek. I am ready, Jay. I want to start our life, I say, pulling his lips back to mine. That night, one soul become two loving souls combined. They become stronger in every way. Their love becomes impossibly stronger. Nothing will get in their way. Chapter 21. Chirp, chirp, chirp. I yawn rather loudly as I open my eyes to the morning sun shining through the windows. I realize I'm lying on the white sheets on my chest. I can feel a naked, strong arm around my lower back and smile as the memories from our night fly through my mind. I never knew that a mate could cause so much pleasure and love, but now I do, and I wouldn't wish for anything else. Lying in Jayden's arms felt safe and comforting, as though I could never be harmed and would always be all right so long as he is with me. I suppose life doesn't work that way. Relationships are tested all the time, but that's the challenge to see how strong your relationship truly is. I yawn as my eyes decide they don't want to close again. I let my arms stretch out as much as possible without waking Jayden before I carefully turn my head so I am facing his sleepy face. His features are soft and I love how relaxed he looks in his sleep. I can see the soft crinkles on his forehead. From all the frowning, I raise my hand and softly trace them. Jayden stirs in his sleep and his arm shoots out to grab me. Once he has found my waist, he pulls me into him as tight as he possibly can, and I can't help but wince slightly. As soon as the uncomfortably hold decreases, I smile at my mate. He is officially mine and I am officially his. If I went back in time and told my 16-year-old self that I'm a few years she would be fully mated, she would have laughed and slapped some sense into me. Now here I am, a lovesick girl in bed with her handsome alpha. Although I'm over the moon about completing our mating bond, I'm still nervous of a few things. For instance, it'll be easier to mind Link, which is good, but he will also be able to affect my emotions and thoughts easier. Plus, there is being Luna Queen, but since the day I first started training for it, I've become more confident with myself and I know Jayden will be with me to help at all times. I hear Jayden sigh and break from my thoughts. He stirs next to me and I bring my hand up. I gingerly trace his cheek and down to his lips. He smirks and I realize that he is awake. I softly slap his face and let out a laugh. "How long have you been awake?" I ask, looking at his long lashes that hide those beautiful eyes. He quickly opens his eyes and gazed up at me. "Long enough to know that this is how I want to wake up every morning," he says, grabbing my hand and kissing my knuckle. "What, tired and sore?" I joke, pecking his lips softly when he pouts. "You feel okay?" he asks, placing a hand on my abdomen. I blush at the gesture and give him a nod. Mating him created a stronger bond, which is scary, but I'm excited to start my life with Jayden now. All my fears kept getting in the way, but now they have vanished and I know that I love him. I do. There is no denying it. "What shall we do now?" I ask, placing with a long strand of his hair that's falling into his eyes. His magical orbs watch my hand as he answers. "I have a pretty good idea what we can do." He smirks and climbs on top of me. I let out a small laugh just before he presses his lips to mine. When I wake up again, it's sunny outside and this time Jayden is awake. His strong back is facing me as he pulls on a pair of boxers. I chuckle and he instantly turns around to face me. "So Sleeping Beauty finally wakes up," he jokes, standing at the foot of the bed, either a grin plastered on his face. "No, she isn't," I say, closing my eyes again with a soft sigh. I'm tired, but I don't want to sleep right now. I want to spend time with Jayden. I know that this new stronger link will mean we want each other 24/7, but I'll let it slide today. "I can't believe your parents are making us come back," I moan and pout as we walk back towards the castle. The magical treehouse now hidden and out of sight. My heart sinks. I loved that treehouse, and how amazing our time was there. Now Jayden's parents have called us back to the castle immediately. "I know, baby," he says, wrapping his arm around my shoulder. "They need us back, and what should I have said? Sorry, I can't because I'm having sex with my mate all day." I laugh, trying to hide the fact that I'm blushing. "Yes, that's what you should have said," I nod, leaning into him. "I know that everyone we meet on our journey back will know exactly what we did last night. As we fully mated last night, our scents will be mixed. This happens so other wolves know that the wolf has a mate and who that mate is. Also, because Jayden has a strong alpha power that radiates off him, so will I. Everyone will know I am Luna, and when I'm crowned, that power will increase. It's a big responsibility, and although many will respect you, there are still those out there that will riot and refuse. That's part of being Luna Queen." I look up at Jayden to see his radiating smile. His face is glowing and I can feel the happiness rolling off him. As long as I have Jayden, I know everything will turn out okay. "Did your parents say what they want us for?" I ask curiously as the castle finally comes into view behind the many trees. "Nope, just that you and I need to head to their private kitchens immediately. Obviously, Hay must have thought we were in the castle," he says, winking at me. I bite my lips and move out of his shoulder grip so I can hold his hand instead. Our hand link perfectly and I let out a long sigh. We soon exit the woods and in no time we are walking through the long winding corridors of the castle. We make it to the king and queen's kitchens and I instantly spot Russell and Kate. They're talking to someone, but I can't see them due to the size of Russell. The voice is so familiar. Then suddenly it clicks and I gasp, making Kate and Russell move so I can finally see them. "Mom. Dad," I shout on surprise as they both rush towards me. Jayden lets go of my hand and takes a few steps back as my parents crush me into a giant hug. "Oh, my little girl," my mom says, "we've missed you." "It hasn't been the same without you at the academy," my father says. They both pull away and I still stand there in shock looking at them. "I can't believe you're here," I say, grabbing each of their hands. I look at Jayden, who smiles gently at me. We were meant to come, you know that, Mom replies, putting a hand on my cheek. I lean into her touch that I've missed so much. Yeah, but I thought. We invited them anyway. Kate cuts me off. I turn to her and see her smiling brilliantly at me and my parents. We decided we could not let you see your parents after being separated for so long. Thank you, I say with unshed tears in my eyes as I look back at my parents. Jayden must have sensed my sadness, so he comes up behind me and puts his arms around my middle. His closeness and touch instantly calms me. I blush as I look at my parents. My mom is grinning at Jayden and I, while my father glares at Jayden's arm around me. Congratulations, you two, Mom finally breaks the awkward silence between the six of us. I can't believe you are finally fully mated. Kate joins in, coming over and high-fiving my mom. I chuckle at their teen-like reaction. Russell comes up to us and pats his son on the shoulder. Well done, son, then turns to me and pats me too. Congratulations, Melody. Welcome to the family. I smile and thank him before looking at my dad. His face is a mix between happy and angry. His eyes are flickering between Jayden and I. I can tell he is finding this difficult. I don't like this, he mutters, but we all heard him. Mom goes up to him and pecks his cheek. Come on, Austin, they're mates and she isn't a little girl anymore. Plus, do you remember how much you wanted us to fully mate when we accepted each other? Imagine how Jayden felt and how he feels now. Mom says convincingly. I stare at them both and put my hands on Jayden's that are still around my stomach. I'm sorry, I say through mind link. He looks down at me with a confused expression. His eyes flicker with emotion as he stares down at me. For what? Love. His arms tighten slightly around my waist and I bask in the feeling of his touch. Making you wait so long out of fear, I reply, but I'm not scared anymore. In fact, I'm so much happier than I ever thought possible. His smirk brightens and he kisses me softly. I smile into the kiss. I love you, mate. I hear an awkward cough coming from in front of us and a red blush finds my face. I quickly pull away and turn to where the cough came from. My dad. He looks nervous, but then he takes a deep breath. He smiles softly as us and nods towards Jayden. I instantly relax. Your mom is right, Melody. Congratulations to you. I know you'll make a great pair, but Jayden, I am warning you, you break her heart, and I will not hesitate to rip your head off, he says, pointing straight at Jayden, who has suddenly turned very frightened. Yes, sir. I would never hurt her, he says, tightening his hold on me. I put my hands over his and smile at my parents. Jayden Povey. I look from Melody and her parents. They look so similar and they share such great personalities. They are all kind and so loyal. Maya and Austin have been together through thick and thin. I've heard so many tales of them as I grew up. My favorite was how he stayed loyal and loving to her even though he thought she was dead. I promise to do that to Melody. No matter what happens, I will always stay loyal to her and protect her throughout all my days. I kiss her forehead softly, and she turns towards me with a cheeky grin. So what shall we do now? Melody asks, looking at me before turning her attention back to the set of parents that stare at us with warm smiles. I can see how happy they are with Melody and I. I know her parents had started to give up on Melody having a mate because she didn't believe. Now we are together fully and forever. All of a sudden, everything goes black. Even my vision is failing me as I shuffle on my feet, trying to get my mind into focus to fix the problem. What's happening? I shout to anyone in the room. People's scents are mixing, and it's becoming increasingly difficult to figure out who is here. Melody stiffens in my arms and I move slightly to try and find my bearing. Jayden, my mom, call out to me in the darkness. Katie, my father, shouts, clearly angry, and I hear footsteps moving around the kitchen. I feel Melody move from my arms and I growl. I search around for her, but I still can't see anything. Melody, I shout out into the darkness. Silence. Her scent has disappeared completely and I can't hear anything. Melody, her parents shout, but still silence. All of a sudden, a scream echoes down the corridors and my blood curdles. My throat clasps shut and I freeze. Melody. Then the lights spring into action and I look around the room. My parents, along with Melody's parents and a few guards, are looking confused around me. But no Melody. I spin around in my spot, but I can't see her anywhere. Her scent is quickly disappearing and I feel a stabbing pain in my chest. Melody, I shout as I race around the entire castle. Everyone looks around for some sort of order or reason for the sudden power cut, but I ignore everyone. Melody is more important. I end up back in the kitchen and snarl at everyone in there, including my own parents. Where is my mate? Chapter 22. My head throbs painfully, making me wince. My whole body feels numb and sore as I sit on the floor. The floor is cold and damp underneath me and I ache to stand up and finally stretch my legs. I can feel my arms and ankles are tied down by something. They are sore and my whole body is exhausted. I ache to be in Jayden's arms, but I'm not. Wait, where am I? My eyes slowly flutter open and I grimace at the bright white light shining on me. I look around at my surrounding with pained eyes. I'm in a cell. The long silver bars in front of me are thick and intimidating. By the looks of it, they were made from silver, so I better not touch them. Then again, from what I learnt in my old pack, the cells are flooded with wolfbane gas to weaken the wolves. I try to move my hand to my hand, but wince when they are caught by something again just before it reaches my forehead. I whip my head around and notice the silver shackles that tie my hands to the wall. There are more around my ankles that are keeping me down. I quickly look around again for an exit on instinct. Unfortunately, I only see the barred cell down that is most certainly locked. I wince as the sore skin around my wrist and ankles finally reaches the stage where it has started to bleed. The metallic scent makes my nose twist in disgust. I stand up on wobble legs, trying to see my surroundings better. The shackles stop me from moving any further than where I stand. The wrists are straining against the shackles as I try to stay standing. Pain shoots through my body and soon I can't stay up any longer. I slump to the floor and wince as my head hits the wall. I wouldn't even try if I was you, a sullen, croaky voice speaks up to my left. I slowly turn my throbbing head towards it. In between the large bars that keep me caged in, much like a wild animal, is a dirty, blood-covered woman. She looks as though she hasn't slept for 3 years. They loosen the chains the more they break you, she adds before backing up into a dark corner of her cell, so with no enhanced sight I can't see her anymore. They loosen the chains the more they break you. What is this place? Why am I here? Last thing I remember was being with Jayden and our parents. Then the lights went off, causing a panic. Before I could do anything, a strong, horrific smell invaded my nostrils before I passed out. Next thing I know, I was chained up in this horrible cell. I don't know where I am or how long I have been out. I wonder what Jayden is doing. I hope he is looking for me, and I hope he is close to figuring out where I am. I haven't been awake long, and I can already feel the panic rolling in like a roller coaster at full speed. I can feel my heartbeat getting faster and faster. Sweat has started to form on my forehead, and my skin itches to be let free from the silver chains. Before I can start to shout or scream, I hear a set of keys turning in a door. I whip around and see a large man at the entrance of my cell. He stands to the side and nods to someone. Seconds later, a man and a woman in white lab coats come around the corner. I snarl angrily as the large man comes towards me. I try to leap at him until the chains pull me back and the silver dogs into my already cut skin. Subject number 23, ready for test 1. One of the scientists, the man, speaks out into a small voice recorder. The woman stares at me before scribbling something down on the clipboard she is holding. Marco, bring her to the testing room 3, the woman says, giving me a weird look before walking off with her head high and her shoes clicking against the concrete floor. The large man, Marco, comes straight up to me and unlocks my chains. I sit silently whilst he lets me free, shackle by shackle. But as soon as the last one comes off, my body wakes up. I instantly turn and push Marco's chest as hard as I can. He flies across the room and hits the wall on the other side. I rush out of the cell door and walk in the direction of the exit. I slow my pace as soon as the corridor turns from the damp, dark concrete cells into a white, bright corridor. White doors line up the corridor and I squint in the light. The tile floor is warm underneath my bare feet. I was only wearing a white vest top and a pair of white shorts. I match the corridor. I tiptoe my way along, listening closely to any sounds, but the wolf bane is still in my system. That means I have to try and escape by human standards. I hear a loud bang like the sound of a shotgun, and a few seconds later pain erupts on the back of my left shoulder. I fall forward and cry out in agony. Subject 23. Failed escape attempt number 1. I hear the familiar voice of the man who was in the cell. I grip my shoulder tightly as I'm pulled roughly to my feet. 2 men hold my arms tightly and they turn me to face the 2 scientist-dressed couple. Mr. James, Mrs. Baker, where shall we take the subject? One of the guards asks, pushing me a step forward. My shoulder aches, but the pain has mostly gone. I suppose my healing is still supernaturally fast. Take her to testing room 3. We will proceed with test number 1 for today, Mr. James says, nodding to his other scientist, who is obviously called Mrs. Baker. I growl under my breath as they drag me behind them through the white corridors. They open a door and push me in. I stumble over my feet and fall to the floor. James and Baker follow me in, and lastly the 2 guards walk in. They close the door, then come over to me and pick me up. Before I can protest at all, they throw me down onto a hospital chair and quickly tie down my hands and ankles. I pull against the restraints. "What do you want?" I shout, my voice croaky from the lack of water. They don't even act as if I have spoken. The scientist-looking people fiddling around with something in the corner while the guards stand by the door to make sure I can't get out. It's not like I could escape anyway. I have guards on my flank, silver restraints, and no idea where to escape. I glance around the enclosed room and frown. The room is set up to mirror a doctor's appointment room. It makes me feel nervous, and a fear of what is going to happen to me washes through me. A scary range of utensils line the countertops along the room, and a treadmill is pushed into one corner. The room is large but is crammed full of tables and machines of all shapes and sizes. There is only one door in this room and one tiny roof window. I can see that outside the window is a gray sky and clouds that look dark and full of rain. How I wish to be out there. My body aches for fresh air and freedom. Although my wolf side is numb, I can still feel the anger and loneliness she feels too. "Let's begin, shall we, mister?" James speaks up, making me snarl under my breath. He turns towards me with a emotionless face and something in his hand. I move my eyes to his right hand, where he is now wearing a pair of gloves. I pull against the restraints as hard as I can, but I fail miserably. I watch carefully as they walk up to me with scrutinizing faces. Hearing test 1 and 2 passed. Healing test 3 passed. James grabs my ankle and examines it. My wolf paces angrily as a male other than our mate touches us. No scarred tissue from healing test. Ankle is perfect condition. Bear trap did not cause enough damage to the female werewolf's limb, he says to Baker as she records and writes down everything he says. Bear trap. How the heck did he know about that? Unless... "You son of a bitch," I scream and pull on the rope. I manage to lift my leg up enough to knee him in the face. I feel triumphant as I see blood drip from his nose. "Guards, restrain her," he shouts as he staffers away from me, holding his nose in his hand. I bare my canines at them, but it doesn't seem to faze the 2 men as they rush up to me. They quickly pull the ropes tighter, making me wince. I can feel the rough material of the rip cutting into my flesh. "I told you we should have injected her with wolfsbane," Baker shouts in a shrilled voice. Her eyes look at me with a slight fear, and I bare my teeth again. She should be scared. They all should be. They took me from my mate the day after we mated. They took the Luna Queen. They took the mate of the Alpha King, who I know will not stop until he finds me. I hope he doesn't. I hope he finds me. I hope I don't die here without saying my last goodbye to my family. Questions, James states. I slowly focus back on him to see a piece of tissue held against his nose. I smirk. "You're the one who set the bear trap," I grit out, my teeth grinding together painfully in the process. "Correct. This was to measure how well you scar," he states. His face is full of curiosity and disgust as he looks at me. Obviously, these cruel human beings don't like werewolves, but they know about us. How? "What else have you done?" I ask, leaning back in my seat. My body has become tired of fighting against the tight rope holding me down. "Plenty. Hearing tests. Smell tests. Minor hunting tests. I mean, for an average female werewolf, you're impressive," he says, pacing around the edge of the room. He doesn't know. He doesn't realize who he has kidnapped. Ha. Well, bad news for him is that I know my mate will look for me and his strength should allow him to. They have no idea what's coming their way now. Suddenly my heart drops. All those people in the cells, werewolves, trapped here for experimentation. It's sick. What if 𝐊𝐢 don't have a family to rescue them? What if they are lone wolves? What if they are going to die here? My heart squeezes painfully at the thought of werewolves, like me, will live and die on this horrible environment. You sick, horrible people, I shout. Everyone immediately steps away. I snarl and growl as I itch to rip out their throats. We are scientists. We experiment to find a way of helping our people survive. Your people are anomalous in a set of DNA and you should not exist, James spits out in annoyance. I look at him in shock. Let me tell you, we are not anomalies, you are. You only care for yourselves, whereas we care for each other. We don't let our people torture and experiment on humans. We are human, but we are also part wolf. We are not the enemy here. You, by doing all this to us, are making yourselves our enemy. Any future pain on you is your own doing because we wolves have never harmed you. Chapter 23. 5 minutes pass since I last spoke. 5 minutes pass since the scientists heard the truth about what is happening here. James shakes his head, snapping himself out of the trance he was just in. He looks at me with a disgruntled face before turning around to talk to Baker. I try to listen, but I soon realize they are talking in a foreign language. The only language I know is English, but I have been getting better at Latin. They sound as though they are speaking French, so I do not understand anything they say. My mood darkens when James and Baker finally turn around. James now holds a scalpel, while Baker holding a large professional video camera. I watch nervously as they take slow steps towards me, as if they are assessing my next move or where they are going to use that scalpel. Their eyes are scanning over me and I suddenly feel scared. I feel like prey to a predator that I know I won't escape from. Mr. James finally grabs me by the arm tightly. He pushes my top up a little bit and pulls on my arm so it becomes straight. I squeal under his hard hold. Without a second hesitation, he pulls up the scalpel and digs it deep into the skin on my elbow. I scream loud and lash out, but it only causes more pain in my arm. I cry out as he pulls the scalpel down my arm and doesn't stop until the sharp blade reaches my wrist. Blood seeps from the new wound and drops onto the floor. Soft whimpers escape my mouth on their own as the stinging pain rushes through my arm. Healing test 1. I watch carefully as Baker hands him a different scalpel that looks less shiny but still looks terrifyingly sharp. He proceeds to walk over to my other side and rolls my sleeve up. I shriek as he pinches my skin with the sharp blade. I clench my fists tightly, trying to control the cries that are desperate to escape. They burn my eyes, but I will not let them see me as weak. I know they think werewolves are anomalies, but we are just different. But most human beings are scared of different. They can't seem to handle it, so higher ranks of people take it upon themselves to secretly get rid of or study anything that's different to what they know. They think I am an animal. Well, I am. An animal who will kill and destroy everything, but little do they know we have coexisted with them for thousands of years. I know so many werewolves who have left pack to go study in an all-human school. They've never once been detected because we can control ourselves. John. Wendy. Subject 18 is sedated and back in her cell. A female pops her head in the door that the two large men are still guarding, even though I obviously can't go anywhere. Her eyes move from John and Wendy to look at me. Her eyes widen slightly as she watches the blood drip from my arms. I glare at her the best I could. If she works for them, then she deserves no other treatment than that. She instantly lowers her eyes. Even though they are human, they should be able to get a slight vibe of my higher status. Thank you, Alice. You may leave, John says, turning his back on her to examine my arms. She nods and leaves without another word. I hate this feeling. This useless feeling. I'm so helpless and actually scared at this moment. I don't know if anyone will ever be able to find me here. I'll be stuck here until they decide I'm too out of date and most likely kill me. I mean, I'm subject 23. They must have 23 other wolves here unless some have died and I'm just taking their place. John claps his hand in victory as he glances from my left to my right arm. The pain has substantially subsided from the left, but the right still hurts like hell. Silver. They must have used silver, the asswipes. I glance down and wince at the sight of all the blood. My left arm is covered in blood still, but there is no sign of any wound or even a graze. My right arm is another story. The blood is still seeping from the long open cut, and the pain is slowly becoming more and more unbearable. The silver has burned my skin as well as cut extremely deeply. Too deep. I know I've lost a lot of blood and I can already feel my body wanting to give up. There is no doubt that if I wasn't supernatural being, then I would be knocked unconscious right now. Healing test 1, completed. Silver blade causes more lasting damage and is painful for a longer period of time. Non-silver blade causes short period of pain and healed quicker than the average human. John speaks into the small camera. I feel my head fall back against the headrest and my head starts to pound. I'm tired, so tired. John, you really stitch up the subject now. Wendy speaks up, being the first to notice my tiredness. Right now I would rather die than stay here for the rest of my life and be their test subject. Subject 23. They don't even know my name. They probably don't even know how old I am. Then again, they did steal me from the castle. Wait a moment. How the heck did they get past all the security, and not to mention how they hid their scent from all the werewolves in the entire kingdom? I mean, come on. I was standing in my mate's arms. How did he not notice, or how did we not hear anyone coming in? Aren't there guards monitoring the cameras throughout the castle and town? Unless there was someone in our pack who isn't as fair before as they seem. No, surely not. I don't believe that anyone would be disloyal to Jayden and I. John sighs rather loudly. Obviously he doesn't want to stitch me up. He grabs a needle and some sort of thread from the table beside me. My vision has started to blur now. My mind is sharp and aware of the sharp utensil that is getting dangerously close to my arm. The metallic smell of my own blood fills the room and I instantly feel sick from it. I gasp as I feel the needle pierce my skin by the wound. The pain isn't as bad as I thought, but I can't help the gasps and groans that escape my lips. John's expression stays emotionless throughout the entire process. Wendy watches through the camera lens and I bare my teeth at her. She jumps back in shock, but it doesn't last long. Soon she just gives me an annoyed look and carries on with what she was doing. All done, Wendy. Guards take her back to her cell and give her some more mind-block drug and some wolfsbane for now. John speaks out into the eerie silence of the room. Also get Alice to come mop up all this blood. Yes, sir, the guards nod in sync. They walk over to me without looking at me as I stare at them with hatred, pure absolute hatred. I wonder how much they get paid to torture a young girl who has a family and loved ones out there. I wonder if they have loved ones out there. I wonder if they have loved ones out there. I wonder if they know what these two men are doing. Until tomorrow, little wolf. John sneers as the large men pull me out of the room. My feet drag on the floor and I feel my eyes starting to close. The white walls fly by and soon the gloom-dark cells are visible. I hear the cries and shouts of the other wolves in the cells that lay by my own cell. My own cell. How weird. I wonder how long I will be calling it that. I hear the sound of a lock unlocking just before the guards roughly throw me into the barred room. I stumble on my feet but manage to catch myself with my hands before I fall onto the floor. The air is a lot colder down here, but I don't care anymore. I curl up in the corner of the small room and wrap my arms around myself. I close my eyes and imagine that Jayden is here with me. My whole body yearns for him, and every single second that I am not with him, my heartache is in my chest. The stupid scientists have obviously given me something to disallow me from mind-linking Jayden. All I want is to hear his voice, to have him tell me that everything will be okay and that he will be here soon. But life doesn't work that way. There are no miracles in this world, only coincidences. If you're lucky, then you will have some awesome coincidences in your life. If not, you'll be stuck in a tight, speared, damp cell wishing for your coincidence so you can finally go home. My home has changed so much in the past couple of months. The academy is, and always will be, my first home. The place that I grew up, even if most of it was a school that I wasn't really allowed to attend, but I did anyway. My parents and brothers were always there, making me laugh and sometimes making me cry. My chest aches as at the thought of having seen them moments before benign snatched away. I've missed them so much and only got to see them for such a short time. Now, I don't even know if I'll ever see them again. I haven't seen my brothers since I moved away and I miss them, They weren't able to come see because of safety and school. I swear that if I get out of here, I'm going to see them. Even if it means running away from the castle, because if I'm honest, when or if I get out of here, Jayden will never let me out of his sight again. Not that I'll complain really, all I want is to be in his embrace right now. To have his muscular arm wrapped around my waist tightly, making me feel so small in them. For him to kiss my forehead as he holds me and tell me funny stories of his day. For him to tell me that he wants me to help him with his duties. For him to tell me all about what will happen when we are crowned. For him to tell me how amazing our crowning day will be, standing side by side in front of all wolves. I never thought I would love Jayden. When we first met, I hated him for taking me away from my family. I didn't believe we were mates. I couldn't have been more wrong. I have fallen for him so far and so hard that I can't quite believe it myself. I love him and he loves me. We aren't just mates, we are connect. Our souls are bonded to each other. Whatever his soul is made of, mine is made of the exact same thing. We are one as a whole. I love him and I know he is on his way. But if something goes wrong, then I will not hesitate to stop him getting hurt. Even if it means dying myself. The world needs their alpha king, and nobody is better than Jayden. I feel the tears falling from my eyes, but I don't open them, because as long as they are closed, I can't see the nightmare in front of me. All I see is Jayden and my family. My loved ones. Chapter 24. Days have started to sow into weeks by now. I lost count after day 5. I have slowly started to quiet down. I no longer have the strength to fight back or try to escape. I'm constantly tired now. Since I arrived, I have had 4 more healing tests, which were all cutting my skin with a scalpel. 1 on my leg, 1 on my foot, 1 on my back, and 1 on my neck. They will scar because they use silver. I've also had a fitness test where they put me on a treadmill. They monitored my heart rate, and every so often they would increase the speed until eventually I was sent flying backwards. The bruises have yet to fade from my back and waist. Most of my time here has been spent in my cell, waiting. Just waiting. I watch as the other wolves are dragged back and forth, each looking as dull and damaged as the last. There was a newbie yesterday. He has one hell of a temper on him, and of course he is in the cell right opposite me. His shouts keep me awake all night, but it's not like I could sleep anyway. The scientists haven't been down to collect anyone yet, which is weird. Every morning is the same. A loud, annoying bell rings, making us all wake up, and not long after the scientists come down to collect the day's victim. The bell rang ages ago, but someone has yet to come down here yet. That's odd. We are all silent in pieces, and I know we are all doing the same thing, waiting for the bad. The lights in the cells are very dim, so I can't see most of the other wolves, but the fright is apparent in the air. I can smell their anxiety, and I can feel the fear rolling around in the air. I do not fear what they are planning or what they are going to do to me. I fear that Jayden is going to get himself killed by trying to save me. I have attempted to mind link him since I thought it was possible, because we aren't near Wolfbane. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. I found out that the scientists are injecting us with some sort of mind-blocking serum. My wolf is depressed and stays in the back of my mind. She is slowly weakening from being apart from her mate. It doesn't help that we were taken a day after fully mating with Jayden. It feels like we are incomplete. We haven't had the chance to be happy together or tell the pack about our mating. We haven't even got our Luna and Alpha positions together yet. I sit up when I hear the cell door opening from the staircase above. I let a growl slip from my mouth as footsteps descend the long staircase. The male wolf opposite me stands next to the cell-barred entrance. His canines are poking out from his lips, and his claws have fully extended. I quickly spring to my feet. What the hell does he think he is doing? I walk over to the barred wall of my cell and snarl at him. He looks over to me and growls back. I am startled at first, but I realize he doesn't know me yet, but I am fully mated to a royal, which makes me royal. Suddenly my wolf springs to life. She doesn't like being disrespected. I stand up tall and growl with all that my Luna ability allows. He instantly cowers back, and I notice his claws and canines retract. He falls to his knees and shows his neck in submission. I nod at him. I freeze as a low, cold voice speaks up from the bottom of the staircase to my left. Well, you must be important if you have them bowing to you." His voice is like chalk scraping on a blackboard. I stare at him, making sure I show no emotion towards what he is saying. He is standing opposite me now with an evil grin on his face. "You," he states, waving his arms around, gesturing to me. "We should have known. Your beauty is prominent, and we can't deny that we feel the power you hold." I stare at him emotionlessly, but he just smirks at me instead. I can see the puzzles piece joining up in his head, but he is still missing one. "You're an alpha female." "Well, we should have known. Now, little wolf, we can have some fun," he says, taking a step towards me. I instantly step away without a moment of hesitation. The silver-coated bars are in between us, but they don't affect humans, so he could easily reach in and punch me or touch me. "You're lucky that we are a little too busy for you today," he says. He starts to walk away, but before he disappears he shouts, "But there is still tomorrow." I stand rigid in the middle of my cell, listening to his fading footsteps and to the increasingly louder growls from the others. I let out a relieved sigh as I hear the metal door slam. I know tomorrow is not going to be good, but at least I know that today I can rest and get my strength up. I slowly make my way into the corner of my cell that I have chosen to be my floor bed. It's the least coldest spot in this small square wolf cage. I slid down against the wall until I'm sitting with my back and side leaning on the cornered wall. This spot is sheltered from the cold air that is pumped through the ceiling vents. When I say cold air, I don't mean cool air, I mean freezing air. It's horrible, especially because all I'm wearing is an ugly ripped brown top and panties. I don't know when I was last changed or washed. The women who obviously work for the scientists are supposed to give us baths and changed our clothes, but that's not every day. It's every week, at least maybe every other week. Like I said, I've lost track of time by now. I should have done one of those tally charts that you see people in movies do whenever they're trapped to count the weeks or days they've been stuck. But I know the number would haunt me, so in a way is best that I don't know, therefore I don't get hung up on it. I know it's been a while, but some days have felt like hours or minutes in my eyes. I do just want to go home, but I know that I will be stuck here for a while longer. My head snaps up when I hear the heavy metal door creaking open. Footsteps descend quickly, and soon a man and a woman come into my view. I'm the first cell to the left at the bottom of the long stairwell that leads out of the cells. Those steps haunt me because I know that soon I'll be too weak to get up them. Cell 2 needs to be unlocked and ready to be loaded in about 30 minutes, the man says to the woman who looks scared, but her head bows obediently. "Yes, sir," she whispers in a quiet tone that even I, being a werewolf with super hearing, couldn't hear very well. "Keep the door open and do not leave your post. Beware, if one of these creatures gets hold of you, they will grab those keys and kill you." He spits, giving me a death glare. I glare back as he walks back up the stairs in a rush. I stand up and walk over to the front of my cell. I look up the stairs at the closed door, then turn to face the woman. She looks frightened and pale as she stares at me. Her hands are shaking, making the keys jingle. I can see the other wolves eyeing her up, so I snarl loudly and as ferociously as I could. They all instantly whimper and back away into the corners of their individual cells. The woman looks around, shocked, before turning around to look at me. Hey, eyes show respect, and I know she is thankful, but she doesn't say anything. She looks down to the ground and walks into the cell. I watch her walk sluggishly into the empty cell next to me before turning to the other wolves. They all stand by their cell doors, watching and waiting. I know they are all wondering the same thing as me. What is going on? I look around and smile at the other trapped wolves around me. They all seem pretty friendly, but I can't really tell whether they are rogue or in a pack. The scent of blood and mold is too strong. I can only see 4 other cells from my cell. Opposite me is the anger management male wolf, who is standing by his cell door with his fists clenched. To my left is the empty cell, but I can see into the one next to it. It holds another male wolf, but this one is in his mid-40s, and he seems a lot calmer. Then I can see a female wolf in the one diagonal to me. She has long red hair and has the body of a model. Her hair is matted, and she is covered in bruises. I give her a sympathetic smile, to which she returns with a polite bow of her head. Sometimes I hate it when people bow because I hate feeling like I'm above people. I like to think that we are all equal, but I guess it is a wolf's natural instinct to respect its Luna and treat her right. My wolf likes her status because it comes with Jay, but I know she wouldn't care if Jayden was an average wolf, or even an Omega. From what I can tell, nobody in the cells has a particularly high status, but that could be wrong because there could be moved wolves elsewhere. I snap my head to the woman who has now emerged from the cell to stand behind the door instead. She looks at me directly in the eye before bowing her head forward. I can sense her sorrow and it makes me instantly want to give her a hug. "I'm so sorry," she whispers softly, and without my advanced hearing I don't think I would have heard it. I look at her in shock and I hear a couple of surprises, muffled gasps. I can't believe she said that. I mean, I knew she wasn't exactly like the others, but I didn't realize that she would apologize. Maybe she could help us escape. Maybe, just maybe. The door above slams open and the shouts enter the cells. They bounce off the wall, making me wince. This new wolf sounds pained. I glance around to see everyone retreating to the back of their cells, whimpering. I raise my eyebrow and start to turn my head. Before I get to see anything, I feel immense pain on the side of my head. I cry out in pain and fall to the floor. My ears start to ring, but I still manage to hear a loud growl. I grip my head in my hands and cry. My hands are covered in blood and my head has started spinning. I hear a cell door slam shut, and then I hear my name being called. My wolf springs to life in my mind, but I'm too far out. My vision is beginning to black, but I'm still curious to see who the new wolf is, so I let my head fall to the side as I lay on the cold ground. My heart stops at the familiar face next to me. Just as the darkness takes me, I whisper his name. Jayden. Chapter 25. My head pounds painfully, making me wince. I clench my eyes shut even tighter and move my hand to hold my head. I feel the dried blood straight away and internally sigh. What happened? Oh yeah, somebody knocked me out. I remember hearing wolves whimpering and then pain on my head. There was something else I remember before I passed out, but I have no idea what it was. I shake my head trying to remember what was so important, but my head just thumps painfully instead, but I have to know what was so important. I let out a pained groan as once again my brain beats against my skull. It hurts to just think. I jump at the sound of my name being called. That voice, I know that voice. My wolf stirs in my mind and it hits me like a frying pan. Jayden. How can I hear Jayden's voice? Have I gone mad? Has all their torture finally broke me mentally? Melody. Wake up, there he is again. He sounds so close and I yearn to touch him. To feel his muscles ripple against my skin as he holds me. To feel the tickle of his stubble as he kisses me. I sit up in fright at a loud, scary snarl that bounces on the concrete walls of the cells. I blink rapidly as my eyes try to register the new light in front of me. My eyes slowly start to get used to the new light and I look around. To my dismay, I am still in my rotten cement cell. It wasn't just a dream. I curse under my breath and look around again. I stop at the anger management male wolf that lives opposite me. He is staring at something behind me and this sends a shiver up my spine. What could be behind me? Is it dangerous? Did the scientists set a trap for me for when I awaken? I gulp and turn around slowly. The fear creeps in every second that I turn further towards the mystery thing behind me. I hear my name being called again, but my ears are still ringing. I stop what I am doing and lift my hand up to my ear. I feel something that is liquid and thick. I cringe as I move my hand away. Blood. The red liquid stains my fingertips and I almost gag at the sight. No wonder I still could hear that ringing. I find a corner of my bed sheet and tear of a small square. I gently wipe and clean out my ear. Soon the ringing halts and I internally dance in joy. I can hear. Then I hear it and my whole body freezes solid. No, it can't be. Melody, his voice is strong and masculine. It makes me want to run straight into his arms and hug him until neither of us can breathe. I turn around sharply and look directly into those electric blue eyes that I love so much. I let a sob escape my mouth at the sight of him. It's been so long since I last saw him. My wolf is howling for him and I can feel my soul aching to go to him. He looks so beaten up. He is shirtless and I can see all the cuts and whip marks that stain his gorgeous defined chest. The large barred cell wall blocks us off, but that won't stop me hugging him. Jayden, I cry. I hop off the bed and run straight to him. He stands pressed against the bars, waiting for me with his arms already through the gaps. As soon as his fingertips touch my bare skin, the tingles warm me up. I slip my arms through the bars and around him as we hug with the bars between us. "Oh my God, Jayden. I missed you so much." I sob into his shoulder. I can tell he is trying not to cry, and I can hear his fast heartbeat. "Melody, I can't even explain how much I missed you. I was so worried about you. You just disappeared. Nobody had any idea where you had gone. I searched everywhere, but there was nothing. You were just gone," he says, gripping onto me as if his life depended on it. "I love you," he whispers into my ear, and I laugh at him. I look up into his eyes that are full of unshed tears. "I love you so much, Jay," I reply. Then I carefully manage to press a soft kiss on his lips. A smirk takes over his face, and he doesn't let go of me. Instead, he makes us both sit down. "Are you all right?" he asks, stroking my cheek with his finger. His eyes are roaming down my body, and they become hard and angry. He knows the answer, but he wants to know from me, because not all scars can be seen. "I am right now," I answer with a small smile. "Are you?" He sighs as I softly trace down a fresh scar on his chest. "I'm fine. It was necessary for me to see you, Melody. I would die for you, so a couple of scars isn't so bad." Don't say that, I scold him, although I know where he is coming from. Our mate bond is strong, and I would die for him. I would choose death over a life without him. "It's the truth, Melody. I would do anything for you to be safe and have a fantastic life," he says, making me look him in the eye. "I love you, and I don't want to lose you, ever." "How did you find me?" I ask, realizing that I didn't even know where I was, so how could he? "I had a lot of help. Hacks from all over America came to give me information on who could have taken you. Most talked of wolves missing and that they have managed to track them here. We are 3 stories underground, and it is almost undetectable. Above us there is a large factory that has been abandoned for centuries. Many packs and ours ambushed it, but it was empty. We were so thrown off because one of these wolves were being tracked, and we were right on top of that spot. We could not find any form of stairs, so after hours of searching we went back to the drawing board. Then a miracle happened. One member of our pack volunteered to be taken by the scientists so he could give us the whereabouts. We knew where the scientists strike the most. They seem to go to the exact same places in packs to catch any lone wolves, but you, Melody, were the odd one out. They infiltrated our pack and risked breaking into the castle to capture you. As I was saying, this wolf was injected with a small, untraceable tracker. When he left a group of the royal guards and I followed him, and we saw those bastards taking him down a secret set of stairs in the factory. I followed alone and was caught, but I know that those guards would go back and tell the others where we are." Holy crap. I stare at him, trying to digest all this new information. He got all American packs to work together just to find me. Most of them probably risked their lives to find the information that brought Jayden here. And what will happen now they know? Does this mean a war? "You're the future queen of all wolves, Melody. All packs would do anything to save you," he says, kissing my hand. That's when it snapped in me and I snatched my hand from him. He gave a confused look and I saw the hurt in his eyes. "You came down here alone," I say, raising my voice slightly. "Jayden, how you could do that, I just don't know. You put your life at risk and you abandoned the pack members. Do you realize how dangerous that was? You should have just left me." "I am not worth risking all those lives." Jayden growls lowly, and he looks angry. "Don't say that ever again, Melody. You are worth 1,000,000 lives and I would never leave you. I would much rather die, because being without you is a much worse fate. Everyone who has helped me has helped on their own will. They want to help rescue you. You've captured so many hearts, including mine." I wipe the tears that were falling freely from my eyes. He reaches out and grabs my hands. His thumb rubs soothing circles on my palm and I slowly dissolve into him. "I don't want people to die because of me," I whisper, trying not to sob. "Melody, all wolves believe it is an honor to die for their queen," he says, speaking gently as if I am about to break. "I'm not weak, but I can't let wolves die just for me." "Who was the wolf that volunteered?" I ask, the curiosity gripping hold of me suddenly. I watch as Jayden's eyes slowly wander over to the anger management wolf, who is smiling proudly at us. No way. No wonder he was so angry all the time. He probably thought he was failing to save his Luna and queen. "Luna," he bows respectfully, "it is nice to finally get to talk to you. My name is Eric." "Thank you." The words pour from my mouth before I can stop them. Not that I want them to stop. I can't believe you would risk your life for Jayden and me. I can feel how proud Jayden is as he smiles at his well-trained, loyal pack member. Of course, Luna, any pack member would have. We all want our alpha couple safely home together. I would have wanted the same treatment for my mate if she was taken, Eric says, giving me a sad sort of smile. His smile turns into an angry scowl when the sound of the dungeon door opens. I immediately rush away from Jayden and sit on the bed. He snarls angrily and looks at me expectantly. They can't know we all know each other, or they might torture us to get to the other. It's the safest option right now, Jay. We are in their control right now, whether we like it or not. He growls under his breath again, but nods stiffly. He stands up and sits on the floor by his bed and leans back against the hard frame. I don't like this, he whispers faintly, but I caught it. Before I had time to reply, Doctor. James comes into view and I stiffen. It was my turn and Jayden is not going to like this at all. He stares at me with an evil smirk on his face and gestures for the guard to open the cell door. I watch from the edge of my bed as James slowly makes his way into my cell. From the corner of my eye, I see Jayden start to move. I want to shout for him to stay put, but I couldn't, not with Doctor. James staring at me. Good morning, Melody, he speaks. Miss Baker stands behind him with a notepad. She looks at me with no emotion on her face at all. I reply with a slight nod. Grab her. It's time for the healing tests again, Melody. I think we will use this today, he says, taking a handgun from his pocket. 2 large guards come in and grab me tightly around the upper arms. I don't even attempt to struggle because my previous attempts have caused me more bad than good. I hear Jayden growling quietly, and although only the wolves can hear it, I want him to stop. He is making my heart squeeze tightly. I don't want to make him watch my pain, but I have no choice. I'm sorry, I whisper so he can hear, just as I am dragged away by the guards and he is no longer in my sight. I hope we are saved soon. Chapter 26. Time flies when you're having fun. I scowl at my own thoughts. Although this is true, it also means the exact opposite. Time is cruel. It slows down when you don't want it to. It takes your feelings and crushes them into a million pieces. Time slows as I'm dragged away towards my dreadful fate by these 2 large men. I knew where I was going. I was going to the testing room today. James walked in front of us swinging the handgun in the hand. He was tormenting me with it. I can see it in his eye as he looks back at me. The smirk on his face is evil and grows when he notices me glancing at the gun. A disgusted shiver shoots through my spine when I look at his pleased face. Bastard. It's not long until I am being pulled into a room, but instead of being put on the chair, I'm tied tightly to the wall. My arms and hands are tied to the wall so they are touching the cold tiles. My legs are tied up too tightly, so I let out a wince of pain as they tighten it even more. There is a chain around my waist and I can feel it digging into my sides. I snarl at the man who tries to tighten it even more. He grins evilly at me before pulling the chain once more. He steps back and stands behind James. I stare at the devilish man who stands a few steps away from me. His eyes are showing his excitement, and there is no sign of remorse at all. So, little wolf, I think it's time we added a few questions into this experiment, don't you? He says, holding the gun in his right hand a bit higher. I don't reply or even change my facial expression. I just stare at him. I'll take that as a yes, he smirks and raises the handgun until it points to me. Let's start with normal bullets, shall we? Nothing. I'm not giving him anything. He can kill me for all I care. What's your rank in your pack? James asks, calmly looking at me. The silence fills the room as I continue to stare straight into his eyes. My face is emotionless and I try to ensure my eyes show no feelings. Have it your way, he says, and he pulls the trigger. I flinch and bite down on my lip hard to stop myself from screaming as the bullet pierces my leg. My eyes close on their own accord as I try to hold in my pain. I will not allow them the satisfaction of seeing me grovel in pain. I am stronger than that. I have to be. I feel the hard material in the flesh just below my knee and I itch to remove it. The pain soon subsided slightly and I open my eyes to, once again, stare at James. My eyes flicker to Baker as she walks over to me with a large pair of tongs. She ducks down and digs out the bullet hidden in the freshly cut wound. I snarl angrily at her. The pain of the sharp tongs digging around inside my leg is almost unbearable, but soon she pulls out the bullet and scurries away. I let out a breath and turn back to James. "I'll ask you again," he starts, and I hear him cocking the gun. "What's your tank in the pack?" I fall slack against the restraints and my head bows forward. My body is too weak to hold itself anymore. I watch the blood drip from the fresh wounds and fall into a puddle of red on the white tiled floor. Both my legs have healed from the 4 ordinary bullets, but you can still see a slight trace of where they were. Over time they will become so faint that nobody will be able to see them. Then there is the silver bullets James shot at me. 1 on my hip and 2 on my abdomen. I couldn't hold in the pain any longer with those 3 shots. The silver burned through my skin and I felt it the entire time they were left in. Thankfully Baker did remove those bullets, but the pain didn't leave, and it wouldn't. The 3 wounds made by the silver would heal at a human pace and would be painful. "Tend to her wounds and put her back in her cell," James orders one of the female nurses in the room and the guards by the door. "She needs to regain her strength before I can question her again." I stay silent, and still as the small red-haired woman gingerly cleans the wounds on my stomach. She places a cotton square on the 3 wounds before bandaging up my entire stomach. This covers the 3 wounds, but blood has already seeped through. As she wraps the bandage around me, she gets closer to my ear. She pretends to be tying the back as she whispers in my ear. "Be ready. They're almost here and you need to be strong enough." She pulls away and nods to the guards. I glance at her in confusion, but she only gives me a nod in return. The guards walk over to where I am still trapped and undo all of my chain. I fall to the floor as soon as there is nothing holding me up. The 2 guards grab one of my arms each and drag me down the long corridors back towards the cells. My body and Wolf perk up as I start to feel the presence of Jayden. Thankfully, with him near me, my body will be able to recover and heal quicker. Apparently I need to be strong enough, but the question is, strong enough for what? The door of the cell flies open and the darkness inside is calming compared to the harsh white light. We descend the stairs quickly with my legs banging and bruising on each step. I keep my head down as they shove me into my cell. I fall to the solid ground and whimper from the pain in the fresh wounds. A muffled growl comes from the next cell, but I don't look because I need to be brave now. I will not let those guards have the satisfaction. I quickly stand up, ignoring the pain, and snarl at them from behind the bars. They laugh at me with evil grins plastered on their ugly faces. "Growl as much as you want, sweetheart. You're never leaving," one sneers as he locks the door and dangles the keys in his hands, taunting me. "Mr. James likes you too much," the other one adds before they both turn away and leave laughing. I stare at them until the large metal cell door slams behind them. I let a breath out and clutch my bandaged middle. The pain had subsided but came back from standing straight for too long. "Melody," Jayden shouts, finally getting up off the floor. His eyes are darkening, but his wolf is still trapped from the silver. I take a slow, deep breath and rush over to the bars that separate us. I grab his hand through the bars and collapse to the ground. He attempts to pull me closer, but I groan as my wound scraps against the hard floor. I notice him flinch before he tightened his grip. What happened? He managed to grit through his teeth. His anger is clear, and I know his wolf wants blood. "Nothing," I breathe out. "I'm fine, Jay, just tired." My eyes are already closing by themselves, but Jayden is quick to shake me awake. I let out a low whine as he maneuvers me so that I'm sitting up. He holds my hand tightly in one hand, and with his free hand he reaches through the bars to gently caress my cheek. I look up at him and smile. His eyes are bursting with concern, and I know that he doesn't believe me that I'm okay. I'm not okay. I've been trapped down here for weeks with no light or air. I've been tortured and experimented on. I've been treated like an old teddy that nobody wants but can't throw away. I've lived for weeks without my mate and my family and my pack. I know he is here with me now, but it doesn't feel real. I feel as though he is here, but not, because although we can communicate and touch, we can't actually be together. Morning will come and I will be dragged away, and I don't know if I'll return alive. Every single time that I'm taken, I assume it's the last time. "Jay," I whisper, letting my eyes close again and wanting to be tucked up in our bed with him and become tangled in his limbs. "I love you." "I love you, Melody, and don't you dare think about going to sleep," he says, jerking me forward, making me open my eyes once again. "You can't give up now. You're going to be fine." I told you I'm fine, I say, trying to keep my eyes open. Even though I've been treated, I knew that I had lost a large amount of blood back there. Yes, you are fine, he says with determination in his voice, so you must stay awake, okay? Melody, you can't sleep now. I'm not tired, so stay up and talk to me. I let out a small breathless laugh and look into his eyes. His eyes are showing so many emotion. I know he is worried, and I hate that I'm the reason why. What do you want to talk about, Jay? Our future, he says, quickly holding both my hands in his single palm. The other hand moves from my cheek to the back of my head as it starts to grow limp. Our future, I repeat with a smile. Our future will be amazing, Jay. We'll be alphas and royals. We'll have a big wedding. Even though I'm not keen on them, I'll do it for the pack. I want to be with you forever. Good, Melody, because guess what? I want to be with you for all of eternity and beyond, he replies, leaning closer to me so that I can feel his breath on my forehead. Jay, I want you to know that if we never get 𝐊𝐢. Don't, Mel, he growls, catching me off guard. We are getting out of here. I don't care what it takes. You are getting out of here alive, and you are going to live your life in our pack, surrounded by people who adore you. And nobody there will adore you more than me. I feel the tears well up at his words, and with no hesitation I reach through the bars and place my lips on his. Thankfully, the bars and wide enough that I could. We're getting out of here, I repeat, breathing against his lips. His hands grip mine, and he runs a hand along my jaw and lays it to rest on my chin. We are getting out of here, he says, determined. I watch as he turns to nod at Eric across from us, who has obviously been listening to us. Good night, Jay, I say, feeling the tiredness finally hit me. I feel as my body goes limp and I start to fall backwards. No, Melody, please stay awake, Jayden pleads, but he slowly places me down. He knows I can't hold out. I know that even though our mate bond is weakened, he still feel my emotions, even if they are faint. I'm sorry, I breathe out slowly as I lay on the cold, hard floor beside the bar. I feel Jayden's warm hand intertwined with mine. I'll be here when you wake up. I promise, he whispers as the darkness finally swallows me up. Chapter 27. Jayden POV. I gently brush my finger along Melody's pale skin. Her cheeks are tender and ghostly, but they are still warm. I watch as she breathes in shallowly on the hard, cold cell floor. Anger sparks inside me as I watch her injured figure attempting to find enough strength to breathe properly. This place is horrible. I've had to watch my mate be dragged away by some men and silently watch on the sidelines. I gently squeeze her soft hand before pulling away from her. I quickly walk to the front of my cell and look over at Eric. As soon as he sees my stare, he stands up and bows. I nod to him before speaking. It's time. Melody's POV. I wake up screaming in fright when a large bang blows through my eardrums. I wince as I pull at the still fresh wounds. Damn it. Damn it. I look up and gasp. Jayden is gone, but how can Jayden be gone? I quickly get to my feet and rush to the bars Dang separated us. Nothing in the cell at all, and the door is laying wide open for everyone to see. The guards never do that. I look around but jump once again when another large crash comes from somewhere. Screams follow with more bangs. Shit, where is Jayden? I feel a tear fall down my cheek unwillingly. What if he is hurt? Where the hell is he? With every loud bang, I take a step towards the front of my cell. I'm curious, and I know curiosity killed the cat, but I don't care. Suddenly, as I'm about to reach the front of my cell, the large metal entrance door to the cell swings open. I gasp when I see Jayden staying there at the top of the stairs with Asher and Eric in tow. More tears fall freely from my eyes in happiness. Jayden is okay. Hold it a second. What the hell is going on? Jay, I shout, leaning into the bars as if I could squeeze through them somehow. Melody. Thank God you're okay, he states, coming to the front of my cell. I watch as he takes a chain full of keys out of his pocket. Luna Asher greets as Jayden attempts to find the right key. I see his fingers fumbling over the key's rein to be quick. I knew how he felt. I was agitated to see him, touch him, hold him. I leant out and grabbed his fumbling hands in my own. He looked up at me and let out a long, relieved sigh. I nodded at him with a smile before taking my hands away. I turn my eyes away from Jayden's as he continues with the keys. I look at Asher again and smile happily at him. Asher. It's been too long, I say with a sigh. I reach out and squeeze his hand. Thank you. Anytime, Melody, you know that. Finally, the click of the lock breaks the chit-chat and the door to my cell opens. In no less than a second, I am engulfed in Jayden's warm embrace. I instantly wrap my arms around his waist and hold him tight, feeling the need to make up for every hug we should have had since I got here. He holds me against his, and I feel as though we are forming one person instead of two by our right hold. He pulls out of our bare hug and pecks my lips. I smirk up at him, then turn to face the other two men. They smile warmly at us, but their eyes held urgency. I knew we didn't have time for any more than his, but my whole body aches to be continuously at skin's length with him. Well, back to reality for now. So what's going on? I've had this plan since the moment we found out you were being kept here. I had Eric come down here to keep an eye on you and report back using MindLink or the secret phone we gave him. After that, I had to get myself inside as well, which was easy. I had several pack members infiltrate some of the guards and maids here so they could steal keys and memorize the escape route. After that, it was all just a game of patience. I had to wait until everything was in place before we tried to escape. Then you were seriously injured and I knew it was now or never. Oh, I say, looking at the other guys before looking at my mate. I nod to him with a smile once more. I can't believe him. So what do we do now? Well, James will have his own guards, so there is no doubt that we will have to fight our way out of here. We have managed to get ourselves key cards for the elevators and stair doors, so there is no problem being able to escape. We will just have to hope we all get out of here in time. Are you ready? His arm stretches out, and he places his palm out for me to grab. Excitement grips me tightly as the first sign of finally being free from this place appears. My savior stands before me with a soft smile and his arms stretched towards me. I knew he would come. After all, he's told me before he would do anything to protect me. Even if that meant he got himself caught and put in potential danger. Which is exactly what I didn't want, but at least he is here with me now. I know that he loves me, and I know that he knows I love him. As long as I know that, I can die happy. Ready, I nod and grip his hand in mine. He nods in reply, and he heads out of the cell that has kept me captive all this time. Let's go, Jay tells the others who have gathered around us. We rush up the stairs and I wince at the bright white lights of the corridors. My heart beats faster from excitement as I watch my cell disappear from view. The familiar white corridors haunt me as we wander through the maze, trying to escape. I tighten my grip on Jayden as we race through the corridor, my bare feet slapping against the tiles on the floor. All of a sudden, a group of guards speed around the corner in front of us. In an eye stand, Jay and the other wolves snarl loudly before racing towards them at top speed. Jayden lets go of my hand and pounces on the lead guard. I watch as another guard races towards me. I growl at him and clench my fiat. When he is finally close enough, I punch him square in the face with all my strength. He falls to the ground unconscious. A sharp pain travels up my side as a guard punches my stomach, right on my fresh wounds. Anger flows through me like lava in that moment. These assholes have treated me like trash for weeks. They've caused me physical and mental pain. They need to suffer because I won't allow others to go through this. I snarl ferociously at him, then watch his eyes widen in fear. That's right, asshole. Be scared. I lift up my leg and kick him in the stomach, which sends him flying down the hall. I watch as his body stops sliding down the corridors and he is not trying to get up. Good. The anger in my veins is now burning at my skin. Melody J calls for me. I turn on my heels and look at him. Instantly, I start to calm down. I walk over to him briskly. He grabs my hand again before we step over the bodies to carry on down the corridors. We need to get out of here. Now. Sharp pains are flowing through my abdomen, but I ignore them. I'm a wolf, I will heal. They are only gunshot wounds. Not far now. The other wolves are following and more keep joining us. They all nod to me as we race through the maze of white corridors. I didn't realize Jayden had gotten so many wolves to come along with him on his possible suicide mission. We come to an intersection in the corridors and slow down. I look around to the right corridor and a growl escapes my mouth at the sight of James and his minions. I hold out my hand to the others behind me to stop them and turn to Jay. Stay here. You'll have to surprise him. I step out before Jay or the other wolves from my pack could stop me. I stand up straight and my whole body goes tense at the sight of him and his horrid smirk. Oh, how I want to smack that stupid smirk off his face, the asshole. "Ah, Melody," he says with a short, raspy laugh. "You didn't think you could escape, did you?" "On the contrary, I think I'm doing a great job at escaping," I speak up, folding my arms over my chest. His smirk falters slightly, but he soon decomposes himself. He takes a couple of steps forward, making my whole body go stiff. I don't trust him at all. Obviously. I growl at him in warning, but he doesn't stop. I uncross my arms and stand ready to pounce if I need to. He looks too happy for a man who has not got the majority of his guards. Behind him stands 5 of the biggest guards that I've seen around here. Cheeky sod. He stops halfway down the corridor and raises a gun at me. My breath hitches in my throat. My hands have started to go clammy. Memories of the torture I went through because of him flood my mind. My head starts to pound and it makes me feel weak and small. He has shot me before, so I know it would be easy for him to pull the trigger at any moment. I have to play this carefully if I want to live. In my peripheral vision, I notice that most of the wolves, including Jayden, have gone. Only Eric and 2 other soldiers are there. I can see Eric's forehead is crinkled due to him frowning. I can tell he is listening intently. He is waiting to intervene. "Yes, well done, Melody. You did a great job, but now it's time to stop," he says, pointing the gun directly at my chest. He is only a few steps away and my wolf itches to take him down. Never, I snarl. I move my body into a defensive position as I watch the gun in his hand carefully. He smirks and shakes the gun around, making me feel skittish and fearful. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," a familiar warning voice speaks up. Jayden appears from the shadows behind James. He now holds a gun that is currently pointed directly at James. The guards behind James all turn their guns towards Jayden, but all of a sudden wolves surround them. I'm a blink of an eye, they have disarmed all guards and knocked them all out. Well, crap. Well, Will, if it's the newcomer. I knew you would cause trouble. I should have guessed it was all for her. He points the fun towards me again. I stand up tall and try to make myself look brave. I swallow the fear that has started to build up. Eric has started to twitch from the sidelines. He is dying to intervene. Drop the gun. Now Jayden commands, "Press the gun to James' head." I saw James' eye dart to the corner as if he was trying to see Jayden. Instead of turning to Jayden or dropping his weapon, his eyes go back to mine and his smirk reappears. Checkmate. That's all I hear before a gunshot rings through the corridor. Chapter 28. Everything was in slow motion. I could feel the tension of the room as the bullet flies around the room towards its victim. Me. I look to Jayden, who is trying to get to me, but he's too slow. The bullet is in the lead. I never imagined this is how my life would be. Standing here looking at the man I love when being so close to dying. I don't want to die. No, I don't. I have a pack to live for. I have a family to live for. I have a mate to live for. Jayden needs me just like I would need him. I can't just leave him. Not now. Not when we are just starting our lives together. I mean, for goodness sake, I was taken the day after we fully mated. I haven't gotten to enjoy a life with my mate after finally committing to him. I won't leave him. I want to grow old with him and laugh about the good old days. I want us to be old and wrinkly, sitting in rocking chairs side by side and talking from sunrise to sunset. I want us to have a family. I want to watch Jayden as he sees his first child being born, or the first time our child takes its first step. I want to watch him being called daddy by our kids. I want us to build our life together. I want us to run the pack and the kingdom together. We will make it a better and safer place. We would be fair and kind. I want us to have time together away from the castle, maybe in our own beach house somewhere where we would go every chance we got for a break. I want to go to sleep every night in his arms. I want to wake up to his soft kisses on my head as he whispers good morning to me. I am not going to give up on the world or Jayden because of an old man who thinks testing on supernatural human beings is the right way to go. He thinks torturing us is right and therefore would help the human race. They didn't care what happens to us. James is still smirking as the bullet is closing in on me. I have to make my decision and fast. Do I give up and let myself die, or shall I fight my way out of this and live? There is only one right answer. I want to live. I quickly dive to the side, allowing the bullet to pass me and hit the wall behind me. Everything goes back to normal and Jayden grabs me as soon as he reaches me. "Are you okay?" he says just before another gunshot rings through the corridor, making me jump in fright. I turn just in time to watch James' lifeless body fall to the floor. I look up to see the warrior that shot him bowing to Jayden and I. Melody, Jayden urges, and I turn to him instantly. As soon as our eyes meet, I jump on him and pull him into the tightest hug. "I love you, Jayden. So much," I whisper in his ear as his arms wrap around me in our embrace. "I love you too, Melody. I'm so glad you're alive," he says, pulling away from the hug to peck my lips. I pull him back to my lips quickly, wanting more. My wolf is starved. We haven't seen our mate in months, and now I am finally out of James' clutches. I have Jayden back. I run my hands in his hair and tug slightly, making Min growl lowly at me. His grip tightens on my waist as he kisses me harder, as if I was going to disappear. I press my lips to him one more time before pulling away slightly. Our breathing was heavy as our lips were millimeters apart, and our breaths are shared. "Let's go home," Jayden whispers against my lips. I smile, biting my lip, and nod. Pulling out of his arms was a struggle, but I grabbed his hand instead. And with that, we walked out of the dreaded white corridors and towards somewhere that I've been dreaming of since the first day of arriving here. Home. 3 weeks later. I let out a long yawn as I stretch my tired limbs underneath the soft duvet covers of the bed. Although it's been just over 3 weeks since coming home, I will never take these comfy duvet covers again. They're like a cloud or a ball of cotton candy that you can just melt into. A strong arm rests over my stomach as I lie on my back. The touch of his arm is hot against the bare skin of my stomach. I knew it was a bad idea to fall asleep naked last night, not his touch, and the nakedness makes me want him again. Do you blame me? I've been a wolf starved. I turn on my side and look at my mate's sleeping figure. Soft snores are escaping his open mouth and his face is relaxed. He always looks so innocent when he is sleeping, which is not what he looks like when he is awake. I wish we could stay in bed like this forever, him holding me close until it's time for us to awaken from slumber. Since we came home, I've mostly been resting or sleeping after being ordered by Jayden and the pack doctor to. I didn't take it too seriously and thought she only meant a few days. However, Jayden decided I had to rest for these last 3 weeks, but then again he was the one to see me in that place, and how horrible it was. The bed was creaky and made out of a paper-thin mattress, so sleep wasn't exactly easy. I was severely sleep-deprived and I had lost a lot of weight. After all, they barely fed me half the time or the food was not edible. Then they would make me do things including excessive exercise, so I lost weight. Jayden has been trying to get me to eat, but I don't want to. I know that sounds like I'm trying to be difficult or attention-seeking, but I just can't bring myself to eat. The doctor, on my 5th visit in like a day, said that it was most likely my system had started to become accustomed to small meals once a day. She said it wasn't healthy and I shouldn't eat so little anymore. I have another doctor's visit today to ensure everything is fine. I feel as though I am perfectly well, especially when Jayden is beside me, but the memories are still inked into my brain. They come and go through the night. The first few days back, I woke up screaming and it took some convincing from Jayden to get me back to sleep. Morning. Jayden's husky morning voice wakes me from my thoughts and I instantly smile. I look at him as he leans forward and pecks my lips. "Good morning," I say breathlessly as he rests his head against mine. We stay like that for what seems like forever, sharing breathes as we stay in each other's embrace. We should get up. I break the silence, feeling the time whiz past us even though it's been minutes. I have to go see Dr. Lillian soon. Jayden sits up and rests on his arm. He looks down at me worriedly. His hand gently strokes my cheek before he speaks. "You feeling better?" he asks, making me smile at his caring attitude. "I'm fine as long as you're here," I say, grabbing his hand and place a soft kiss on his knuckles and then the back of his hand. I let out a long sigh, then get up and out of the covers that are holding in the warmth. A shiver runs up my spine as the cold breeze from the open window hits my bare skin. I pad my way to the bathroom and shut the door on a lustful growl from Jayden. Oh God, I forgot I was naked. I grab my underwear from where I left it in the bathroom and slip them on. I sigh in relief as my private areas are finally covered from the cold wind. I jump when Jayden opens the bathroom door and pokes his head in. He smirks at me, making me raise my eyebrow at him and questions. You're so beautiful, he says, leaning on the door frame as his eyes capture mine in their stare. I feel my cheeks heat up, so I reach over and slap Jayden on the chest. Stop making me blush. Ow. Damn, you slap hard, he says, coming up behind me and wrapping his arms around my waist. Jay, I say, looking at our reflection in the mirror. I laugh slightly as he ducks his head down so we can see each other in the mirror. Yes, Luna, he chuckles against the neck of my skin, making pleasuring vibrations run through my body. His breath is so close to my mark. You're crazy. Alpha, I breathe out in a laugh and I turn around in his arms that are looped around my waist. But I am your crazy alpha, he counteracts. I love you, I change the topic when our eyes meet. My heart swells at the loving emotions swirling in his electric eyes. Being away from him for so long taught me how much I love Jayden and how I do not want to live my life without him by my side. I love you too. I don't say it enough, but I do, Melody. I promise you, you have my heart until I die and beyond. That he places his hot lips against mine, making me gasp slightly in surprise. My arms immediately go around his neck to pull him closer. Our skin is touching, making sparks fly and pleasure flow through my body. Suddenly, all I want is for the clothes I am wearing to be on the floor and to be back in bed with Jayden. It doesn't help that he is still stark naked. His lips move hungrily against mine. He bites my lip, asking for entrance, but I don't let him. Not yet. He growls against my lips, making a smirk grow on my lips as we kiss. His hand suddenly moved from my back to my breast. His finger sneaks under the thin material of my bra, making me gasp. He takes the opportunity to put his tongue in my mouth. My oxygen levels were deteriorating, and my head had started to spin, making me feel nauseous in return. I don't want to pull away. I want to kiss him for all eternity, and I know that if it were possible, that is all we would be doing. Unfortunately, life will get in the way. We'll have royal duties, pack duties, and we will no doubt start our own family. Before I could pull away, Jayden does. I grip his shoulders tightly and gasp for air. My chest aches from the lack of oxygen. What is wrong with me? Jayden isn't like this. Maybe it is yet another side effect of my time in hell. 20 minutes, and a few more kisses later, Jayden and I are walking hand in hand towards the infirmary. It is a normal Saturday morning here with lots and lots of rain, but I couldn't care less. All I know is that as long as there is fresh air and my mate next to me, I will be fine. We walk along the path in a slow dawdle. Pack members wave and nod at us, making my heart swell. I'm so lucky that the royal pack accepted me as their next Luna Queen. I look up as the infirmary comes into view. Well, it is time for another trip down memory lane with Dr. Lillian and psychologist 𝐊𝐨𝐧𝐬. Chapter 29. Mikey, I swear to God, I'll rip you in half if you don't get the hell off me, I shout in anger. My elder brother Mikey sits on top of me while I lay innocently on my bed, previously fast asleep in comfort. He's such an idiot. He does realize I could scream and guards would stream through the door to have him arrested or worse, taken to Jayden. Now, Jayden would be frightening in that situation. I've seen his protective and possessive side. Sometimes it is not a pretty picture. I will when you say I'm the best brother in the world, he says, poking his tongue out at me. I grumble out profanities and attempt to move, but I don't get very far. You're such a lump, Mikey. Get off me now, I shout, trying to hit him, but he doesn't even flinch. It's all the muscles, Melody. Muscle mass, not fat, he says, tapping my nose, making my anger soar. I don't give a rat's bum if it's muscle mass, which it isn't, or fat, which it is, so get the hell off me. I am not your personally weighing scales. He mimics me in a high-pitched, whining voice, making me smack his leg, but he just wriggles his bottom, making me groan as it puts pressure on my chest. I'm going to kill you, Mikey, I try to shout, but it comes out in a breath as he does a little jump on me. Mikey. Ow. You're going to break my ribs. Well, you should have been nicer to me last night, then he says with a nod of his head, obviously pleased with his reason for destroying my lung capacity. I let out a long, exasperated groan and throw my head into the pillow for a couple of seconds before resurfacing for air. He is referring to last night when my family arrived at the castle, 4 weeks after my return. It took a while because of duties and the fact I had no time due to hospital appointments, and I wasn't ready for my parents' worried questions. Jayden's worrying was enough to last a lifetime. And their thing is I will be getting a lifetime of worrying from him. 1, I live with him, and 2, his alpha status and power means his possessive and protectiveness is like quadrupled. Well, last night we were all sitting in Kate and Russell's private living room chatting and eating delicious homemade pizza. I decided that I was going to eat the last piece of pizza not knowing that Mikey had called dibs. Now he is sitting on me while causing me pain. How is this fair? I mean, I know Mikey loves his food, especially pizza, but I would have thought he'd love me more. But nope, he is hurting me because I ate his pizza. Melody, say it. Suddenly an idea pops into my mind. I smirk evilly. He is such an idiot for running into my bedroom in the morning when I have woken up. Jayden had to leave 10 minutes earlier for an early morning meeting, leaving me to sleep peacefully. That didn't work out. Mikey, I say, pretending to sound nervous. I'm sort of, naked. He screamed and ran out of the room quickly, all the while shouting sorry. I laugh and throw the covers off, revealing my pajamas. Thankfully, I was not naked yet. My clothes were still not suitable for my brother, I suppose. Last night, when finally getting into bed, I decided on a simple tank top and shorts. Jayden had complained that I wasn't naked. While with a little persuasion that I was too cold and tired, he finally backed down and took to cuddling instead. That's how I ended up tightly wrapped in his arms and legs. It's been the same since I came back. The nightmares still haunt me. I look at the range of orange bottles of pills laying untouched on the side of the bed. Sleeping pills for the nightmares, but I won't touch them. They make them worse, but there is no point telling Lillian that. She will only worry, and so will Jay. She also gave me an asthma pump, which is ridiculous because werewolves aren't able to have asthma, but she told me it was for when I get out of breath. It happens a lot lately. Apparently it is due to the poor care I was given. It was also due to the fact I had several broken ribs that had gone unnoticed. "Lo, you up?" Jayden's masculine voice slips into my mind, and a smile instantly graces my lips. I get up instantly as I feel more awake, along with my wolf who has finally come back. Yes, I am. I speak through mind link as I walk to the bathroom. Meet me in my office when you're ready. Okay. Okay, I won't be long. Time for a quick shower, I think. Walking down the familiar corridors towards the office, I bump into pack members and a few pack warriors. I politely greet them before carrying on towards my destination. I flinch as the white corridors flash in front of my eyes. Damn it. I shake my head and frown. Not now. "Luna," I hear the familiar voice of Jet, one of the newer guards. He is only 19, but he's been training to be a pack warrior for 3 years. He happened to be one of the warriors who had come to rescue me. It was his first job as a really warrior, poor thing. "Oh hey Jet, how are you?" I ask, outing a smile on and standing up straight. He looks worried, but that's nothing new anymore. I think that Jay has told everyone to keep a close eye on me. I hate it. It makes me feel like a China doll. "I'm great. I'm just heading out to patrol." "Are you all right?" he says, standing in front of me with his arms crossed. "I'm absolutely fine, thank you for your concern," I say, still smiling. "I have to meet Jay now, but I'll see you later." "Okay, see you later, Luna." He waves me off with a grin. I give him a small wave before I turn around the corner. Phew. I take a couple more turns before I come face to face with the grand door to Jay's office. I gently push at the door, making it squeak open. "Hello," my mate's confused voice questions just before I slip through the open door. He is sitting behind his desk that is splattered in papers. His black glasses are sitting atop his nose and his face is in a frown. "Hey," I greet, closing the door behind me. He instantly stands and clambers around his desk. When he is in arm's distance, he grabs my waist and pulls me in for a hug. "You all right?" Jay whispers in my ear, making a shiver go down my back. "I'm fine, Jay," I sigh, pulling away slightly so I can see his face, which is still turned down in a frown. "Okay, as long as you're sure," he says with a curt nod. He leans down and pecks my lips just as there is a knock on the door. Jay lets out a groan but pecks my lips again before shouting, "Come in." As the person opens the door, Jay pulls me around his desk to sit on his lap while he sits on his chair behind his desk. His arms circle around my middle, making a smile grace my face. I turn towards the door to see Kate and Russell. I smile warmly and wave as they walk in. Mother. Father Jay greets, nodding his head rather formally. What can I do for you? Well, Jayden. And Melody, of course. We have decided that we would like to step down as king and queen. I shot up out of Jayden's lap in sheer panic. A thick layer of sweat already starts to form on the back of my neck and my palms start getting clammy. I look at the still smiling Kate and Russell with confusion. Don't get me wrong, I want to be queen and help Jayden with the royal duties, but so soon. I thought that they would wait longer than this considering what has happened. I suppose it's good in a way. They don't see me as broken china that needs to be stepped around carefully. I know that somehow the moon goddess believed that I was made for this, but right now. I jump slightly when Jayden leaps out of his chair to comfort me, as if it's instinct by now. I hate it. It makes me angry. I mean, I love him to bits, but I don't like being treated like I'm broken goods. He puts his hand in mine and stands almost behind me. His lips are once again next to my ear, but he doesn't say anything. I don't need him to. I'm fine, or at least I will be once everyone believes that I am not broken. I look up at Kate and Russell once again to see them nervously waiting our response. I take a deep breath and squeeze Jayden's hand gently. Why have you decided this now? Jay asks with his own smile. His face really does brighten when he has a smile. His normal face usually looks stern and grumpy. Well, we were talking about how nice it would be to go on holiday together, but with duties it's difficult to leave the castle, Russell explains, putting an arm around his wife lovingly. So we thought, why not now? I mean, you two are fully mated and you're both old enough to rule. Jayden, your father has trained you better than his father trained him. And Melody, you took to my training like a pro. We know you two will do great, so we know that now we can leave. Kate says, reaching over to grab my free hand. We all look at each for a few seconds, trying to digest the information Jay and I have just been hit with.
We were going to be king and queen. How crazy is that?
I went from not believing in mates to having the cutest, hottest, most caring mate that is future king. I look up at Jayden to see what he is thinking. His face is full of excitement, and I can see the nerves in his eyes. His emotions reflect my own. Jayden looks down and catches my eyes. The grin on his face widens as he stares at me. He nods his head slowly and I realize. We're both agreeing.
This is actually happening.
Are you ready? Jay asks. I feel his thumb caressing my hand softly and my nerves start to calm down. If you're ready, then I'm ready to rule with you, I say, smiling. My lips ache touches, so I go onto my tiptoes and peck his lips. It only lasted a couple of seconds, but it was a kiss I would remember for the rest of my life. The kiss that sealed our future. We pull away and give each other a nod of confirmation. Kate. Russell, I speak out, stopping their private conversation. We would be honored to accept your resignation from king and queen. The first, believe you're right, is about time that Melody and I stepped up and started out life as king and queen. Jayden finishes, and by the one he has finished we are pulled into a group hug by Kate and Russell. Thank you, they both laugh. The elders can finally go on their romantic holiday without any worries about duties. And you two can rule together, and trust me, it's not as bad as it may seem. It's mostly fun, especially being Luna. Luckily, I'm the Luna. I laugh when Jayden pouts as we all hug in the middle of Jayden's office. Chapter 30 Finale. 2 weeks later. She was found dead in her room. What? How did she die? Nerves have eaten her alive. I think that's a good excuse. Yes, is a great excuse. I shall tell a guard to say that to Jayden. No, it's not. Crap puffs. I can't say that. How am I going to do this? Why the hell did I agree 2 weeks ago? This is ridiculous. I'm going to be queen today. I can't do this, Willow, I say, going to sit down on the bed, but Willow is quick to push me away. I scowl at her in return. Don't ruin the dress. It took us long enough to get you in it. I growl in annoyance, but she just smirks evilly at me. It's not my fault. I panicked, and I wasn't that bad. I cross my arms and huff. Weren't that bad? She questions, looking at me with amuse-filled eyes. You practically said every excuse in the book, tried to climb out the window and locked yourself in the bathroom for half an hour. I chuckle nervously. Okay, fine, I'm a nervous wreck. So maybe I should actually climb out the window now. You dare. You're in new dress now and you look gorgeous, 𝐊𝐢𝐳, you can't back out now. Plus Jayden is waiting for you. I let out a long whine as I walked towards the mirror. I suppose I'm becoming queen today then. I look through the mirror and see the finished look. My dress is a light shade of white with lace around the shoulders and on my back. Then the lace pattern on the back finished with a cute bow. My makeup is minimal at my request and natural. My eyeliner is thin with a small cat flick at the end, and the shade of my eyeshadow is only a shade darker than my skin. My lipstick is a natural color which easily matches the rest of my makeup. For once I look nice, not wearing leggings and one of Jay's jumpers. Are you ready? 𝐊𝐲 appears to the side of me. Her face is filled with happiness as she looks at me rough the mirror. You look amazing, 𝐊𝐲. You're going to do great today. Thanks, 𝐊𝐲. I turn around and pull her in for a big hug. I hope so. I think I'm just nervous because so many people will be here. I know, the grand hall is packed. Whoops. Sorry. It's not that bad, she stammers, suddenly looking shy and slightly scared. Okay, well, let's get this thing going, shall we? Yes, 𝐊𝐲 takes my hand and we start walking down the hallways that I've finally become accustomed to. So tell me, how does this work again? Well, you and Jayden will walk down one staircase while Russell and Kate will walk down the opposite staircase. You meet on the platform where the stairs meet. This is where the bishop will complete the ceremony and crown you. Then you walk down the final middle staircase and through the crowd. After that, Russell and Kate will make a speech while you and Jay have a couple of minutes to let it sink in before you are welcomed back into the grand hall, being announced as king and queen. Just as she finished, we turned the corner where the doors to the top of the staircases were located. There stood, talking in a circle, Russell, Kate, and my mate. This is where I leave you, 𝐊𝐲 whispers, letting go of my hand and pulling me into one big hug before she walks away. I close my eyes and take a deep breath. Everything is going to be okay. You'll be fine out there. You are not going to make a complete fool over you. You will not trip of this gorgeous dress with you high heels that you did not agree on wearing. I jump as a hand wraps around my wrist but let out a breath of relief when the warmth spreads through my skin. Jayden. I smile when his hot breath fans my ear. His back is pressed against mine as his arms circle around my waist. You look stunning, 𝐊𝐲, he whispers before spinning me around quickly. Thank God for his arms around my waist, or I would have fallen on my behind. Well, don't you look handsome yourself, Jay, I say, looking him up and down. He is wearing a gorgeous suit fit for a king. The jacket is black in color but has an embroidered pattern in gold. He had medals hanging from his left pec that's glare from the sun shining through the window. His belt is shining gold, similar to the medals, and a sword is fitted into the holster on the left side of the belt. What's the sword for? I question, gently tracing it with my finger. He looks at my hand, then back up to me. It's tradition to carry the family sword when being crowned, plus it looks cool to me. If I'm honest, it makes me feel like a real knight in a storybook. But you're not the knight in this story, I say, stepping closer. Now centimeters from his lips, you're the king. Almost, he says, pecking my lips with a smile on his lips. You, my 𝐊𝐲, are the queen. Almost I mimic, making him give me a playful growl. I smirk and give him a quick peck on the lips. Your Highnesses, are you ready? A royal guard call us just before Jayden can pull me in for another kiss. We will be there in just a moment, Jayden replies, glancing at the guard before turning back to me. He grins down at me, making sparks fly down my spine. Ready? He asks, holding his hand out for me. Ready as I'll ever be, I reply with a smile. And with that I take his hand. My queen, Jay whispers as we walk out of the royal ballroom. The tiara on my head makes me feel unbalanced, but the joy I feel is unimaginable. Currently we are on our way back to our room. The ceremony ended up lasting just over 3 hours, but they seemed to fly by. 1 minute we had entered the ballroom and the next we were crowned. My king, I reply, grabbing his hand and pulling him into me for a kiss. He presses his lips to mine passionately and I can feel the sparks coming from him as our lips move together. I pull away too soon, making him growl at me. He stares down at me with a scowl, but it soon turns back into his happy smile. Come on, let's head back, he says, pulling my back towards our quarters. Wait, I say, gripping his hand and causing him to halt. A flash of worry sprints trough his eyes, but it soon disappears after I smile. Let's go for a walk. I don't want to go back yet, I say, running my thumb over his knuckles as I do. He grabs my thumb with his hand and bends down to place a chaste kiss there. Okay, but there may be pack members around that want to chat. Plus there's so much to do in our bedroom, he whispers cheekily, moving closer and placing a kiss on my mark. I let out a moan involuntarily and grip his hands even harder. This makes him smirk and he moves back to look into my eyes. Well, maybe we should just up to our room, then I say, pushing him slightly so head towards our room. He catches me up instantly and stops me by standing in my way. You're going the wrong way, he states with a smile, and I can feel the excitement rolling off him. I look up at him and raise my eyebrow, then glance down the corridor. I'm not. This is the way back to the room, I reply, confused, and point down the corridor where I was heading. He shakes his head and chuckles. Nope, you're not. Just follow me, okay, he says, interlocking our fingers and pulling me in the opposite direction to where I was heading. Okay, I draw her slowly. We head around a corner and come to a spiral staircase behind a door. He pulls me up the couple of flights of stairs until we're met with another door. Where are we? I ask, looking around to see if I could see any clues that would answer my question. We're at the very top of the castle. Well, apart from the towers, of course, he says. This is our new quarters. As we are king and queen, we get the highest room in the castle. My mouth practically hits the floor as he opens the door. A living room is the first thing that welcomes me as I walk in the door. 2 couches are placed in an L shape on a large pale blue colored rug. A large flat-screen TV is placed on a small table opposite the couches. One wall is completed with floor-to-ceiling windows so you can see all over the forest. You can see the entire territory and the training grounds. I turn to grin at Jayden before talking a few steps until I reach the windows. I can feel Jayden behind me and he wraps his arms around my waist. I can see the small silhouettes of people training and people having picnics in the large patch of grass nearby. I smile. They're not officially my pack members. I move out of Jay's arms and walk towards the open kitchen. It's not big, but it's perfect for just Jayden and I. A silver fridge and oven are placed side by side with a few marbled-topped counters. In the middle there is island with stools all around it. Hey Melody, come this way, Jay says, grabbing my hand once again and pulling me through the living room. We come to a small corridor and I stop. 5 doors are lined up along the corridor. 2 on the right, 2 on the left, and 1 right on the end. I look up at Jay, who nods towards them. I open the first door and find a large bathroom. A bathtub is placed in the far corner next to more floor-to-ceiling windows. A shower big enough for Jay and I is opposite. Then a toilet and sink is to the left of the door. I open the next 3 doors to find the same thing. A small, plain, empty room, but I knew what they were for, our pups, when we have them. I turn towards the final door and the excitement bubbles in my stomach. This must be Jay and I's room. I turn to smile at Jay, but he wasn't there. Maybe he already went in. I push the door and it swings open. I gasp at the beauty of the room in front of me. The 3 walls are covered in the floor-to-ceiling windows, making the room brighten up from the sun. A large open walk-in closet is placed just beside the door, and I notice all our clothes are already neatly placed inside. A 4-posted bed is placed in the middle of the room with the top end pushed against the only wall. Gold spirals are down into the beautiful duvet. Either side is a nightstand with lights have matching lampshades to the bed. Do you like it? Jay asks, making me jump. I turn and find him coming out of the closet. He walks up to me and instantly wraps his arms tightly around my waist. I weave my arms around his neck and nod enthusiastically. I love it, Jay. It's beautiful. Not as beautiful as you, love, he says, kissing my forehead softly. I smile at the cheesiness of his statement. I love you, I whisper sincerely. I love you too, so much. I can't wait to start my life with you, my queen. I pull him down and crash my lips onto his. He instantly kisses me back, and the kiss holds so many emotions and promises. A promise to be together forever, no matter what happens.